Chapter 201 Black Market Acquaintances. One more. River Valley Town. This was originally a canyon formed by a dry river in the country of rivers. Because it is the terrain that connects the country of fire and the country of rivers, this flat river canyon is difficult to navigate in this densely forested mountain road environment. It has become the first choice for merchants to connect the trade between the two countries. As more and more traders along this river, where the more popular increasingly strong together, and finally a few decades ago, taking advantage of the Second World War to quell and due timing of a few powerful caravan, he and his family established a bazaar here, and with the passage of time, the bazaar has gradually developed to the size of a town. Today, it is a rare tax city in the country of the river. Naturally, this kind of big tax-paying city of the nature of trade is also very lively, and the flow of people naturally promotes more businessmen to seek development here, and the black market is naturally born. Where there is light, there is darkness. This is the magical existence of the black market. No one knows who organized the black market, but this kind of organization exists in most cities in any country. The black market in Higyu Town is located in the northwest corner of the town. It is a gathering place for inns. It is the best information distribution center and the best place to hide dirt. A tattered inn where the signs are almost invisible is located here inconspicuously. The people who live in this kind of inn are the poorest in the bottom of society, doing the most tiring work and earning the least salary. It stands to reason that this kind of dilapidated inn is definitely synonymous with bleak business. However, if someone carefully observes it, you will find that although the front door is declining in popularity, people who enter and exit the back door appear from time to time. In the backyard of the inn, there is a warehouse of unknown purpose next to the kitchen, and people who come and go here basically come to this warehouse. There is nothing in the warehouse, only a dark passage that extends to the ground. Follow this road to the end, where the black market in Higyu Town is located. Gwynglin Huang has been very comfortable during this period of time. A few months ago, she was still doing an illegal business in Konoa village. She didn't know who had offended him, and was targeted by people at the root. It stands to reason that if you are targeted by such a horrible department, you will have to peel off if you die. Gwynglin Huang originally thought that he would be destroyed by humanity. At the worst, he would have to work hard for 20 years and return to the pre-liberation period. However, the fact is not the case. The roots are staring at themselves, which is blatantly asking for trouble, without any other actions behind the scenes, and acting very perfunctory. That is, I invite myself to a dark room for tea and other things. I didn't do it. Konoha's darkness, when has it been corrupted to this point? Gwynglin Huang was frightened and fortunate that he had encountered a good time. He didn't say, under this kind of perfunctory investigation, he easily found an opportunity and left the country of fire. I want to ask him what plans he has in the future. Gwynglin Huang said that it is impossible to work part-time, and it is better to do business. It would be better to change the place and resume the old job. When I came to the black market in the town of River Valley, I quickly relied on my previous relationship and set up a small cubicle here as an office. I can do all kinds of business, but my main business is to be a peddler, intelligence, assassination, and human trading. As long as he handles it, he can bring the most exquisite convenience to customers. Just an hour ago, a greenied weird submitted a bounty task from his office. The dog's head of the target was kept intact, and the Gwynglin flower vine was also very neat, and soon it was priced at a reasonable price of 7.8 million tals. Accepted this project. When I look back, I just need to find the guy who posted the reward. It was 200,000 tals of cuteness. If there is such a good weird person to take care of my business every day, I can retire and return home as a rich man sooner rather than later. Gwynglin Huang, who was thinking about the good life of retirement in the future, had a flower in front of him, and another big head was thrown on his desk. Yumezaki Ryuji, the evil spirit of Zongying Street, the friend of women trader, the reward is 4 million tals. Hurry up and check out. An ordinary person with ordinary hair color, ordinary appearance, ordinary body, and ordinary clothes uses one pair. An unusual attitude appeared in front of Gwynglyn Huang. There is another business coming to the door. Gwynglyn Huang was delighted in her heart, but in their business, the important thing is not to be honest, but to be able to look at people and see what is going on. How to make a fortune without making bad money. If it's a bully Xiaomengxin, it's right to fight to the death without saying it. If it's an old bird, then it can only be a little rich. With his sixth sense of uneasy and kind-heartedness for many years, what does this guy in front of him say? The tone and demeanor all have a kind of cuteness. But this image is obviously the product of disguised by using the transformation technique. Regardless of my poor combat effectiveness, the transformation technique can still tell some clues. This is difficult. If you encounter a big guy playing the trumpet, it will be a bit of a life to cheat others. It is too irritating. Gwynglyn Huang is not that kind of person. I should respect the guidance of the heart. This guy is indeed offering a reward of 4 million tals. But the reward was released from the country of iron. I have to earn some hard money and send it to the settlement. No, the handling fee still has to be deducted. Cheng Yui 3.5 million tals. Gwynglyn Huang's business is very proficient, and I didn't know where I came up with the reward task list. I compared Yamazaki Ryuji's dog's head. It was him, and it was fresh. Nothing else. He would write a check to the other party immediately. Boom. After a muffled sound, the check in Gwynglyn Huang's hand was nailed to the table by a handle. Is the handling fee too high for you? Up to 100,000, otherwise I will go to another house. The star of the mountain who used the transformation technique to disguise the ordinary person burned the corners of his eyes wildly. Acquaintances, although you can't recognize me after I used the transformation technique, I still want to sue you to kill me. Also, this check is written with a sense of previous life. Now think about it, the original time-space scenario where you can directly take away a box of banknotes from the black market is really unreasonable. They are desperados. You put so much cash on the black market. If you are not sure, the guy who takes the risk will pay attention to this, and it is more reasonable to write a check. Ha ha ha. Depending on what you said, we open a black shop. Open the door to do business, and pay for the tea money on the top of the utility bills and rent every day, and take the money below for the money. Which one can be less? And we don't live, it's good. I'm forced to have nothing if I charge you 500,000 tals. That's a lot of nonsense. Let's go. Wait. I think your little brother is very kind. I think I made your friend 300,000 tals. My brother helped you do this business. Hey, let me go. 150,000 tals. Don't go. Go. You win. 100,000 is 100,000. It's a good start to open the picture today. Thank you to the students who voted for the recommendation and monthly pass yesterday. Thank you. P.S. The recommended ticket has reached the plus standard again. Today is 4 more changes. I wish you all a happy weekend. Chapter 202 Money 2 more. A thin check. 3.9 million tals were obtained. Xingran secretly slandered himself. As expected. He couldn't believe a word of the Busy Nessman's words. When did he change his name to Mawa? Do you want to call you Xiao Teng Teng next time we meet? And it's already afternoon. And the idiot believed that you opened here with me. No, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this guy was a profiteer. Before doing business with Konoa, I felt a loss of 100 million. Xingran, who didn't want to do business with this guy anymore, received the check and was about to leave, but was stopped by Gwynglyn Huang at this moment. Brother, I think you are extraordinary and heroic. I have a newest project. Would you like to know about it? A reward of 10 million is offered. The pre-connection is quick. The reward of this guy has not spread. It will be hard to say in 2 days. Who is so valuable? 2,000 TL information fee. If you come to me to pay the task, 2,000 TL will be refunded to you when the time comes. And you will be given a 5% discount on procedures. How about it? Seeing Gwynglyn Huang pulling out a scroll from her arms, she looked around in a trivial manner while speaking. for fear that there were others in her cubicle who could see him as much as possible. Stars burned first. The reaction is that this guy usually sells under the overpass. For the current Star Ranch, 2,000 tals are nothing. This year Maizaki Ryuji himself only spent 3 days in front and back, receiving a bounty, invoking the intelligence information of Orochimaru, finding people, ambushing, cutting off the head of the dog, and small 4 million. The two got it right now, just 2 sprinkling water on a mere 2,000. It's just that the senses of Gwenglin flower cane are really bad now. Should I pick it up? Message to me. The handling fee just now counts you as 98,000 tals. Xingran is not a hesitant person, nor is he a stingy person. Well, another 2,000 tal handling fee is very reasonable and ghostly. Next to the reward information in Gwenglin Huang's hand, he turned his head and walked out. Only the Gwenglin flower cane was left in a daze and didn't respond. Is this yourself? Was robbed in the black market? My who ... you damn it ... What if you are rewarded for your grandpa's things? Grandpa's news has been sold to more people, and you know that you can't get it. Gwenglin Huang's verbal abuse continued, but Xingran had already left the black market. He found a corner with no one, and the Thunder God launched it. In an instant, the prosperous city was gone, and it was replaced by lush bushes and tall trees. This is a hidden place not far from the secret base of Orochimaru. Xingran found more than a dozen similar places in this forest as his transfer station. When you open the scroll, the reward is a shameless guy. According to the data, this is a Taki no Kuni rebellious shinobu, called Makoto. It's a bad name, and it's also a Taki shinobu corner. There is no explanation as to the crime of defecting. It just indicates that the opponent has the strength of the upper-level shinobu and is good at wind escape. Soil escape. The local tyrants of Taken village are really willing to spend money. This guy will not be the old lady of the boss of the Chamber of Commerce who slept, but also deceived a lot of money by the way. 10 million tals. Tut. Looking at the information in the scroll, Xingran commented on it, and soon came to the secret entrance of the Dash Pill base. This is the outskirts of the base. There are many Dashwin's subordinates doing activities here, such as buying daily necessities, cleaning the base, managing logistic materials, and so on. Once in the original time and space, after Orochimaru was cut off by Sarutobai's arm and sold, it was this kind of miscellaneous character who gave Orochimaru painkillers, and then was chopped into 2 sections by Orochimaru. How and differently. The reason was probably because of getting up. Well, in short, a humble life. After spreading blood all over the bed and room, the pharmacist just complained and felt it was troublesome. The people who helped Dashwin gather information are also here. After all, we are also the nominal disciples of Dashwin now, aren't we? Ask these people for help and notice that this Daikanin's rebelliousness is not a big problem. That's how the previous year Maizaki Ryuji found it. After making a little arrangement, Xingran left again, and immediately found a place where no one was there. Once again transformed himself into the ordinary person before, and Fulshan came to the capital of the river country. The purpose of Xingran here is very simple. Now that there is a large sum of money, it is of course to turn money into strength. There is a huge market for medicinal materials in the city. The geographical environment of the country of the river is very suitable for the growth of vegetation and the annual output of medicinal materials. All of them are among the forefront of the ninja world. It is now in the golden autumn of October, and a large number of medicinal materials have been gathered here, and then sent to all parts of the world by Erdao dealers from various countries. Xingran will buy a lot of medicinal materials this time, at least 3.5 million tals of materials for the mysterious medicines. The magical medicines produced should be usable for a long time. In addition, the healing liquid to assist Bayman Dungia also needs to be a few bottle, although this thing is not very useful for the body of steel, but after practicing physical arts, a medicated bath is much more refreshing than doing a horse to kill a chicken. If you have money, you will enjoy it. Starburn is a deduction to others. A little bit. It is absolutely generous to myself. Just when Xingran was buying wildly, It was in the secret base of Maru. My lord, this time the person Xing Nakayama is looking for is a traitor to take in. The bounty on the black market has reached 10 million tals. In addition, the reward for the Imezaki Ryuji he was looking for has been revoked on the black market today. It is said to be this reward has been completed. A ninja wearing Otonen village's characteristic costumes with a thick knot behind him came to Orochimaru to report the latest situation immediately after Xingran's departure. If Xingran was here, he would be recognized. This person is these two, the guy who promised to help him get information this time. Hey, Lord Staran is very short of money. Is it a filial piety Tsunade? No, this kid's gambling skills are true. It is better to teach people how to fish than to teach people how to fish. What is the idea? June is really interesting. You continue to cooperate with him. Don't stare too closely. He is a perception ninja, quietly investigating what he wants so much money for. After Tsunade's treatment, his body is no longer the big snake pill, who was suffering from time to time, shook the beaker in his hand, and a few sticky bubbles appeared from time to time in the purple liquid. At this time, he was interested in observing the subtle changes in the beaker. Tsunade is temporarily stabilized, but it is impossible to rely on foreign aid to complete the improvement of immortal rebirth. Now the research is on the right track again. And Orochimaru doesn't want to waste time really teaching Hoshiburn about resurrection ninjutsu and providing filthy soil. The basic information of reincarnation is almost enough for the kid. Daishiwan now spends almost all of his free time on the improvement of the forbidden technique of reincarnation. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. After the intelligence personnel stepped back respectfully, the room returned to silence again. What's wrong with chapter 203? 3 shifts. 2 days passed quickly, and Xingran easily converted 3.7 million tals worth of medicinal materials into 350 bottles of mysterious medicines and several bottles of healing liquids through the various medical equipment in the -1 base. If it were the past, Xingran would never make so many secret medicines at once. Although this secret medicine has a long shelf life, Xingran still prefers to use fresher medicines if possible. But now it's different. Tsunade used the seal technique as an excuse to delay his progress in learning yin seal. Although Xingran has not yet succeeded in the cultivation method of yin seal, Grandma Tsunade passed down the seal technique of the Uzumaki clan. Few. In Tsunade's thoughts, the Uzumaki family's sealing technique can be perfectly practiced and used in conjunction with the Uzumaki family's bloodline. However, the physique of the mountain clan is just different from the Uzumaki family's physique. One focuses on physical fitness and the other is paying attention to spiritual power. These two completely different systems, wanting to learn from each other's housekeeping skills is simply difficult. However, Xingran just learned it easily, which made Tsunade more convinced that before he could learn gambling, he could no longer easily teach the powerful ninjutsu of yin seal, otherwise he would really be emptied of white wolf. Senju Tsunade would rather be the legendary fat sheep than make a loss-making business. To return to the subject, Starburn may be the body of steel and the physique of the Maelstrom family. When learning the Maelstrom family's sealing technique, there are hardly any difficulties encountered. As long as the learning materials are complete, it can be easily mastered or even mastered. In fact, this is more than just physical similarity. Sealing is a complex surgical discipline. The calculation ability and the memory of huge information are both indispensable and necessary conditions. It is not difficult to learn. It is extremely difficult to use well. The superbrain is just like a computer. With the help of this ability, the practice of sealing art is not too easy. Seal art middle. Storage. A slender seal scroll. After a burst of smoke, the original blank scroll was densely covered with various spells. This spell is very weird. The general seal spells are formed into a circle, or the square shape completes the seal of the item, while the main body of the spell on the scroll of star burning is a stepped rectangle. If someone who likes firearms sees this kind of group, the first reaction will find that this pattern really wants the structure of a magazine. Xingran sealed 350 bottles of essence mystery medicine into this scroll in one breath. Of course, it was impossible to store them like those ordinary seal scrolls. This time he improved based on the knowledge of sealing technique given to him by Tsunade. The layout of a seal scroll makes this kind of seal scroll that can be stored and retrieved as a whole, but also can be scattered and retrieved. If you want to take medicine in the future, you can take out a bottle in the order of arrangement as long as one handprint is activated. It is convenient and quick, and it is simply a necessary scroll for home travel. He looked at the scroll in his hand with satisfaction. At this moment, the door of the laboratory that temporarily borrowed medical equipment to make mysterious medicine was knocked. Master Xingran, you let the people we pay attention to have news, and it's not far from here, in Mushhor town, but the other party should be entering the desert of the Kingdom of Wind, so if you want to find him, please try to find him as soon as possible. A man dressed up in Otonin village reported in a quick tone. When Xingran heard the news, he was overjoyed in his heart. As a result, listening to this demonic atmosphere was not good. With the speed of news transmission in the ninja world, when the news reached him, the other party had already entered the desert and disappeared without a trace. When is this news? An hour ago. If the adults rushed over now, maybe they could find news of the other party in several nearby desert oases, but if the delay was too long, it would be hard to say. When the star burned, it took only an hour, and the urgency just calmed down again. 10 milliontals, which is 10 milliontals. I have never played such a big game before. I thought I was going to run. Indeed, if it is an ordinary person, it may take a few hours to get from the base to Mushhor town. This is indeed not enough, but he has the skill of Flying Thunder God. These people don't know it, and it is not so urgent now. Okay, I see. After closing the seal scroll of the mysterious medicine, Xingran was about to rush to Mushhor town, but at this time, he was unable to step down. What's wrong? What's wrong? This strange sense of violation. Think about it. What is going wrong? The super brain is running fast. But at the next moment, star burning in the eyes of outsiders was about to leave this room, but it seemed that he suddenly remembered something, and walked back again. You get back. I still have something to do here. Xingran returned to the test bench and sorted out the utensils used just now, and at the same time, he quickly cleaned up the liquid medicine residue. My lord, let me do these trivial matters. The intelligence officer who came to report saw Xingran packing equipment, and the very doglegs were about to come to help, with a flattering look on his face. Oh, that's fine. No one noticed. In the several test tubes that Starburn had to clean after being sorted out, an afterimage flashed by, and there was a little more greenish liquid. Before Xingran left, he only opened the cleaning faucet. As for the remaining liquid in the test tubes, whether it will be washed into the sewage treatment system of the base with clean water, it is not known. It only took 10 minutes to pack up, leave the base to find no one at random, transform into a camouflage, and fly. The God of Thunder arrived at the nearest coordinates in Mushhor town and merged in one go. Looking at the dilapidated border town in front of him, Xingran unconsciously compared it with that Higyu town he had visited before. It is also a border town, and Higyu town is close to the country of fire, so the economy is developed and there are many floating populations, and they look like they are prosperous. And Mushhor town is close to the country of wind, with a sparse population, and it is not the only border town to go to the country of wind. Its geographical location and economic environment are very different from those of Higyu town, so it is understandable. However, it can be seen more or less from the international situation. The economic prospects of the country of the wind are worrying. Humans are profit-seeking animals. If the economic situation of the country of the wind is better, these border towns and ports will not be. It was so dilapidated. Walking into a town that is much smaller than River Valley town, the streets are sparsely crowded, and many houses are even empty. Most of the signs on the shops along the street have faded, or the characters have fallen, and the government is bankrupt. However, Such an environment has brought a lot of convenience to Xingran to find people with full perception and super audio-visual activation. This sparsely populated town was gradually outlined in Starburning's mind. Chapter 204 Where is Brother Chang? 4 more. The merchants in the shop have no business, so they can only take a nap. The women in the house are idle, beating their children. In the few hostels, some of the travelers passing by here are talking with the shop assistants, and some are in the house. Sleeping in my own room, of course, is more of a few familiar people gathering together for gambling. In the izakaya, there are already several drunks lying in the daytime, and while the snoring is loud, a thief is helping to organize their bags. No, the betrayal Ninxing brother is no longer in this town. According to the intelligence, the guy Cheng wanted to escape into the desert, but this town wanted to go into the desert. There were a lot of routes that he could take, so he had to ask someone to collect some information. When you come to an izakaya, there are many idle people here, which is equivalent to a Japanese-style bar. If you want to inquire about anything, you are right here. Kicked away the thief who was stuffing the message note into the drunkard's wallet, Xingran came to the bar. Have you seen this guy? Xingran took out the photo of Brother Cheng and showed it to the boss, who was blatantly looking into the water with alcohol. He also handed out a banknote worth 100 tals. Tsunade's boss glanced at the photo. The money next to him, frowned and continued his great cause of mixing water and not alcohol. Is this disgusted? Xingran didn't say much. Another 100 tal denomination banknote was pressed on the photo. Hey, don't look at the boss as if to ignore Xingran's answer, but the little eyes are always paying attention to the changes in the amount of banknotes. Xingran grinned, and added 100 tals, in exchange for a word. This is a black shop. Hey. Another 100 tals were pressed by the star on Brother Cheng's photo. I've seen this guy. The boss finished speaking, and quickly collected the 300 tals in front of him. At that speed, no single person would never be able to practice in 50 years. This time it's Xingran's turn to be silent. I want to ask why you don't have an AC tree in your heart. This answer is very good and very topical. I want to know his whereabouts, Xingran asked. The other party didn't respond, like an NPC that failed to trigger the opening mechanism. Starburn's forehead was raised with blue veins, and he gritted his teeth and directly took 500 tals of banknotes on the table. There was also a kunai that was shot together. The boss still looks arrogant, obviously cheap chef uniforms and dirty bibs, but looks down at Starburn with the eyes of aristocrats looking at the people, and then ... The body is very rejected, but the mouth is very puffy. I told all I knew, without retrieving the kunai who had been accompanied by the money by the izakaya owner. Xingran galloped away in the northwest direction. Sure enough, I was right. This Brother Cheng has been in this town for 3 days to recover from his injuries. Maybe he felt something and left in a hurry. With Dashimaru's intelligence system, Mushhor town was so close to his base, it didn't make sense to spend so long to find the target. The only explanation is that Dashimaru's intelligence system deliberately came to inform him of his opponent's whereabouts at this time. To be precise, it should be that the monitoring equipment found that it had sealed all the medicine into the reel, and determined that I was about to end the use of the laboratory, and then rushed to report Brother Cheng's information. Think more boldly. Why did Cheng obviously hide here to recover from his injuries? So why did he rush to the desert suddenly? It is very likely that the intelligence personnel of Dashimaru deliberately leaked the whereabouts and forced Cheng to the desert. The purpose of doing this should be to make money by using Dashwin's intelligence system and was targeted. Of course, Dashwin would not appreciate the 10 million tal reward, but Dashwin must be very interested in how he uses the money. This is especially true when I find myself using medical equipment to make medicines. But the guy who came to report today has a very good working attitude. Even if he is a nominal disciple of Orochimaru, it would be too much to be so flattering. You must know what the people in the base should do after they know their status has changed. What are you doing? There is no one who kneels and licks himself like this. I was just asking for news from Brother Chang. and that guy would worry that he was too late. This is a psychological suggestion, implying that he must leave here quickly to complete his actions. Xingran almost made his way. Although I am not afraid of Dashwin knowing that he is just making money and taking drugs, Xingran does not have the idea of letting people understand his secrets. The more secrets are exposed, the easier it is for others to find loopholes. Therefore, Xingran unconventionally cleaned a part of the convalescent liquid with the remaining essence and mysterious medicine in the pharmaceutical container. Xingran is 100% sure that the wastewater used for cleaning will be collected and sent to Dashwin for analysis, but it doesn't matter. If you want to analyze it, just analyze it. I don't know how much he will be misled by himself, leaving the town and coming to a wilderness area with rare interpersonal relationships. The environment here has gradually become barren, the vegetation has gradually changed color, and the desertification has gradually become more serious. Monster throw. Flying thunder. There was no one everywhere. Xingran launched a strange power technique, and fiercely threw a Kyuwu engraved with the Thunder God Warlock into the northwestern sky. Under the blessing of huge power, Kyuwu pierced into the sky for nearly a kilometer, and the star burned his body for a moment. And the person had already entered the media. It is more than 800 meters above the ground, and the people below can only see a small point when looking up, which is difficult to attract attention. Here, looking down on the ground with supervision, Starburn can search for the target trail to the maximum extent. Suspended in midair, Starburn really enjoys the feeling of flying. Although it has grown for more than a year, its ability to fly is still very weak. Both speed and distance are very limited. This is the idea of using Thunder God to come directly to the sky. It was conceived and born, avoiding the dilemma of slow liftoff and subsequent weakness after liftoff. Oh, it's quite fast. Call out. Another sound of breaking through the sound barrier sounded. Don't get me wrong, it's not that Starburn's flight speed has finally exceeded the speed of sound. But at an altitude of 800 meters, Starburn once again used a strange force to throw a Thunder God to the northwest. The angle of Kyuwu's flight this time is not to a higher altitude, but to control it at an altitude of about 800 meters above the ground for ultra-long distance projection. Brush once again came to a high altitude, this time directly moving in the air for a kilometer or two. Kyuwu's projection can be comparable to the range of the previous sniper rifle. Suspended high in the sky again, in the supervision of the burning star, there was still no trace of the target. Flying high in the sky, Thor continues. Xingran can't remember how many times he moved like this, and finally the green color disappeared completely on the ground. Even where the gobi was almost covered by yellow sand, a silhouette of a running figure appeared in Xingran's field of vision. This person was dressed as a desert nation, but his body style was a bit clumsy in the desert. Xingran just looked up in the air to confirm his identity. Brother Chang, you don't want to go out to sea with a hatchet and run into the desert to meet this seat on your head. I don't know if you have ever heard of a technique that descends from the sky boxing. Without saying hello, Xingran fell directly from an altitude of hundreds of meters like a meteor, and aimed directly at Brother Chang, who was rushing to the desert on the ground. Tomorrow we'll fight with Xiao. Who will it be? There is a digging hole in front. Thanks to the students who voted for the recommendation yesterday, the monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 205. Someone robs monsters. One more. Boom. This blow was absolutely sudden. Starburn's goal was to explode Cheng's torso, leaving the head to perform the task. The acceleration of falling from a high altitude matched the destructive power of the strange force punch, centered on Cheng's location, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The huge pit was formed instantly. The impact brought a lot of sand and gravel, and these gravel shot around like a cannonball, making the nearby riddled with holes. However, the stars in the smoke showed an unexpected look at this time. Missed. The acceleration of the free-falling body is still a little slower. Did you hear the sound of breaking through the air? The response was quite fast. Among the gravel soaring into the sky, a figure fluttered out with a slightly embarrassed figure. There was no obvious injury. This person flew more than 10 meters away, and after landing, He scored 3 or 4 meters before he could stop. Who? Brother Chang asked sincerely. However, Xingran did not mercifully tell the other party that the strange power technique chakra gathered on both legs, stepped on the ground fiercely, and once again stepped on the huge crater that had just formed a deeper crack. Under the reaction force, Xingran seemed to be he used the instantaneous technique to come to Brother Chang. Tanzu Jiao. This move was originally a range attack that hits the ground directly, but Starburn used it to attack Brother Chang's body. Wait, forgive me. Brother Chang let out a desperate cry. In Xingran's eyes, this little face was a little white, but there was nothing special about him. He was kicked into a few pieces directly under his foot and shot out in all directions. For a time, the world seemed to be dyed red with blood. The picture very bloody. Exclamation mark. Something is wrong. Xingran has been paying attention to the problem of its own illusion spell resistance for a long time, especially after starting to use drugs to increase its mental power. Although the increased mental power is only quantitative and not qualitative, it is very vain relative to normal practice, but it is undeniable that in the spiritual resistance in terms of sex, it is definitely much stronger than when the ability was just awakened. In actual combat, Xingran has been trying his best to avoid fighting with the illusion-type ninja, and it is impossible to see the effect intuitively, but it can be confirmed in self-assessment. The warning sign that suddenly appeared in his heart this time, Xingran immediately felt something was wrong. Ha ha ha, it's dangerous. If I hadn't hidden a hand of illusion skills, I would almost die now, you damn guy. In the messy field that was beaten, Brother Chang unexpectedly appeared beside Xingran, patted his chest with a lingering fear on his face. The illusion hand is his trump card. When Takiran lied to the little daughter-in-law and eldest girl in the past, using this trick was always good, and it offended many people because of this. However, he knew what he was. Once everyone knew he was good at it. It is not an ninjutsu, but an illusion. People who have been deceived by him in the past will not let go, so his illusion skills have always been extremely deep. After offending the big man this time and defecting, he went all the way down because of the trump card that was not on the intelligence. He has no idea how many times he has escaped from the dead, and he has no idea how many times he has made counter kills in adversity. This time, it will be the same as before. His eyes became vicious, and a handle pierced towards the star-burning carotid artery without hesitation. Ding! However, just when Brother Chang's Q-Wu was about to pierce Starburn's skin, a palm of his hand did not know when it blocked it, making a sound of golden and iron symphony. What? Brother Chang only had time to say 2 words. Starburning's whip kick kicked out as fast as lightning, and instantly kicked Brother Chang's remaining words back into his throat. Bang! Brother Chang, who flew upside down like a cannonball, flew far away before landing, bringing up a cloud of smoke. At this time, Xingran spit out a suffocating breath. In perception, Brother Chang died before landing, his internal organs shattered into a pot of thinness, and he kicked his whip leg. The entire section of his side sternum ribs, and even his spine, had become several sections. Almost overturned in the gutter. Starburnt with a sigh of relief wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. If it weren't for his mental strength during this period of time, he also had a glass necklace inspired by chakra armor on his neck, which hit hard at the critical moment. After repeating the chakra fluctuations in his body, it is really not easy to get rid of the illusion so easily. Well, if the necklace doesn't work this time, you will have to cut your throat hard once. Although there is a body of steel, the pain is much worse than the self-consciousness. After so long of growth for Starburn, the hardness of the steel body is definitely the level of the 13th Taibao horizontal training level, which is equivalent to adding a layer of stone skin technique to the skin at all times. As long as you are prepared, ordinary attacks can't cause harm. But it doesn't mean that there is no feeling. If you are prepared, you can be treated as if nothing has happened. But when you have no resistance to illusion, it is another matter. I took out the glass necklace. The technique in it is still the but the chakras pre-existing in it to affect itself have been exhausted and need to be recharged before it can be used. This is also a drawback of the design is too simple, and it needs to be renewed every time it is used up. Full energy. Xingran walked towards Brother Chang's body while holding the glass necklace to start charging. When Xingran approached the corpse, the glass necklace was also fully charged in just 10 seconds, and the original transparent glass bead body could faintly see a little starlight in it at this time. Chakra scalpel. Xingran put away the glass necklace. His right palm was already glowing with blue light, and he squatted down to cut off Brother Chang's dog's head. However, at this moment, the sharp chakra scalpel gave a slight pause, and then Xingran had risen from the ground and jumped far away. It's not that Brother Chang has faked his death, and it's not that Brother Chang cheated the corpse, but at this moment, someone came to pick the fruit. Todd undue long gun. 3 huge and sharp rock spear stabbings abruptly broke out of the ground around Brother Chang's body. The speed is extremely fast and the sense of strength is full. If you accidentally fail to escape, the average person will definitely be pierced with a few holes, and then the corpse will be hung in the air like a flag and drifting in the wind. Xingran frowned after avoiding the blow, because he saw that the attack just now was not only to put himself to death, but Cheng's body was also squeezed by the fence formed by 3 soil thorns at this time, and was sealed. Among them, it is not easy to regain Cheng's dog head now. Perception and super audio visual is fully open, there is no in the sky, and no surroundings. Then the enemy is underground. Tunzu Jiao. He stepped heavily on the ground. This time he was not attacking the human body. Its terrifying destructive power was displayed in the most intuitive and impactful form. The smoke and dust rising into the sky accompanied the scattered sand and rocks, and the vibration of the ground could be felt from a few miles away. A huge crater that fell from the sky than the previous star burned, and the spread of the sky is even larger. The burning stomping point spreads dozens of meters away from the center. When the smoke and dust dissipated with the wind, the terrain here seemed to have been changed, just like the surface of the moon. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 206 Xiao Organization Middle. Jiao 2 more. Call out. At the same time that Xingran stepped on it, a black shadow jumped out of the ground accompanied by the rising smoke and dust. Only then did Xingran really see the people coming. This person is 1 meter 8 up, wearing a mask, covering most of his face except his eyes. The white part of his eyes is bloody red, and his green eyes are like ghost fear on the head of a grave. Cold. If these characteristics are fairly ordinary, then this person's dress is definitely a style unique to a certain organization in this world. Red cloud service with black background. This is Akatsuki's standard clothing. Xingran matched this person in front of him with a certain old monster in his memory who claimed to be immortal. Jiao. The visitor turned out to be Jiao. Xingran was very surprised, and then quickly relieved. It was obvious that the other party also fell in love with Brother Chang's dog's head, and both came for the bounty, so it wouldn't be so strange to meet him. The eyes on the opposite corner were also a little surprised at this time. He thought that even if the sneak attack just now couldn't succeed, at least it would make the enemy mess around for a while. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to find his own trail in a moment, and use it. Countermeasures. Who are you, huh? It seems that you won't answer honestly. Who are you? Blocking my money? Do you want to die? Both ask questions at the same time. The idea of the angle is very simple. This ninja can easily dodge his own sneak attack and easily push himself out of the hiding place. It is by no means an ordinary person. Perhaps this guy's name has also been heard by himself, as long as he confirms the other party's name, identity, how to fight or have a preliminary plan, as to escape. Except for the god who can make him escape, he really hasn't appeared in the past few decades. It was just after asking this sentence, Angle unexpectedly found that he had done something extra. The other party had obviously used the transformation technique to disguise himself, thinking that it would not be so easy to report to himself. Star Ran's idea is much more complicated. The opponent is one of Akatsuki's undead duo, who is in charge of logistics and finances. For a moment, Xingran had thought about simply giving Brother Chang's head to the other party. It was not a wise move to stick with Xiao so early, but in a flash, Xingran had a new idea again. My current self, in order to avoid letting Konoa's people find it and disrupting the learning progress, every time I go out, I have performed transformation techniques to disguise myself. So even if I declare war with Akatsuki directly this time, it is only the price of changing my vest. In that case Xingran had a bold idea. That is to use this ordinary identity in all aspects, and in the days to come, and the angle will be compatible. As for the reason for this, the reason is very simple. Zhao is Xiao's financial officer. If his speed of collecting money is slowed down by himself, correspondingly, the progress of the project with the Eye of the Earth Moon will definitely be affected. The overall purpose of Akatsuki can be divided into 3 steps. The first step, gather a lot of money to prepare for the future. Step 2, establish a mercenary organization that does not belong to any country, start some small wars, first monopolize the small country at a low price, and entrust the war of the small ninja village, then release the tail beasts. Increase the scale of the war, and then break the ninja country system, destroying the economic system, monopolizing all wars. The third step, that is the ultimate goal, gather and seal the 9 tail beasts, summon the 10 tails, to implement the Moon Eye project, and use unlimited monthly reading to control everyone, so as to achieve the so-called eternal peace. It is the end of Konoha's 51st year. And Orochimaru has not yet joined Akatsuki. He joined at the same time as Itachi joined the Akatsuki organization, and soon left the Akatsuki organization. That would have to wait until Konoha's 56th year. There is a contradiction in the original plot. In Orochimaru's memory killing, he first joined the Akatsuki organization before Itachi joined. However, in the plot of Red Sand Scorpion and Standoff inviting Orochimaru to join Akatsuki, Orochimaru confessed inwardly. I also said that there are not only those writing round eyes in this organization, but also the legendary eyes of immortals. In short, there are a lot of bugs in the later stage of the Abos, and Xingran can only roughly infer a rough time. In other words, the 20 members of the Akatsuki organization are not gathered, and the probability is still in the first stage. And the most important part of the first stage is Jida's money-gathering behavior. Star Ran has already figured out how many results there will be for not being greedy. As long as Nagato's pain is attracted, this identity will always start the life of a bounty hunter who loves and kills with Koto. The economy will definitely restrict the development of Akatsuki. The blackened extremists like Nagato have a big plan with an overview of the overall situation, and they will not interfere with Nagato's apparent rule because of trivial matters such as funds. Judging from the internal harmony of the co-members of the Xiao organization, if there is a problem in the area that Jiaodu is responsible for, far more people will watch the jokes than the people who come to help, so that Xingran has more room to play. Strictly speaking, the horns are also bounty hunters. A rebellious dog's head is worth tens of millions. In the future, as long as you stare at those high-value reward targets, you will have the opportunity to have bad horns. If things go on like this, maybe wait until Naruto gets married. Now, Akatsuki has not yet started the third step of the tail beast capture phase. Xingran almost laughed at the thought of beautiful places. However, these inner thoughts only flashed in Xingran's mind for 0.1 second, and the body quickly implemented this Akasaka organization delayed development plan, which was to ask who the other party was. This has the most intuitive effect, and that is to tell the other person that I don't know what Akatsuki is, let alone who you are, so now we have no grievances and no grudges, and if you attack me, don't blame me for being mad at you. Revenge. Yes, Starburn is now trying to use the pretext of influencing himself to get rich. The obvious reason is personal grievances. In this way, the Akatsuki organization will not be treated as a problem within the organization, but as a member's private matter. street. It can reach the speed of delaying Xio's organization to accumulate money without incurring too much pressure on himself. It is perfect. Ah, the tone is not small. Just don't know if you have such great ability to make me die. Zhao Du heard the other party also inquired about his identity, and also said rudely, but he was not angry, but rather ridiculed in a gloomy tone. Ignite Earth and Unearth Spear. However, before Star Burning sneered at him, Zhao Du had already launched an attack and quickly rushed towards Star Burning. The main body of Kakuzu has the attributes of the main soil and the secondary water, and it is best at all kinds of soil ninjutsu and ninjutsu combined with soil ninjutsu. The earth spear technique does not use chakras to form spears to attack the enemy, but strengthens the flesh like a diamond. It uses chakras flowing throughout the body to harden the skin and increase the defense power to the limit, while enhancing the physical attack and destructive power. The highly versatile technique. Chapter 207 Who on earth are you? 3 shifts. This technique can transform defense power into offensive power while defensive, so that opponents can also be harmed. Although there are also the weaknesses of inconvenience caused by hardening, except for the accident of Thunder Dunjutsu, which can break the earth spear in this period, there is no ninjutsu. However, Xingran knows that the Bleeville ninjutsu of the Earth Spear technique is still exaggerated in the official information. When the later stage film level walks all over the floor and there are so many shadows as dogs, the horns can only be mixed in the Dirty Land Reincarnation Army. The team members dangdang. At this time, Zhao Du obviously underestimated the speed of Star Burn. Although this trick has a strong versatility, only by reducing the ability to move, Star Burn can 100% make the horn not touch him. Fighting the tortoise is probably a summary of what Xingran will do next. The horns are hardened at this time, and the defense power is almost the same as that of his own steel body, but the steel body does not have the weakness of inconvenience. Xingran does not hesitate to use strange power drive to maximum horsepower. Boom! Easily dodge the hand knife that cuts to the neck by the corners. Xingnian uses the rare attack speed of Shindo, and hits the chest and abdomen of the corner with a punch, like a home run, with all the corners fly back at a faster speed. Jira's body was drifting on the ground along the way, rolling 50 or 60 meters away before it could stop. The imposing red cloud suit with black background was now in tatters and turned into a bigger outfit. However, Xingran didn't chase after this attack, but watched the corner on the ground motionlessly. From the previous blow, Xingran was quite sure that he had hit the entity, and the opponent did not disguise it with a substitute technique. But with such a burst punch, Xingran knew that Ming had not caused any injuries to the horns. The Earth Spear in Geoda really has its own uniqueness. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds. Just when Xingran waited impatiently, looking for the detonation talisman in his ninja belt, the horns who had been on the ground pretending to be dead silently climbed up. Oh, awake. Let's continue when we wake up, Xingran said mockingly with a mocking face. This time the horns were no longer calm, and with his face turned dark, he decided to teach the other party a profound lesson. Originally disguised as a wounded Komu is a relatively normal tactic to lure the enemy. This style of play is where no one picks up the stab. As a result, the transformation technique in front of me is disguised as a very ordinary guy in all aspects, and there is even a poisonous tongue attack. So ironic. Why do I feel inexplicable and ashamed? Damn it, asshole, I'm going to dig out your heart, and watch me crush it into pieces before you die. The horns were very angry, but did not yell, and the tone was calm as if they were stating that something must be done. The fact that will happen. I saw that the horns tore off the red cloud suit with black background on his body, revealing the fighting suit inside, and on the exposed arms, many places were stitched by black weird lines, but at this time there seemed to be something in the stitching. The bottom was surging, but within one breath, many black lines that were disgusting like tentacles grew from the stitching area, and the horns had instantly turned into monsters parasitized by alien line creatures. Brush. When the instantaneous body technique was activated, Zhao Du came to Xing Liuan's side in an instant. Xing Liuan knew that Zhao Du's current state was the Earth Escape and Earth Spear technique in the form of Earth Grievances. In this state, the black lines linking the various joints of the body can be separated from the main body of the torso, which increases the attack distance to a certain extent, and also increases the flexibility of some actions. The angles in this state completely abandon the art of the Earth Spear. Action weakness: there is no good way except to use Thunderdun to deal with him. Instantaneous. Horn can use instant technique. Starburn is even more expert in instant technique. He doesn't mean to stand in place and the horn is facing the wave. Starburn appears directly behind Zhao Du, without any fancy punches. This is a strange power punch blessed by the body of steel. In terms of destructive power alone, it is a power that surpasses Tsunade. If this punch is solid, well, it was done just now. The punches and horns seemed to lie down for a short period of time. Boom! Between the sparks and flints, the horns rushed forward, avoiding the vital point, and at the same time, they turned around and punched out. Due to the displacement, the distance of the punch that the horns hit was obviously not enough for the star to burn, but in the next moment, the horns were all right. The fist was connected to the same forearm, and after pulling out a large number of black lines, it successfully matched Xing Ran's fist and made a sound of gold and iron. Tentacle punch. Puff. Stab. In the unbelievable eyes of the corner, his forearm was beaten up, and the ground thread connecting the forearm was broken in a large area. This time, the fist was completely lost. How is it possible? Who are you? Zhao Du could no longer control his voice, and his tone fluctuated sharply for the first time. The tentacle punch is hard, uses the power of the earthen spear and the earthen spear to harden the arm, and then uses the black lines in the body to separate the arm from the limbs, and then stretches out to make a heavy punch attack. The power is no less than the strange power of one of the three, Tsunade. Very destructive. However, it was the horrible punch of this shadow-level strength that was completely defeated by the guy who was hiding his head and showing his tail. The other party was definitely not an unknown person. Is it because someone deliberately set up a set this time, just to ambush and assassinate himself? The person you angered. Xing Ran replied very inductively, and while speaking, he punched again, with a violent wave of air hitting the corner that had just turned around. Relieve. Zhao Du once again turned into a sandbag and flung far away, until he smashed a small mountain bag in the distance and fell into a small half. The sound was crisp this time, and Starburn felt better than ever before. It should have broken the tortoise shell at the corners. It was really cool to drop 10 times in one effort, but the efficiency was somewhat low. In fact, Starburn has more efficient ways to play, such as the 8-door Dungia combo, which can deal with this stiff and high enemy, and can even continue indefinitely, exploding the grievance mask one by one on the corner. You can also use the Thunder God. The technique comes with several instant piercing attacks. This kind of attack has great lethality on the grievance mask. The original space-time Kakashi used Rex excellent penetrating means to start the game and explode the corners of the grievance mask. Weird. However, these two methods are ninjutsu with Konoha's characteristics. As long as they are used, Starburn will be locked in 100% by the horns. You know, there is an intelligence expert in the Akatsuki organization. Even if it is flying, Thor can't keep the secret for long as he deliberately investigates it. And what else can Xingran take out? Don't even think about the ninjutsu of the Mountain Clan, not to mention the practicality of dealing with the corners. Once this technique is used, it is estimated that the next day, not to mention the identity, even the name of the other party can be found. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 208 Throwing a coin to kill one more. Then there is the shuriken throwing technique and the chakra scalpel. These two techniques can be used openly. There are many people in the ninja world, but it seems that they can't have a decisive effect on the enemy's horns, Only those who have just learned it. The abilities of Strange Power and Superman can be hidden within the range of physical skills. Some people with strong physical skills can achieve similar effects without the blessing of Tsunade. Moreover, the powerful waterist of the water escape, and the thunder the chakra mode of the escape has similar effects. In such a large ninja world, it is unrealistic to want to confirm one's identity by this. It's just that, with a single style of play such as the Strange Force Fist, after all, it cannot bring a fatal blow to the horns. This time, Xingran finally remembered the ninjutsu, and he still has the changes in the nature of the soil. He has not developed the soil well. Escape ninjutsu. At this time, if a soil escape ninjutsu, it might be able to complete it. Akatsuki's finance minister was crushed by Wazishan. If you have time back, it's time to develop a ninjutsu that changes the nature of chakra. Wow! Just when Xingran felt that he was still inadequate, the horns buried in the hill by the gravel did not choose to play dead this time. Instead, it only took less than 2 breaths to crawl out. Only this time, the horns were more embarrassed. Not only did the clothes become tattered again, but even the body felt tattered. A large number of joints have cracks of varying degrees. This type of crack does not flow out any blood, but a black line, which is not to be counted. At this time, the horns are all on the back, and the 4 sides have no artistic sense. The ugly mask was finally exposed. An angry roar was faintly heard from the embarrassed Jiaodu. As the roar grew louder and louder, behind the 4 weird masks on Jiaodu's back, as if something was about to break out of the shell, the scene gradually became frightened. Instantaneous surgery. Coin detonation. With a flash, Xingran's figure suddenly appeared behind Jiaodu. Without following the principle that the transformation cannot be interrupted, Xingran brazenly launched an attack. I just digged it out of the ninja bag, in order to mix tens of thousands of tals of banknotes with the detonating talisman, and then at the moment when the instant appeared, one hand mixed the detonating talisman with the banknotes and spread it over the corners of the body, and one hand was covered on the blue chakra light full of cutting power. The angle that had just reacted really showed a moment of distraction, but when he realized that there were detonating symbols in these pieces of paper, it was too late to avoid the attack from Starburn. The chakra scalpel fiercely inserted the thread that had burst from the back of the corner, and was pierced at the same time. There was also a mask representing the water attribute ability. This blow meant that the star burning was finally over. The corners are in a fifth of their lives. The horns uttered an angry and painful growl. A heart is gone. Even if the pain is far lower than normal people because of grievances, it is still heartbreaking. No one likes the heart being penetrated. Feel. Well, there is still one, but I don't know the current angle. A few years later, there will be a talk called Ftuan, which will often perform heart penetration. The horns have already entered a life and death crisis. 80 horns now can be said to be the most experienced person in the entire ninja world. Perhaps there is not one of them, so naturally they will not give up resistance at this juncture. Drink. The horns screamed, and finally released the remaining 3 masked monsters before Starburn was about to destroy the second mask. Xingran naturally saw that. He decisively jumped back and used his thermal vision to detonate the detonating symbol mixed in the banknote, trying to get a distance and regroup. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, but soon 4 black shadows emerged from the smoke. Destiny will always have an amazing coincidence at a certain moment. Just like now, Starburn instantly attacks from behind and immediately becomes surrounded. Not only does he play like Kakashi in the original time and space, he even surrounds himself. It is also the same as the original time and space, including the Earth escape deity of Jiaodu, as well as wind, fire, and thunder, and 3 mask monsters. The mask monsters have different body shapes. The mask monsters that represent the wind escape are like animals, with 4 legs on the ground, thin wings, and blue facial patterns. The fire escape mask monsters have a chubby body and red lips. Finally, the thunder escape mask monsters are tall and tall. It has a large body, a yellow nose, and a mask like a ghost. Take it to death. Zhao's voice returned to the original low and steady state again, and it can also be seen that Zhao Du is very confident in his current state. Fire escape. Hard work. The horns were quickly sealed, and the fire escape mask monster took the lead to launch an attack. The bursting flames instantly spurted from the mask monster's mouth, and Starburn seemed to be facing an incendiary attack. The flames were mixed with deadly shockwaves, and the surrounding Gobi environment instantly vaporized, and the hot air from the explosion blasted the star-burning clothes. Xingran didn't mean to resist its power. Although Xingran has a superhuman physique, one doesn't have the habit of standing up and outputting. The unresistible one said that the main thing is to stand and be beaten, and then prove how hard he is. The behavior is really stupid. The instantaneous technique left the place, and when Starburn appeared again, he had already left the encirclement. Wind escape, pressure damage. Without giving Xingran the slightest chance to breathe, the horns continued to seal, and the wind escape mask monster's big move came to Xingran's head shortly thereafter. Like the heavy artillery scrubbing the ground formed by air compression, the tornado compressed to a high density was shot out in chunks, and all objects near the location of the starburn were cleaned up. The figure of the starburn was also disappeared at the same time. You can't run away, just die obediently. The second teenager in Zhao Du possessed his body. False darkness. There were a few more knots in the corner, and the thunder mask monster, who had been waiting in place for the moment, finally launched an attack. Due to the impact of the wind and pressure just now, Starburn is surrounded by debris blown by the wind. Under the speed of the wind, these debris has amazing lethality. In this environment, the instant shot is used rashly. Surgery is very easy to fail and even get injured. Xingran is certainly not afraid of this harm, but it is still the previous habit. If conditions permit, who would be willing to be beaten? Xingran did not use the instantaneous technique to escape this time, but followed the oppressive wind force and stretched the distance from Zhao Du. However, although I don't know what Starburn thinks, the horns that controls the monsters of the Thunder Dungeons, one thing is very clear. That is the effect of suppressing the enemy in restricting the movement of the enemy. At this time, it is formed by using pseudo-darkness. Thunder's big spear. It's time to attack enemies with restricted actions. Bala. The big gun formed by Thunder finally hit Xing Yuan's body after a 3v1 style of play in Zhao Du. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 209 The Technique of the Body of Steel 2 more. Pseudo-darkness is an amazing ninjutsu that can penetrate even rocks. With such a powerful lethality, let alone the restrained art of Earth Escape and Earth Spear, even the ninjas trained by the 13 Taibao cannot hold it. As for steel, whether the body can be held, this is estimated to be known by another Kryptonian. With Xingburn's temperament, it is of course impossible to be beaten obediently. With a bang, Xingburn's body penetrated by the lightning spear suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared, leaving only 2 pieces of rotten wood in place. 100 meters away, Xingran's figure gradually solidified from the void, and he took a few breaths. Xingran felt a little helpless. Just now when the horns were not opened up, he had been suppressing the opponent with absolute power. For a moment, Xingburn had the illusion that he could sling shadow-level powerhouses, but the horns released several mask monsters. Later, the oncoming pressure increased sharply, and the situation seemed to reverse the situation in an instant. Instead, he became a character who fled in embarrassment. Why not just use Fulshen to solve this troublesome undead ninja? No, no. Xingran shook his head, and threw this tempting idea out of his brain. Although Flying Thunder can easily kill the mask monster, he can use the easiest way to complete the Battle of Diagonal. However, victory alone is not enough. Once Starburn uses the trick of Thunder God, he must ensure that he can kill all the corners. Otherwise, exposure is certain by the means of Akatsuki, which means endless troubles will ensue one after another. Do you want to pass that day? By the way, Xingran is a little bit powerless about completely extinguishing the horns. This guy has 5 lives. He is just as shameless as Babu up, down, left, and right. Xingran absolutely believes that there are only 2 horns left when he kills the horns. At the time of his death, this old immortal who once assassinated the first generation and successfully escaped from ascending to heaven will definitely try his best to retreat. Rather than using the Thunder God technique to fight the risk of exposing your identity, it is better to do what you can. Anyway, according to the original idea, the days of falling in love and killing each other will be long in the future, so there is no need to rush for a while. Once again, Xingran had a strong desire for the advanced ninjutsu developed by Chakra's change of nature. You know, this is the one in front of you. Obviously there are still 3 lives, but he died of a move that Naruto had just developed. In the middle, I'm so sorry for the tycoon who has escaped in the hands of the first generation. The inner thoughts lasted less than 0.1 seconds, and the stars burned together again, and the counterattack began. Instantaneous. Xingran reappeared behind Jiaodu. This time he no longer used the extremely repelling force fists, but instead launched a new round of attacks with the chakra scalpel and body art. After several rounds of fighting, Xingran found some clues. Every time the mask monster activates the powerful ninjutsu, the horns as the main body will have the seal action. If the horns are in close quarters, the horns will not be in the operations space. His few masked monsters can only level a jingle bells. In midair, a series of hits and collisions are endless. The speed of Starburn is much faster than that of Horn. However, Horn is absolutely professional in physical skills. In addition, Horn has more than 10 years of fighting experience. In the strange physical offense and defense, Star burning will not take much advantage for a while. But soon, the situation between the two of them was broken by the mask monster. After Jiaodu slightly adjusted to the attacking rhythm of Star burn, the 3 Fenghuo mask monsters quickly entered the battle between the two. I don't know if the Grim Resentment mask needs the deity's mind control, and I feel that the horns didn't have much thoughts, and Xingran quickly fell into a siege under the cooperation of the 4. The air cannon ejected from the mouth of the Feng Dun mask monster is powerful enough to penetrate the giant tree surrounded by dozens of people. The fireballs fired from the mouth of the fire escape mask monster, each of which has an explosive power not weaker than an initiating talisman. The lightning spit out from the mouth of the Thunder Dungeons has an amazing cutting power, and the place it passes is as if it is cut by a laser, and it can easily leave a few meters deep gully on the ground. The above-mentioned powerful attacks are just a means to flatten a by the mask, which is a foul. Although Xingran didn't like the stance, it didn't mean that he didn't have the energy to exchange injuries. There were a few good chances. Xingran didn't hesitate at all, and with the mentality of being close to one shot, he also cut a few big holes in the body of the Jiaodu deity. After dozens of rounds, the two sides separated, but only half a minute passed. At this time, the deity of Jiaodu had one missing arm, but the broken arm covered with black lines did not fly far away. Xing Liuan knew that once the Jiao had a chance to approach, he could still retract the broken arm. In addition, the horns are covered with suture openings on the body, and there are more incisions. The most dangerous one is a wound through the shoulder. This was originally a blow aimed at the heart by Starburn, but it was hard to resist at the critical moment. Air bombs, coupled with Jiaodu's timely dodge, only missed the target. Starburn's state at this time was relatively better. The transformation technique was not relieved, but the clothes became tattered. In the 30 seconds just now, Xingran hardly resisted 2 air cannons, 1 inflamed bomb, and the lightning attack also wiped out a bit, but the body of steel was all resisted. In general, this wave took a big advantage. What kind of ninjutsu are you? Jiaodu also noticed the situation of Starburn, feeling that after playing for so long, all the chi was spilled on the opponent's clothes, and his mood was not too bad. No comment. Of course Xingran wouldn't tell Jiaodu that this trick is called the technique of the body of steel, and he didn't understand it. At this time, Xingran's mind quickly calculated that the Tudun deity in Jiaodu was too flexible compared to the masked monster that had been separated from the body. The efficiency of staring at the deity was too low, and he worked hard to kill the deity. Those puppets can also be resurrected, so it's time to change their style of play. Let's get rid of a few masked monsters first. The masked monster is huge in size and has a single style of play. As long as the shadow clone is used to wrap the corner of the deity for a period of time, to prevent him from enlarging the seal, it should be much easier to deal with. Just do it when you think about it. That's how it is to fight. Unless you are overwhelmed by your strength, or you know it well, it is difficult to kill in a short period of time. The tactics are gradually perfected in constant temptation. Multi-shadow avatar. In an instant, on this devastated Gobi desert, bursts of white smoke drifted away. Hundreds of ordinary-looking shadow clones appeared here, and these shadow clones were standing or squatting. The expressions are different, but they all have a sense of rebelliousness. Todun Dulong gun. A large amount of sharp rock and soil pierced the soil, and as soon as Starburn's multiple shadow clones appeared, they were targeted by Jiaodu and eliminated a large number of clones. Chapter 210. My name is Clark 3 Shifts. But apart from being able to fight the shadow clone, there is another useful place. That is, the smoke effect when it is lifted. Although the horns used a more restrained method to crack Starburn's multiple shadow avatars 7 or 8, there are still many fish slipping through the net. That's enough. The remaining multiple shadow clones are in groups of 3 to 5, spread out evenly to the corners and a few mask monsters. And there are also a dozen or 20 people. Starburn's deity is also hidden in these shadow clones. If you want to solve these more than a dozen shadow clones, it is obviously not cost-effective to use large-scale ninjutsu. Even the undead chakra is limited. The best way is to use ordinary attacks to flatten the annoying clones are solved one by one. This gave Xingburn time to harvest the results. The star-burning deity, who had already sneaked into the Thunder Mask monster, was sure to give the Thunder Mask monster a fatal blow before Jiaodu wiped out the shadow clones around him. Ping pong pong. For a time, the battlefield became noisy due to the increase in combat units. In particular, the star-burning shadow clones were mostly noisy in order to attract attention, which made people feel as if they were surrounded by hundreds of ducks. Bang bang bang, ding, stabbing. 3 more shadow avatars were killed. The lightning spit out from the mouth of the Ldun mask not only killed several avatars in one shot, but also cut the kunai in the hands of a nearby avatar in half. However, because of this, the Ldun mask monster appeared flawless. Xingran did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack from behind. The chakra scalpel covered the entire forearm. No one noticed. This one should have rushed into the air from the side and could not be hit. Behind the hand, the guy who has nowhere to borrow in the air should rush past behind the mask monster. However, at this moment, it seems as if there is a momentary hovering, stupefied and stabilized in the air. Noisy, an arm covering the blue chakra light passed through the back of the Ldun mask monster, and the palm of the hand pierced directly from the inside of the mask monster, just cutting the monster's mask into 2 irregular pieces. Patter. On the clearly noisy battlefield, the sound of the mask falling, but so crisp, the deity of Jiaodu was obviously affected by this sudden change, and the whole person was shocked. Fortunately, all the shadow clones around him were knocked down at this time, otherwise, with the star-burning character, how could he also benefit from this deity? Damn it, kill. The horns were completely furious. The next moment after star-burning succeeded, the remaining wind evasion mask monster and fire escape mask monster no longer act alone, nor did they merge into one as Xingburn imagined. A wind and fire mask monster. In the sound of Jiaodu's screaming, the 2 mask monsters returned to his body, and a large number of black lines were tossed in Jiaodu's body. Xingburn knew that Jiaodu was going to expand again, and the instantaneous technique was about to get closer. Kill once. It's just that this time the horns were prepared, and the same instantaneous technique left. When the two showed their figures again, in Xingburn's eyes, the horns had completed the form of resentment. The main body is still his deity, but there is a mask representing the wind and fear on both shoulders. At the same time, a large number of black lines gush out from the joints of the corners, even from the mouth, as if for no reason. The beard-like appearance was strange, and the broken arm was successfully recovered by the horns at this time. Wind escape, pressure damage, fire escape, hard work. At both shoulders, the two masks opened their mouths, and the compressed wind chakra and bursting fire chakra spurted out at the same time. With the help of the wind, the fire became more violent, and its explosiveness directly burned the surrounding environment into a sea of flames. Starburning's eyes and corners even used such a wide range of big moves, not retreating but advancing, because at this moment, there is an inexplicable illusion in the perception that the horns are going to run away. This kind of feeling is unclear. Anyway, I think it will be so I moved with my heart, and the whole person rushed into the sea of fire that I had avoided before. Krypton's secret method, big hair. But even so, Xingran doesn't have much hard-working idea of resisting injury and forgetting to die. Since the last time I used super freezing gas in Snow Country, Xingran seems to have little power for these, but it is very powerful under certain circumstances. Useful methods have reached a new level of cognition in my heart. For example, now, in the face of such a powerful sea of fire, Xingran's hard resistance must be extremely uncomfortable, but relying on super freezing to open the way, although it is still impossible to crack this ninjutsu, it opens a narrow channel for him quickly and steadily. The flame in this passage was blown away by an inexplicable cold frost. As long as Xingburn left before the new flame filled the place again, it didn't actually cause more trouble. Chakra's scalpel penetration kill. The star burning is like an arrow crossing the line of fire, bursting out of the raging fire, covering the entire right hand of the forearm, and piercing the angled chest fiercely. Kill again. The sea of flames is still raging, but the people who started the sea of flames and the people who should have been submerged by the sea of flames stand facing each other outside the sea of flames. Ahem. Before I die, I want to know, who are you? Who sent you to kill me? The angled expression is stiff, and there is still a hint of unbelievable in the expression, which is a trick to being pierced by others. The chest is unbelievable, and the expression is like saying, how could I die here so easily? Seeing this guy covered with black lines, he was still squeezing a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and the star burned speechless. You have already played one trick to wear your chest just now. You didn't die that time. Why do you think this time? Can you fool me? Want to tell me my identity? In fact, it can't be blamed for the horns to have this design. Starburn did stab a heart before, but that was when most of the ground resentment was out of the body. The two fought very fast, and there was no intelligence on their own. It was explained at the scene that it can be used as unknown ninjutsu to escape the fatal blow, so there is room for deceiving the enemy's intelligence. Naturally, you have to give it a try. The ghost knows that in this kind of battle where there is no communication throughout, how could the other party know so much about his own situation? Listen well, my name is Clark. I am a bounty ninja who is interested. Also, I know you have 2 lives, so don't pretend. Xingran slowly spoke, his eyes fixed on the corners. Do not let go of any trace of the other's face. When Xinglian said his name, there seemed to be a ray of light flashing through the eyes of the green horns, and when Xinglian said that you still had 2 lives, he was still pretending to be dying. Both. His expression was obviously surprised. It's now. At the moment when Zhao Du's mind was affected by his own words, Starburn's, his other hand was covered with a layer of blue chakra light, stabbed. Another sound of the mask shattering sounded, and Xingran planned to complete the 4th kill this time. As the saying goes, now and then, I was worried that the horns wanted to run all the time, so they were a little tied. Now it is different. The horns have only the last heart left. What is there to kill each other in love for the reward? Everything can be thrown aside. As long as Zhao Du can be killed at this time, our organization will not only lose a general, but also its speed of collecting money will be fundamentally reduced. So why not do it? Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 211 Xiao One More. Wind Escape, Pressure Damage. It's just that Starburn hasn't arrived yet and the Thunder God's coordinates are planted on Zhao-Da's body. Zhao-Da's only remaining Feng Dun heart takes over the body. A move to suppress directly affects itself. Star Burning happened to be blown away in an instant when he had just completed a sneak attack, and the distance between the two was stretched. And when Xingran rushed out of the wind blast against the wind pressure for the first time, all he saw was the back of the strange winged wind escape mask, holding the body of the horned deity, flying farther and farther. Strange force throwing plus flying thought chase. Just when Xingran was about to catch up with desperately, the wind escape mask, which was about to turn into a black spot in the distance, made a strange noise, disappeared in the smoke bomb that suddenly exploded, and completely lost its trace. So, was this technique also used when escaping from the first generation? Xingran made some deductions, and finally gave up the desperate pursuit of the angle. In fact, when I was blown away by the wind and pressure, I no longer had the chance to kill Zhao Du. Just now I saw the Feng Dun mask monster on the horizon. It's really hard to say whether it's the main body. Don't forget, Zhao. All of them can be remotely controlled to complain about the black line. If you desperately catch up and find that this is just a suspicious soldier along the way, then it will be funny, exposing Fushin himself. The weirdness that disappeared after the smoke was simply, but I was staring at it with supervision. There is no trace to be found. Is it reverse spiritism? Perception was fully turned on, the perspective was activated, and after a careful observation of the underground situation, Xingran finally took away Brother Chang's head, and found nothing else. Actually, it's not a pity. If you can kill the horns, it's naturally great. But this is the existence that can escape from the hands of the first generations. Some methods are also normal and acceptable. The old people who are so difficult to kill in the original space time are so difficult to kill by Naruto in one breath. Losing 3 lives is a plot kill, and the real situation is more reasonable now. In the cloudy sky, a flash of lightning flashes across the void from time to time, and the pattering rain connects the sky and the earth, where the rain seems to be the whole world. In the endless rain, a distinctive city is faintly visible. In the city, the architectural style is dominated by metal and high towers, and various unidentified water pipes seem to connect everywhere in the city, giving a sense of chaos and complexity. In fact, it's not just these water pipes that give people a sense of chaos, but this country as well. This is the country of rain, a small country where it rains every day, and the rain never stops. The outside world knows very little about the country of rain, only knowing that the country is divided and civil war is endless, and the law and order are strict, and they are afraid of foreign spies invading. Its ninja village is Yunin Village, which has developed many unique moves, which has raised the abilities of each ninja to the limit, and has successively developed many unique moves. The assassination technique in this ninja village is very developed, so it is often accepted and trusted by other countries. Only recently, the leader of this village seems to have changed individuals. Not only did he madly accept war commissions from other countries, he even took the initiative to promote this economic activity, hoping that the Third Ninja World War, which was finally stopped, could be fought again. Sometimes, for the sake of other countries' war commissions, they will not hesitate to lose a certain amount of profit and income. In fact, most people in this country do not know that their leader has really changed. The leader of Ming Mayan, once known as the demigod of the ninja world, Sanshou Hanzo, has already lived and died. Now the person in this country is truly in charge of the country, and it is Pen who killed Sanshou Hanzo, who is also the agent of Akatsuki. Yes, in Akatsuki's organization, Pain is at best a talker. Even though many people who know that Pain exists, they think that he is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but in fact, this leader is just a person. It's just a puppet of life. The master who controls this puppet is the person who has the eyes of the reincarnation of the legendary ninja's ancestor, the 6 ways of the immortal, Uzumaki Nagato. In a hall with no furniture, more like a warehouse, there are a few people wearing red cloud suits with black background and mostly unruly behaviors. Their behaviors are concentrated here. If you look closely, you can easily find that most of these people are wearing the forehead guards from other ninja villages, but with a striking scratch on the forehead guards, telling others that these people are defecting ninjas from various villages. Tandao Pain, who was controlled by Nagato, stood in the middle of the hall, staring at the reincarnation eyes that only gods deserve to have, staring at the void ahead as if he could break through the barriers of time and space. Seeing the desired future, he seemed to pay no attention to anything. Just stood there, but brought terrible pressure to everyone present. So, this month's activity funds will be less than before? A magnetic voice full of mature women sounded, and the speaker wore a bun. A paper-folded flower is the best headdress. Her hair the color is like the gloomy sky blue here, and the eyeshadow that matches the color of my own hair adds a bit of charming color to its plain white. Even if they are like everyone present, they are all wearing robes with red clouds on a black background, still unable to conceal their outstanding appearance. This is Xiao Nan. If Pain, who has the eyes of reincarnation, is a god sent by heaven in the eyes of ordinary people, then Xiao Nan is an angel of God, not only because of her angelic appearance, but also because of her fighting style. The huge wings formed by paper escape are the main reason for her to gain the title of angel. How is the investigation? Who is the man named Clark? The name should be from Thunder Country. Faced with Xiao Nan's question, the corners of the new red cloud suit with black background were evasive. Instead of talking about it, I asked instead about the organization's control over intelligence. This person is really hard to find. There was no such a person in the ninja world before you, and you said that the guy was disguised with a transformation technique. It takes time to find him with just a few ninjutsu. A weird like a pitcher plant. Half of its body protruded from the ground, and the rest of the lower body is still hidden underground. The most interesting thing is that this weird not only looks like a pitcher plant, but the place where the humanoid features can be seen above the neck is half black and half. Bai, who was speaking on the white side, had a frivolous tone that made people unpredictable. This person was Akatsuki, who was in charge of intelligence. If it wasn't for this guy who always thinks that his teammates are dragging his feet, and killing his own people for no reason, this time he won't lose so badly. It really deserves it. HMPH, I don't have the place for you to talk about my business. In the corner, a handsome red-haired boy was playing with the intricate mechanism in his hand, without raising his head in a sarcastic angle. And Zhao Du didn't take the red-haired boy seriously. After a word, he turned and left the hall. During the whole process, he didn't exchange a word with the boss Zero, that is, Nagato's Heavenly Dao Pain. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 212 Konoa 52 Summer 2 more. What a rude fellow. Old men are so annoying. Standing behind Pain, there is no sense of existence. The man with a rearing mask on his face seems to be talking to himself, and he uses it on purpose. Everyone present could hear the weird accent, muttering after Zhao Du left. Among the people present, in addition to Pain, Xiao Nan, and the Red Sand Scorpion, there are also a few rank rebels, but these people are not the core of the Akatsuki organization, and there is no identity ring on their fingers. But even so, most people I didn't take the masked man seriously, not even a person who answered the call. It's like every team with more than 7 people has a funny guy hiding it. This guy named Dave didn't really see it, but everyone. He has become accustomed to being responsible for the funny part of the team, so he is also looked down upon by these high-powered and unruly rebels. Seeing that everyone present did not answer his words, The masked man scratched his head slightly stiffly, giving up his intention to continue to say a few words. Maybe here. Besides joining Akatsuki with Daito, even Nagato and Xionin in the cooperative relationship have a little contempt for the hidden head and tail of Daito. If star burning is here, I would definitely not despise this masked man like Akatsuki. As one of the bottom bosses, even the one with the heaviest part of the scene, Uchiha disguised as a masked man takes the soil. Absolutely, it is a character that requires extreme care. In fact, Taito just wanted to make the organization pay more attention to this matter, but unfortunately, he had a word with Nagato. It is not time to rob the class to seize power. The current Akatsuki organization is almost the same as Nagato's, and all of them are wrong. How much do you want to control if you think of yourself as a god? Taito is not Nagato. He is not very clear, but he would normally not allow other sounds in his own territory. Thinking of this, Bring the Soil changed his way of speaking, hoping that Jiaodu's behavior aroused most people's dissatisfaction, and the abbreviation caused public outrage. In this way, once Jiaodu suffered self-damage next time, he did not organize himself. When it brings any benefits, the organization will make more targeted decisions. Instead of being scattered like now, everyone can freely use their nature, tear each other down in the organization, and even kill their companions. Let's talk about business. Huang Quan of the Kingdom of Ghosts helps Tahiras to launch a coup, or agree to him. After the trivial matter was finished, Tan Dao Pain, who had been standing in the C position, finally spoke. Dog of bereavement, what benefits can he bring out? Xiao Nan's tone was cold, and he most looked down upon this kind of villain who had cholera in his own country for his own selfish desires. I have investigated. After Huang Guan's failed coup a few months ago, only a few of his henchmen escaped. Now he, not to mention commissions, may be enough to feed his old, weak, sick and disabled. This time he's paid for painting cakes. On the contrary, he helped the Kingdom of Ghosts capture Huang Quan and get some bounty back. After Xiao Nan expressed his opinion, he definitely also told his information, and at the same time he screamed at his weird voice. Published a black remark. None of the people present felt that there was something wrong with such things as black eating black, and all of them were expressionless. Reject this entrustment. I heard that there is a Cthulhu in Yonokuni recently. Since this matter involves many senior officials of Yonokuni, Yonokuni intends to entrust us to deal with this organization and put all Thianas who are inconvenienced to kill. Cleared out. Tan Dao Pain proceeded to the next topic very simply. I'll go there, just to collect some doll materials. The red-haired Red Sand Scorpion proactively said. Next, there is another task. The Bloodstain family in the water country has begun to clamor again. This time the goal is those guys whose brains are full of bones. The country of the river, in the secret base of Orochimaru. In a laboratory with a huge floor area, Daishiwan shook his hand with the small test tube containing a light green liquid, and smiled. But this smile seemed a bit oozing under his gloomy temperament. Nice idea, naive approach. Am I going to teach you something more? In the room, there is only Orochimaru, but at this time he seems to be talking face to face with someone, speaking naturally. It's like the support of the elders to the younger ones. The main part is the essence of the mysterious medicine of the mountain people. This is not common. The other half is a special healing and repairing health medicine. It is just that this ingredient should not be suitable for oral administration. It is so simple to mix it up, and I want to make up for it. The flaws of the mysterious medicine are too simple to think about. Daishiwan picked up an inspection report on the table, and sipped the liquid in the test tube while talking to himself. Well, it's this taste. Just a little bit can significantly relieve the fatigue. Well, the side effects are equally powerful. This health ingredient doesn't work at all. Xingran Jun, you should increase the amount of medicine to repair the part. All of the medicinal powers broke out in a very short period of time. Maybe it can barely play a role. No. Such a strong medicinal property will bring more pressure to the liver. It is not worth the loss. It is not worth the loss. It is a bit tricky. Ha ha ha. More interesting, the cell's endurance is not considered. Xingran-jun, you still need to learn genetic knowledge. In the large room, the chattering continued for a long time, and I don't know how long Da Shi-wan looked at the analysis report in front of him. Finally, an order was sent to the door of the room. Go, ask Xingran-jun if he is free in the past 2 days. I will take him to a place where he has an interesting study. Maybe he will be interested. In the empty corridor, there was no figure, but there was a faint sound of crawling animals. The dividing line of the years. Time flies. The white horse flies. Winter goes by. Spring comes again and summer. It's been more than half a year since Xingran fought against Koda for the dog's head. And now it's Konoa's 52nd summer, not far from Xingran's 15th birthday, and it's been almost a year since Konoa's 15th birthday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6, 6, 6, 6 o'clock. Ha ha ha, I won again. Do you still have money in your small vault? Didn't you snatch someone else's 8 millionth reward last time? There should be some surplus. Go get the money, let's continue. The heroic smiled heartily. The sound rang, turning the owner's depression accumulated for many years from the inside out into a sense of happiness, overflowing the entire room. Teacher, I still have a subject that hasn't ended. There are too many places to spend money. This is all the remaining belongings. I respect you. I almost let me go. Chapter 113 Yin Seal 3 Shifts. Xingran helplessly supported the forehead protection, and got up to take the white robe hung on the co-track. This is the second time this month, Mr. Purse has been killed in battle. He hasn't finished a lot of things, so he will have to do it again soon. It's troublesome to find a corner. Is there any human experiment in Orochimaru? Hoshiran-kun, I advise you to be a good man. Tsunade's wealthy fan took the gambling money on the table into his arms, with a happy face, like a treasure guard the dragon, but his mouth is a little bit damaged. What is human experiment again? Teacher, I have principles in life. I am only studying cell engineering, and it has nothing to do with human experiment, Xingran retorted weakly, as if it was true. Since Orochimaru took herself to see a researcher named Yukai Hashinobu a few months ago, Xingran resolutely joined Orochimaru's cell and genetic engineering projects. Not only can systematically learn these prohibited technologies, more importantly, Dashwin concealed himself. Combining these disciplines with the spirit and soul, they can have complementary growth effects, compensate for the adverse effects of certain drugs on the human body, and even improve the efficacy of drugs and other problems. Xingran knows that this is Dashwin's investigation into the matter of making money for researching and improving the family's secret recipe. Although it was just a flash of light at the time, he did not expect that there would be such a good effect. Cell and genetic technology. But the unique skill of Orochimaru, to be able to learn these systematically, is much more useful than working hard to learn sleevel ninjutsu here in Tsunade. However, because of this, Hoshiran, who joined the Orochimaru Research Institute, was labeled as an evil researcher by Tsunade. Even if Hoshiran invited Tsunade to visit her learning place and content, she did not change her words. Every time Xingran wants to do business, this nominal teacher will tease that he is doing evil and illegal human experiments. Really? Your body is full of blood and rotten smell. Don't think you can hide it from us. Dashwin and I know that you have your own secret laboratory outside. What are you studying in there? After collecting the gambling funds, Tsunade suddenly looked overly serious. For a while, Xingran felt a little uncomfortable, and his white robe seemed to pause for a moment. Teacher, why am I covered with blood? The money you have earned in the past few months has been fished out of these blood. Are you embarrassed to say me? Xingran yelled uneasily. I don't have much to teach you anymore, you are out of the teacher. Tightening the forehead guard on his forehead, Xingran opened the door to leave. There are 2 more techniques that I haven't learned. You don't want it anymore? Just when Xingran half of his body had stepped out of the room, Tsunade's voice sounded leisurely, and it was very annoying. Want to learn? Do you still teach? Let me learn some practical gambling skills. Goodbye teacher. Wait, How is the resurrection method you and Dashimaru learned? After so long, does Dashimaru want to deny it? Teacher, what's the situation now? I don't want to tell you what you know. To see the improvement results of the reincarnated body, you must first fulfill your promise. You two do not trust each other. Cooperation has long existed in name only. Then you go send a message, put the mute off. Before I counted him for nothing. Let's shoot and break up. Xingran walked very resolutely this time. In the past 2 months, he has been threatened so many times. With Tsunade's character of not seeing rabbits and flying eagles, he wants to learn the art of 100 grands and the art of creation and regeneration. We must let her really learn some gambling skills. Don't think about it, they are all adults. Okay, Star Ranch is not an adult. Anyway, it's all about trading. Xingran teaches Tsunade a trick to gambling, and Tsunade will follow the mentor and apprenticeship and teach Xing to light up good things. For example, Xingran touched the protective forehead on his forehead. He was not dressed like this before. The reason is that a diamond-shaped mark has appeared in the place covered by the forehead. Yin seal. A diamond-shaped mark appears on the forehead to fine-tune the chakras, which can instantly heal and strengthen the attack and increase the speed. Skilled users can also rely on the low output and fine adjustment of the chakras in the imprint to achieve youthful appearance, improve physical function, and make the body the effect of maintaining the function in its heyday. Of course, these things are better than nothing for Starburn. The real effect is to reserve a large amount of chakras. If you can get the technique of Beihao and creation and regeneration, then the effect will be different. The Yin Seal is the 2 techniques. The prerequisite skills were when the Yin Seal really showed its effect at that time, but unfortunately it can only be used as a power bank now. This is the reward for the transaction. Because the statistical method proposed by Xingran a few months ago was developed and completed by Tsunade, he graduated from the sealing technique course, which was a perfunctory teaching, and directly completed all the contents of Yin Seal. To say that Tsunade is really an individual talent, Xingran just gave an unproven theory, and she devoted herself to the practice of gambling without hesitation. With the control of a medical ninja, and with the help of super chakra control and muscle memory, Tsunade insisted on calculating what strength and angle each point would be required to cast a huge project 7 or 8. During this period, a huge amount of data was created in Tsunade's mind, which is not something ordinary people can do, especially in the last 2 months. After reaching the state where he can cast whatever points he needs, Tsunade found Xingran and began to collect apprenticeship fees. He won at least 5 million tals of gambling money in Xingran. How to say? Learning a Yin Seal not only taught Tsunade a craft, but also added more than 5 million hard currency, which is a relatively cheap price. Right. If it weren't for a coincidence, Xingran didn't even have a way to learn. Thinking about it this way, the loss of more than 5 million tals and the delay of his own experiment would not be a major matter. Especially Xingran discovered that Tsunade's trick seemed so powerful. No one can beat her by throwing the dice in the future. It is a pity that Cheng is also Xiaohe and Xiaohe is defeated. This kind of gambling method is too simple and wants to win big money. Unrealistic. Casinos in this world have to guess the size or odds or doubles. They are afraid of cheating in the casino. They can also play slot machines. However, it is not common to bet on dice with people. Generally, only a few casinos have this kind of project, and the people who play it if they are acquaintances. If Tsunade is involved in such a way, others will withdraw after a few handfuls, and earn some woolen money. It's not just Hoshiran who figured this out. During a visit, Silent also asked Tsunade this question. So Hoshiran was a tragedy. Tsunade came to Xingran for gambling every other time, and there was always a great deal in his words. His grievances seemed to be a financial fraud, but the fraudsters used reasonable methods that are not stipulated by the law. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. The following is free. We will bid farewell to 2019 and enter 2020, and continue to move forward with my blessings. Wish everyone, happiness is boundless. and go forward courageously. I wish to get what you want, and feel comfortable. Life is like honey, very mellow. Healthy life, happiness and health. Chapter 214. Clone the container one more. In fact, this is Tsunade's undecided win. Xingran seems to have no disadvantages in the casino. It is all cheating through clairvoyance. It's really better than throwing dice. Winning or losing is beyond your control. Xingran couldn't hate it at all when he thought of reporting on the silence of his senior sister. This senior sister was really suffering. I can't think of barking her teeth with Orochimaru, but she was captured. And this prisoner is not a prisoner in the ordinary sense. Not only does she have to assume the responsibility of a normal prisoner, but also to become a trump card for coercing Tsunade. She has to be watched all the time. Well, it is the kind that is studied and observed. Because when Silent was captured, Orochimaru planted the imprint of the heavenly curse, which had just developed technology and had a lot of room for growth. But he did not die on the spot, but survived miraculously. Now the look of Orochimaru at Silent is different. It is a look at his precious collection. So far, only 2 people have survived the imprint of the heavenly curse planted by Orochimaru, that is, Miturai and Kato Mute. Of course Orochimaru didn't know, there will be Uchiha Sasuke in the future. Anyway, in the eyes of Dashwin now, Silent will be the best candidate for his next body. And Silent wants to get rid of the magical grasp is really far away. It's just that Xingran knew these things in his heart, but he never told Tsunade that such valuable information, of course, had to pick a good time and buy a good price. Anyway, Xingran knows that in 2 or 3 years at the latest, Daishiwan will find a female body that fits perfectly with his soul. Silence now seems like a small life, but in fact, there is nothing serious. To date Tsunade should have confirmed that Xingran can no longer teach any useful gambling skills, so he just clarified the words. She is not playing with the Orochimaru. Everyone shot and broke up. It's just that although Orochimaru doesn't do anything to Mute now, it's definitely impossible to just let people go. Will these 2 old guys fight? While thinking about it, Xingran came to Daishiwan's laboratory. It's Mr. Xingran, come in quickly. I read the research report you wrote before. There is no problem with the data and supporting theories. If the expected effect in the report can be achieved during the actual operation, then congratulations. Cell and I don't have much to teach you about gene cloning. As soon as Star Ran arrived, Orochimaru warmly greeted this disciple who became more and more attracted. There are many disciples of Orochimaru, and the subordinates who have taught are countless. However, the people I met before were all mediocre people who learnt his fighting skills, but the pharmacist was still satisfied with himself. He has various medical and human research knowledge, the dazzling talent, but compared with the child in the mountain family in front of him, it is only the result of shopping around. If it wasn't for that he had found a way to live forever, Xingran in the mountain was the one who could inherit his mantle in this life. Although Daishiwan didn't think so in her heart, she had already made this position for Xingran in her subconscious mind. All the teachers are well informed. If there is no problem with the theory, the actual operation will definitely be okay. Xingran showed a sincere smile. This expression is from the heart of happiness. It's not easy. In fact, Pharmacist has provided some more complete genes and cloning technologies to Star Ranch, and Xingran is confident that he can finally penetrate this knowledge, but the results of learning with and without teachers' self-study are extremely different. In addition, at least the teacher's experience can help students save a lot of exploration time. Now it can basically announce the graduation of cell and gene cloning technology, and Xingran can finally try to carry out cloning experiments. Isn't that why Xingran needs to carry out a cloning experiment? A person will always have a great interest in a certain thing at a certain moment in the life of a person. This is the case with Xingran. As the saying goes, holding the magic weapon in the hands of murder. In fact, when Xingran first obtained the cloning technology from the hands of the pharmacist, he was very interested in this kind of crooked science and technology fruit. At that time, I was planning to prepare for the establishment of a secret laboratory. One of the big reasons was that I wanted to put the cloning technology into action and see what I could do. Until now, the time is ripe. Teacher Orochimaru, there is something else this time. Mr. Tsunade asked me to tell you that she quit, and the cooperation is over. Let you put the mute. Senior sister, everyone shot and broke. Xingran said very much. Frankly speaking, he basically told Orochimaru what Tsunade said. Everyone is a smart person. Everyone knows why it is like this. There is no need to explain so much. If you say too much, you will be suspicious of favoritism. The silence cannot be put, at least, not yet. Her physique is very suitable for my curse seal, which is of great research value and use value. What I think, Mr. Xingran should be very clear. Orochimaru is very hesitant now. With Dashimaru's character, let alone fulfilling half of one's promises, even if he fulfilled all of his promises in one breath, as long as he could achieve his goals, he would just let it go. But now it's different. Dirty reincarnation is a technique developed by the second generation of Hokage. He is only improving on the basis of this technique to enhance the strength of the resurrected person, its existence time, the effect of repairing wounds, and so on. In fact, in the past half a year, the more complete reincarnation technique of the dirty soil, as long as it is the kind of resurrection that does not require much combat power, Orochimaru can be used at will. And now it is stuck with Tsunade's promise. It is not a technical problem. It is a matter of gains and losses. The silent physique data can be compared with the red bean data, which has an incalculable benefit for accelerating the improvement of the curse seal of the sky. At this time, whether Tsunade will help improve the immortal reincarnation forbidden art is not important anymore, because as long as the silence is still the most important container link in helping to perfect the imperial reincarnation forbidden technique. Teacher Orochimaru, I also have some new ideas about the curse of the sky. Xingran naturally knows what the Orochimaru is about, but just now, Xingran, whose brain is swiftly running, already has the ability to kill two birds with one stone. Idea. In the original time and space, Orochimaru's later stage Bujigai can already be resurrected using only its own cells and soul fragments. Now Oshwin is muted. The main reason is the importance of the curse seal to the Bujigai forbidden technique. In fact, there is a way to try, and that is to use the cell tissue of the Dashwin itself to clone a container that belongs to him alone. This container may have various cloning weaknesses, but only in terms of fit. It's not a star and a bit stronger than those spare tires that resist the curse of the next world without dying. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. In the new year, I wish everyone good health, wealth, high scores, and find friends of the opposite sex. Chapter 215. The first one's own base 2 more. In fact, Xingran has been unable to figure out that Orochimaru can teach Uchiha Hashin, a clone master. Why didn't he think of this method to solve the container problem? Later, after seeing Uchiha Hashin's full-handed writing wheel eyes, a radical thought flashed in Hoshinaran's mind. That is, Orochimaru wanted a body with a strong writing wheel eyes. For this reason, he gave up early in order to study the subject of the body after reincarnation in the direction of cloning. Now Xingran is trying to perfect this topic with a successful case in the original time and space, but the key content cannot be stated clearly, otherwise Dashwin can easily do it, and then it will not be able to buy a good price. As long as the problem in this link can be solved, Xingran is sure to let Dashwin be released, remembering his own good, and at the same time allowing Tsunade to recite his own favor, which can be described as eating the family, and maximizing the benefits. Saying goodbye to Dashwin, took the graduation report slightly trimmed by Dashwin and came to his nominal laboratory. This is a laboratory that no one is allowed to enter. The equipment inside is very professional, but the purpose is relatively single, and they are all equipment used for cloning by waiters. However, in such a good experimental environment, starburn is usually only used to do some simple test experiments, but no one knows it. The reality is that this laboratory of Starburn is only a nominal cover. When Xingran locked the only door of the laboratory provided by the dash pill, a shadow clone was left behind, and he immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Starran had already appeared in a new laboratory. It's really convenient to have Flying Thunder God. I don't know how many times Starburn will always send out this emotion after teleporting. The art of Thunder God is very important for Xingran's use in battle, but the convenience outside of combat is even more important. At this time Xingran is far away from the base in the deep forest of the river country in Orochimaru. The current location is Numa country. Numa is a very small country bordered by the country of ghosts and the country of snow. Whether it is political economy or military and people's livelihood, the country of Numa is at the bottom of the pyramid of the world. In many cases, it is a vassal of the country of ghosts, appeared in the eyes of other people. The economy here is backward, the population is sparse, most of the places are deep mountains and old forests, there are underground volcanoes, but there are few hot spring resources. The country's daimyo governance methods are clumsy, which is a poor word in summary. Such a poor country has naturally become the most marginal place in the world. Few people come here, and it is also a good place for the country of ghosts to seal sprites. However, Starburning did not come here because of sprites. That guy has been sealed. Starburning didn't mean to do anything. He came here because Starburning's first secret base, which belonged to him alone, landed here in the mountains. At first, Starran wanted to build his first secret base in the territory of Snow Country. However, at that time, one of his shadow clones who were looking for the treasures of Feng Shui discovered this place. It is located at the southernmost tip of Snow Country, and the location is more secluded. Considering the trouble of too low temperature, the straight line distance from here to the capital of Snow Country is shorter than the distance from some Snow Country to the capital. Based on this geographical location, it is much more convenient than building a base in Snow Country. This is a huge space that is slightly rough. Many excavation marks are new. It is located in the middle of the space and is also on the smoothest repaired site. A seemingly crude but in fact well-equipped aseptic laboratory stands tall there. This base has no gates. The entrances and exits were resealed by Starburn before the laboratory was completely completed. Except for some hidden ventilation ducts, there may be creatures of the level of snakes, insects, rats and ants that can enter and exit. The only way to enter here is to use time and space ninjutsu to directly transmit in. After changing into a sterile suit, Xingran entered this laboratory, which took him more than half a year, and almost smashed into the laboratory where all the bounty income was received. What you see is all kinds of scientific research, medical precision equipment, and one huge semi-open office area. In front of a striking plan form in the office area, Starburn drew a big circle in the form, writing cell and gene cloning, which represents the subject and the large number of subsubjects extended from it. After completing the phased research, in the words of Daishiwan, he can graduate from him. In this huge plan chart, there are several subjects that have been circled by Starburn, but in general, the projects with flowers in circles are not much less than those without circles. Another one has been solved, and, well, there are many more. Xingran held his arm in one hand and his chin in the other, as if he was appreciating some artwork, watching what he made. Plan map, muttering to himself with emotion. From this picture, you can intuitively see that among the projects that have been circled to represent the learned skills, there are Orochimaru's famous stunts, Reincarnation, Curse Seal, Tsunade's Yin Seal, Weird Force, and Vortex Seal. Tsunade's introduction to the medical system, the Master, the cytogenetics, cloning and other human research projects of -1. What has not been circled is the reincarnation of the filthy earth, the technique of the 100 tyrants, the creation of regeneration, the change of the nature of the earth, ninjutsu and the change of form ninjutsu, etc. There are also Tsunade's medical system specialization knowledge, and the poison configuration of the Osh pill studies, primary cell transplantation technology, etc. projects. In general, Hoshiron is under Orochimaru and Tsunade. He has graduated from university. You can choose any craft to be very good in the ninja world, but if you want to study their graduate students, you should have no chance in a short time. Tsunade's remaining two sleevel ninjutsu, unless Hoshiron has the real gambling skills to teach her, she doesn't need to think about it. Although Orochimaru has opened up all the contents of immortal rebirth to herself, it is to make her own. Tsunade is better involved in the improvement work. Even cell and gene cloning are unexpected gains. It was Daishiwan who mistakenly thought that he was improving the family secret medicine, helping himself to enrich his knowledge base. Because he was like a Ryuo, it can really improve this kind of medicine. The daily fatigue relief of Dodashuan and the recovery effect of the scattered soul in the curse mark are both important help. This is the purpose of Daishuan, to teach herself more. As for the other unlearned content, some sub-subjects in the Dire Earth reincarnation major item have been drawn in several circles by star burning, indicating that these knowledge points have been learned. There was spiritism in it, but there was no contract beast, and Dashimaru did not let herself touch the dragon he gave. There is also a complex technique that uses cell tissue as a medium to summon the soul of the dead to come to the world. If the control program in the spell is activated, it is a means to make the spirit's body involuntarily driven by the operator. There are more theoretical foundations and case studies that support the establishment of these soul descent techniques. Chapter 216 Start the cloning experiment. 3 shifts. In general, Xingran can be regarded as learning half of the knowledge of rebirth from the dirty soil in the hands of Orochimaru. Except for the last steps of offering sacrifices to the living and resurrecting the dead, Xingran has already learned. However, these last steps are also the most critical steps in this technique. Without the addition of the corresponding technique, this semi-finished filthy earth reincarnation technique can only be regarded as a poor man's version of the spirit descending technique. At most, it is to recruit other people's ancestors to speak, similar to the methods used by some psychics in previous lives. P.S. Organize your abilities. You will need to use it in the next plot. When he arrived at the main workbench of the laboratory, Xingran's right index finger was suddenly stained with a blue chakra light, which was the light of a chakra scalpel. Having been in this world for so many years, Xingran has acted self-harm for the first time, cutting through the palm of his left hand slightly with difficulty, dripping the overflowing blood into the collector. This is a relatively difficult project. It is not technically difficult. It is entirely because Starburn's self-healing speed is too fast. Although it is not as conspicuous as Wolverine's abnormal recovery speed, almost 100 milliliters of blood is collected in the collector. The wound on the palm has naturally scabbed. Helplessly, he repeatedly gave himself 3 knives. Xingran donated 300 milliliters of blood for science this time. After a lot of time wasted, his body did not have any adverse reactions, and he felt very hungry. The experiment is about to begin. Hungry is not a star-burning style. Because of the mission needs, there is often no conditions for eating a big meal. Now it is different. The Thunder God technique allows you to eat fresh shark fin soup in the morning in the southern water country. At noon, you can go to the far north to eat snow bear paws, and in the evening you can go to the easternmost Thunder country to taste authentic yak steak. A simple healing technique completely repaired the scab wound. It took 10 minutes for the star to burn. Flew to the tourist resort sacred place Yonokuni, easily ate a large table of dishes, and started his experiment again. The theoretical knowledge of cloning technology is ready to graduate, and the cloning equipment that needs to be used was finally prepared some time ago. Everything is ready to start the first clone experiment. Xingran was very minded this time, and directly used his own blood to create clones. Xingran has studied his blood and genes for so long, of course, and he has determined one important thing, that is, his awakening, not the awakening of power, but the awakening of blood. His gene sequence is already different from ordinary people in this world. To be precise, on the basis of human genes in this world, the powerful genes of Kryptonians have been added. To illustrate this point, the genes of ordinary people in the ninja world are like a car. The domestic car in the decade was simple in structure and clear in principle. With the addition of the Kryptonian gene fragment, this domestic car in the 1980s had almost the same composition as the steel exterior, and was equipped with a high-tech transparent windshield inside. A new generation of artificial mechanics seats, all-terrain tires, luxury version of artificial intelligence control system, compatible with automatic driving, satellite navigation, car phone, top with sound effects, and so on. The most important thing is that there is a super strong battery panel roof that can absorb solar energy at all times to transform power, and a hybrid ultra-high power engine that can accelerate from 100 meters to a dream-level supercar within 1 second. Therefore, it's okay for Xingran to call himself an alien, but the Mountain family has a lot of genes, and it cannot be 100% classified into the ranks of pure-blooded Kryptonians. What kind of people will be cloned from this gene? Xingran looked forward to it very much. At this moment, Xingran was like a reckless mad scientist. Xingran only cultured one sample this time, and there were still a lot of blood samples in the collector. It's not that I don't want to get more samples all at once, but because the funds are limited, I have to save some money. The genetic sequence of this sample is all composed of Xingran's own genes. In other words, this is a complete copy of Xingran. At the genetic level, there is no essential difference between the two. Will there be a clone who is exactly the same as Xingran? Can this clone use the magical abilities of the Kryptonians? Time lost: 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, 2 days. 3 days later, Xingran finally exhaled his turbid breath. The first clone experiment was a thorough human experiment. There were flaws in many places on the way, which delayed a lot of time, even failed twice, and finally had to start over again. Finally, after numerous complicated procedures under the microscope, Starburn finally completed the production of the cloned embryo. The next step is to add appropriate nutrient solution according to different time periods, and wait for the embryos in the incubation tank to mature under the accelerated ripening environment. This ripening process can have many kinds according to need, the most abnormal and miraculous. It is the same as a normal maternal development fetus. It matures naturally. In addition, there are often several stages of experimental samples on -1. They are a ripening period, a 6-month ripening period, a 3-month ripening period, a 1-month ripening period, and a half-month ripening period. Depending on the ripening time, the lifespan of the clones is also different. The shorter the time, the shorter the life. The sample cloned by Xingran this time was made according to the standard of half a month. There are 2 reasons. One is funding, and the other is time. Starburn may not spend so much time on the first test body. When there are more test samples in the future, it may consider making some cells more viable and longer lifespan. Some clones. Busy time always flies quickly. Half a month passed quickly. During this half month, Starran always paid attention to the development date of clones in the cultivation tank, and could put things on paper into reality. These are all Xingran cherishes precious experience. Looking at the experimental sample that was exactly the same as his own in the incubation tank, Starburn felt a weird feeling. Did the characters in the previous life movies feel that way when they saw their clones? It's not so creepy, right? After reviewing the various sets of data, this clone is very healthy, but because it has no memory, it is better to say that this is a humanoid creature than a human. With this step, Starburn's clone production experiment is over, as long as the body's various function data are normal. In the next experiment, according to the normal procedure, Starburn will use illusion to instill the memory he wants to this clone without any memory, which is like a piece of white paper. It is also an activating procedure. After doing this, a long lifespan, a loyal underling for 3 months was born. However, Xingran has never studied illusion systematically, so I can only wait for this step. It is strange to say that the spiritual talent of the Mountain Clan is notoriously strong, but this family is not famous for illusion. Konoha's the illusion family belongs to the Pommel Horse Clan, and I don't know if these two families had unknown dog blood hundreds of years ago. They both relied on spiritual power to eat, but they were able to have such a clear division of labor. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 217 Consumables. Right round eyes. One more. Take the clone out of the cultivation tank, lift it to the shoulder like a sack of star-burning resistance, and the flying thunder god launches it. The next moment, star burning comes to a desert with rare human traces. Apart from the sand, all there is left is the scorching sun. The genes in the clone are exactly the same as Starburn, so what Starburn wants to know most is whether this clone can photosynthesize like itself. Perception is turned on, the perspective ability and supervision are activated, and the blood flow in the blood vessels in the clone can even be seen in the line of sight of the star. This was a long and boring data collection process. The clones were not even wearing clothes, and were randomly placed on a piece of white cloth by Starburn, and placed in the desert like this, without human rights at all. Xingran holds a writing board and writes and draws on it from time to time. It was not until the sun was about to set that Starburn returned to the laboratory with the clone. Instead of putting the clones back into the culture tank to keep them fresh, they put them on a bed similar to an operating table, which was a long observation time. After a day and night of data collection, Starburn discovered that this clone does photosynthesize when there is sufficient sunlight, just like every Kryptonian, but this photosynthesis is very inefficient. The comparison of the data at each time point is only based on sensory judgment, which is very easy to ignore. In contrast, in a non-sunlight environment, the solar energy that has just been acquired in the clone body dissipates very quickly. Originally judged by cell viability, the activity of the clone increased after exposure to the sun, which means that this half-month fast-growing clone will exceed the life limit of only 3 months. However, those clones give cells the energy that brings vitality dissipates from the body at a faster rate than when the sun is gone from the moment the sun disappears. This is nothing to be happy about. The lifespan cannot be increased, and this clone does not seem to be much different from an ordinary clone. Seeing the essence through the phenomenon, why is this? The effect of burning stars in the sun is much worse than in the comics. This clone that completely replicates itself is even worse than its own situation. Moreover, he does not have the energy dissipation in the state of no sunlight. What is the problem that makes it so different? After thinking about it, Xingran only came to the conclusion that this clone has no consciousness and soul of its own, and is just a carbohydrate, not a real creature. It can also be said that if Starburn's guess is true, consciousness is like an entrance guard, and a cell is like a warehouse. With an entrance guard, it can control the entry and exit of energy, control the speed of energy coming in and going out. Without consciousness, you can only let energy pass through in the most primitive and inefficient state. Really an interesting discovery. Next topic. After activation, see what happens. In the open underground building, several unexplained pipes and some wooden handrails are staggered to form a platform where people can move. Even if a lot of candles have been lit, in this dim environment, only a small part of it can be seen clearly. The two roots with colorful animal masks became half kneeling on this platform, and in front of them was the highest leader of this place. The writing wheel eyes are originally thrown away when they are used up. Even the Uchiha clan who holds the writing wheel eyes gradually lose their pupil power every time they use it, and eventually lose their light, not to mention some forbidden techniques or even use it. The writing wheel eye itself can be activated as a price. Danza's voice spread far in the open environment, saying here. He suddenly pulled up the gauze that held his right eye, and revealed one of the writing wheel eye that was blocked. Come out. The two root members looked up and saw the Shaolin Yan in the eyes of Tuan Zhang. Although it was a 3 jade, it was already dim and dull, and had long lost the magical look of Shaolin Yan. Go. find a substitute for my eye. Danza commanded in a calm voice. If you want to attack the Uchiha people, you need careful preparation. And, codenamed B, analyzed. It's not necessarily the Uchiha clan. Someone who has no parents and teachers and killed a friend possesses a writing wheel eye. Danzo interrupted B's analysis with cold eyes. Hagai Kakashi. At this time, another man, who was obviously younger, codenamed A, said, "Forever no future troubles." Danzang commanded expressionlessly, as if the person he arranged to kill was not a companion in the same village. Cold-blooded and merciless. Swipe. After the two air-breaking sounds, tranquility was restored here again. In the darkness, only the faint candlelight swayed weakly, as if accusing the world, that darkness is always more than light. Hokage building in Konoa village. Yuzuki Uian brought Kakashi, who had just visited Haranarin in the cemetery, to the Hokage office. Kakashi, during this period of time, people in our dark part and root part have discovered the defected Orochimaru and left behind a secret research site. The team on this mission happens to find a facility of unknown purpose, and has already report that should also be one of the research facilities abandoned by Orochimaru. The third generation of Hokage Sarutobi was sitting on the tatami, and said solemnly, "Did the team investigate internally?" Kakashi asked, squatting halfway in front of Sarutobi Hitters. "Fortunately, there was no investigation. Because I don't know what's inside. I can't let too many people know about the research of Orochimaru, but investigation is a must, so send me." It's been 3 years since Orochimaru defected from the village, but the mess he left behind is still a headache. "I'll beg you this time." "Hi." After some dialogue, Kakashi quickly left the village. Not long after, Danzo came to Hokage's office. "I heard that you found the stronghold of Orochimaru." Danzo has already used Arcane at this time. If Xingran sees Danzo at this time, he will find that Danzo at this time is already the dress after the beginning of the plot. It's just some research facilities. I have sent someone to investigate. Sarutobi Hitters and finished speaking and stood up. "That's it. Don't you worry. Even if it is a research facility, it is hard to guarantee that there are no traps left in it. I wonder if the investigator is reliable." "I'm sending a master of Anbu." Sarutobi risen. He's heard the yin and yang strange in Danzang's words, and his face becomes cold, and he emphasizes solemnly, "During this period of time, both the Roots and the Anbu are investigating the secret place left behind by Orochimaru, both openly and secretly." Before Sarutobi Izumi thought it was Danzo who wanted to hunt down the defected Orochimaru. Investigating this is hoping to have clues, but soon his intelligence was found to be wrong. "Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support." "Thank you." Chapter 218. The unactivated clone 2 more. The people at the Roots didn't seem to be investigating. On the contrary, they seemed to be receiving the inheritance of Orochimaru. This made Sarutobi Hitoshi dissatisfied, so I felt that the Dark and the Roots are now faintly competing, and they want to find them earlier than the other party. Something left over from the Orochimaru. It's just that Anbu is really doing things for the village. Their purpose is very simple. They should not let Dashwin kill the compatriots and do human experiments. These things will be known to the victims' relatives. To conceal these dark things will help the stability of the village. I hope he's okay. Tuanzang looked as usual, as if he hadn't seen the serious expression of Sarutobi Rizuan, turned around, and left while talking. Outside Konoa village, on the road Kakashi had just walked, the two colored masked Roots flashed away in the direction Kakashi left. At the same time, the country of the river is deep in the mountains and old forests, in the secret base of Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, I helped you heal your injury, and it is considered a great effort. Now I am not interested and have no energy to continue to improve your disgusting forbidden technique. Now you put the mute off. I don't want your unnecessary resurrection. Let's break up, and the road will go to the sky in the future." Since the last time I confirmed that Xingran really couldn't teach her any new gambling operations, Tsunade had the intention to leave. only to let the nominal apprentice send a message to Orochimaru. After more than half a month, the result seemed to have fallen to the sea, and there was no reply. Tsunade, who couldn't bear it, finally broke out today. If Orochimaru didn't give himself a statement, he wouldn't be able to demolish his snake hole today. That little girl is my captive. If I can improve the immortal reincarnation forbidden technique and reduce the side effects, I will definitely return her to you. But if I can't do it, then I can only stay with me to help. Mushhor. The voice was particularly harsh, and even a faintly cold killing intent could be felt. What can she do for you? I haven't been able to perfect the forbidden technique, so she can't even do it. Anyway, you just don't want to let people go, don't you? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. Tsunade never not a good-tempered person, Yuan Shikong, until she did the 5th generation of Hokage. This dangerous temperament has been reduced a little. Tsunade of this period is actually more dangerous than the original time and space when he did Naruto Tsunade times. Using Jiraiya's words, Tsunade probably entered menopause, so don't look for her at this time if you die. Ha 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 ha, Tsunade. Don't you really want to see those two people resurrected? Orochimaru's mouth seemed to be a decision to keep Tsunade, but the body was honestly posing as a battle at any time. Boom! A loud noise passed through the underground base and spread beyond the mountain peak. At this time, the loud noise also turned into a dull rumbling sound. After hearing it in the distance, it felt even more terrifying, as if something terrifying under the ground was about to break out of the ground. In general, a large number of birds flew. Looking at the several walls that Tsunade smashed casually, Orochimaru's eyes twitched. This woman is still as violent as she remembers. If she is not careful, she will really die. It wasn't that Orochimaru was afraid of Tsunade, mainly because this base cost a lot of money. It would be a pity if it was destroyed like this. The worst thing would be to wait for him to transfer the research data during this period of time. Xingran said before that he thought of an improvement method. As long as he succeeds there, I will honor the promise. Now you either ignore your female apprentice and fight with me, or think about how to help your apprentice speed up the progress. A big battle was suppressed after Dashwin was temporarily softened, but some contradictions are no longer reconcilable, and the outbreak of war will become more intense if it doesn't take too long. How could this happen? In Xingran's secret base, staring at the clone that couldn't be activated in front of him, Xingran fell into a research bottleneck. Generally speaking, only a simple illusion can instill memory in a clone that is still a blank sheet of paper. In this memory infusion process, because the clone has memory, it will naturally have the corresponding personality and consciousness. This completes the steps of activating the clone to become a clone. However, Xingran deliberately spent half a day for this research, earnestly learning some basic illusion knowledge, and after more than half a year of drug practice, he has accumulated a very large amount of mental power, which is only used to activate the clone. There is no problem with physical, spiritual, and intellectual, but as a result, this clone of myself has no response. It is still like a pile of carbohydrates. Is it because my mental power is only quantity but not quality? So the true ability of illusion is actually very poor. No, even if the illusion is really bad, it should be easy to deal with such a mindless clone. It is a figurative metaphor. The illusion resistance of a clone without the mind is 0, and even if the level of the illusion is theoretical, as long as it can be displayed, it will have at least a 1 point. To say it is an exaggeration point, an illusion with only 1 point of lethality can also crush a clone with only 0 points of resistance. As far as this problem is concerned, the weakness of igniting mental energy, lack of quality and quantity, does not affect the activation of this step. Spiritualization. Mobilizing almost his whole body's mental power, Star Burning forcefully activates and Sleeville subtle mystery technique that cannot be used in actual combat. When I first learned the art of spiritualization chapter 150, I analyzed the difficulty of the art of spiritualization. Because of the family secret medicine Xingran has accumulated for so long, and finally barely reached the last step in the triathlon. Only a huge amount of mental energy can supply the caster in the spiritual state to move remotely without the support of cellular energy. Starburn is now at this stage. Then there is the quality that enhances the mental power. If the quality can also reach the standard, then the spiritual body can enter the target body to snatch the control of the target body, and then do whatever it wants. Xingran still has a long way to go to achieve this step. The reason is that Xingran can't use this lethal ninjutsu in the first place, and now it is just opportunistic to be able to barely achieve this point. The star burning sitting in the same place seemed to be asleep, and a hazy phantom floated out of the star-burning body at this moment. Without feeling the beauty of flying, Starburn is different from ordinary people, and flying is nothing new to him. The star-burning spirit body entered the clone body. Without the slightest feeling of being obstructed, Xingran was in a daze for a moment, and then controlled the clone to sit up. Looking at the same body as the deity, it feels a bit strange. The most obvious is the clearly visible sense of weakness. This body is far worse than the deity. After squeezing a fist, Xingran hadn't had time to feel the condition of this body more. Attraction from the depths of the soul suddenly came, and the next moment Xingran found that his consciousness had returned to the deity. Chapter 219 Simulated Soul Curse Seal 3 Shifts. Sure enough, the spiritual soul is still too weak to support the operation of spiritualization for a long time. As a scientific researcher, such a setback is not a failure. Of course, there is bad news and good news. At least Xingran knows that apart from the fact that his clone cannot be activated, there are no more problems. Spiritualization can come, indicating that this clone can already be counted as a creature. Confirming this, the original intention of Starburn's research was basically achieved with the major premise of using clones as reincarnation containers. Continue to test what will happen to the clone after applying the spell of the sky. The way Xingburn casts the curse seal is completely different from that of Dashi-1. Xingburn does not have the habit of biting people. His method is more like inoculating seedlings, mixing the special immortalized cells extracted from Chongwa's body into the spell seal. The ink package is implanted under the target epidermis by injection. Xingran researched the reincarnation of a dead body in Dashmaru. Don't use too much of these materials. He can cultivate it himself. It's just that the soul fragment that dominates the curse seal this time is no longer Orochimaru's, but Starburn. To be precise, it was just the soul aura simulated by Starburn using the art of spiritualization, which consumed only mental power. The biggest difference between this kind of simulated soul and the soul fragments of Orochimaru is continuity. The simulated soul determines the effective duration of the curse seal according to the amount of mental power stored during the operation. The soul fragments are permanently stored in the curse seal. This can be seen from the resurrection of Orochimaru by Sasuke from the body of the Azuki bean during the Fourth World War. When the Azuki bean was planted with the curse, the Orochimaru was still a ninja in Konoa. This has been how many years have passed, and the shelf life is still strong. And Xingran's approach was inspired by the plot of the original time-space dash when imposing a curse seal on and a temporary curse seal was created. Starburn is different from Dashimaru. Influenced by the explosion of information in the previous life, we have always believed that the more complete and solid the soul is, the more correct development direction is. It is a waste of talent to drive a golden sports car to buy groceries. Soon, a pattern of 3 gooey jades surrounded by a circle appeared on the neck of the clone. The clone is just a fever of body temperature for a period of time, and then quickly returned to normal values. Haha. It seems that my body is still very talented in cultivating immortal arts. Xingran laughed heartily when he saw this. Being able to resist the inoculation of the curse seal, it cannot be said that 100% has the physique to practice immortality, but there is also a 7080% possibility. Xingran has always been confident in the body of steel, and he can see his clones so easily. Accepting the inoculation of the imprint of heaven's curse made this idea even firmer. Since then, The experiment of using clones as non-corpse reincarnation containers has been transformed from theory to results supported by actual cases. Xingran can now bring his clones to Dashun for silence. However, after rigorous consideration, there must be no less tests. Xingran tested the cursed clone again and again. Compared with the day 2 of the previous test, Xingran became more satisfied with it. The clone did have some slight adverse reactions after planting the curse seal, but these were minor problems and could be completely resolved after a period of recuperation. Until Starburn performed the last test, unexpected changes occurred. He looked at his hands and kicked again. How long has it been now? Xingran once again used the art of spiritualization to descend into the clone body. Before planting the curse mark, the magic of spiritualization failed to last for 5 seconds and was forced to stop. Now, Xingran has completed a set. Radio gymnastics is on, but the spiritualization technique still shows no signs of being lifted. Moreover, the feeling of coming to the clone this time is different from the previous feeling. If the previous coming is like going to school, you can enter any door of the class, then this time coming is like going home. Only one door can enter. That door is the imprint of the heavenly curse with his simulated soul as the anchor. At the same time, before the spiritualization technique came to this body, there was no adverse reaction, but this time from the beginning, there were bursts of chest tightness and nausea. There is an adverse reaction, but it doesn't seem to be a major problem. It may be that the curse mark has just been planted and the body function is damaged. This needs to be further observed. Starburn recorded this point, and of course the test will continue. There was no condition before, but now the spiritualization technique has unexpectedly existed here. Naturally, there are more tests to be performed that must be activated to see the clone. Test start. The spiritual perception of the mountain clan. Refining chakra. Bask in the sun consciously. Test body strength and speed. Recovery after injury. Each item of test data was recorded, and this body cloned with its own blood gradually lost its secret in Xingran's eyes. As time went on, because the consciousness soul had not been able to return to the deity for a long time, Xingran made a major discovery. That is, the curse seal has the function of stabilizing the spirit body. After observation, Starburn came to the conclusion that the curse seal is the anchor point of the soul. When the soul descends on the body with the curse seal, the natural energy in the curse seal will automatically help the soul gradually become stable in this shell. Just like a big ship that has dropped anchor, as long as it is anchored, the ship will gradually stop within a specific range. The most convincing situation is that the previous feeling of chest tightness and nausea has disappeared miraculously. This should be the performance of the soul and the new body gradually completing the break-in. The problem that I was worried about before was solved in less than half a day, and Xingburn's experimental test was generally very smooth. Except for one flaw, Xingran can now conclude this research. Why is everything going according to the experimental plan, but it just can't be activated? After being able to barely perform the spiritualization, for the first time actively dispelling the spiritualization technique, the star-burning consciousness soul, following the specific channel of the curse seal, returned to the deity. Touching his smooth chin, Xingran was puzzled. It seems necessary to ask the experts for advice. After some sorting, Fashion launched, Xingran returned to the secret base of Orochimaru in the country of the river. He dismissed the shadow clone that had been changed many times, pushed open the door of the room that hadn't been opened for nearly a month, and Xingran went straight to the laboratory of Daeshi-1. As long as it is cultivated in accordance with the standardized steps, the clone will definitely activate consciousness. The art of spiritualization can come, then the clone you are studying should have no birth defects. Well, it cannot be activated. Consciousness. It happened that there were 2 failed products in my previous research room. It was just the opposite of your situation. After the functions were built, the 2 failed products developed consciousness on their own. You can go and have a look. Maybe it helps. Interesting. You give me your research data and the clone that can't be activated, and I'll take a look at it for you when I'm free. After Xingran asked Orochimaru about the problems he encountered, Orochimaru also came a little bit of interest. But unfortunately the problem with Starburn has not been solved. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 220 Basilisk. Xingran wouldn't be so stubborn to hand over the test body cloned with his own gene to Dashwin, so what is the difference between himself and being directly studied by Dashwin? Teacher, I still want to complete this research on my own. Let's take a look at your two failed products. If it doesn't work, I will ask you for help. Xingran initially thought that clones that could not be activated were common. Maybe it can be activated like a Frankenstein with a single electrotherapy. Now that Dashwin is interested, it is better to find a way to solve it by yourself. Dashwin readily gave Xingran the coordinate map of a secret laboratory, which turned out to be a laboratory in the Land of Fire. Because of his own plan, Xingran has been away from Konoa for a year. This year, he tried his best to avoid the area of the Country of Fire. The reason is that he is worried that he will be recognized by acquaintances. By then, Jai will definitely be in stress. Frog, entangled in search of Tsunade. I'm not afraid to find Tsunade. I'm afraid that the fact that I'm learning things with Orochimaru will be caught, and it won't be easy to go back to the village at that time. In Xingran's plan, he should follow Tsunade to say goodbye to Orochimaru, and then Tsunade will have a harmonious relationship with her master and apprentice, continue her journey of fat sheep, and help herself keep secrets. But now the plan has been fine-tuned a bit, and became the Starburner gang. Tsunade rescued the master sister Silent, and then Tsunade inherited his friendship, and the last few people parted ways. Orochimaru continued his reincarnation career, and Tsunade and Silent continued to leave. Konoa is a fat sheep in the ninja world. Xingran can return to Konoa, and it's been a long time since I visited Hichi, and I don't know how tall Inno is now. In the Country of Fire, trees and forests are full of vitality. In some large and leafy forests, it is difficult for the sunlight to reach the ground. Occasionally, some small animals will jump out of the hidden grass and search for the fruit buried by fallen leaves. Brush. A figure appeared abruptly next to a gray hare, scaring the hare that came out for food and fled. The current location is 80 miles south of the capital city of the Country of Fire, and it is about 5 miles away from the nearest plank road. Let me see and continue to go southeast for 500 miles to reach Tissue Village. As long as you get to Tissue Village, you will be away from Dashwin's experiment. The room is not far away. Xingran sensed the coordinates of Fulshan that remained in the territory of the Fire Kingdom when he went north to the Kingdom of Snow. After choosing for a long time, he confirmed that the coordinates, which had been slightly detoured, were sent over. This coordinate is not concealed, but it can be said that the vicinity of this coordinate is rare. There are cities in the front and villages in the back. Travelers will never pick and stop in this kind of place. The safety is very high. Putting away the map, Xinglian activated the instantaneous technique, and spooked in the jungle. The 500-mile road seemed to be far away, but with Xingran's foot strength and body technique, he walked straight across the mountains and rushed across the water. In just an hour, Xingran rushed to Tissue Village. This is a quiet and peaceful village, where the road is at the end, surrounded by mountains and mountains. If no major things happen, it can even be isolated from the world. The village is small and there are many fertile fields, which also results in few hunters entering the mountains to hunt. Dashwin saves a lot of trouble by placing the secret laboratory in such a place. Leave the Thunder God technique in a hidden place outside the village, and you won't have to run the map if you come here in the future. According to the map, Xingran went deep into the mountains and forests for dozens of miles, and finally came to a thick and dark bush. This kind of environment has no special features in the vast woods of the Country of Fire, giving people a uniform feeling. Xingran's perspective eyes were activated, and it didn't take much effort to find the entrance to the laboratory. Orochimaru is really big-hearted. I don't even dare to run into the Country of Fire. He often comes here. When he came to the entrance, Xingran didn't enter it for the first time, but looked at it from the environment near this secret entrance. Although it has been covered up, Starburn, a perceptive ninja with a perverted observation power, easily found some traces of man-made formations at the entrance. Opening the entrance is a tunnel. Starburn's super audio-visual and perception capabilities are fully enabled, and it is soon confirmed that this somewhat huge laboratory is indeed empty. As for the traps and so on, it is basically a display in Starburn's eyes. The Big Thorn entered it, without touching any defensive facilities, and Xingran came to the main research room of the laboratory. He picked up the information on the table and glanced at it. It turned out to be the dust-free research room of the White Phosphorus Oki. There are a lot of cables and pipes stacked randomly in this laboratory. 2 huge incubation tanks are placed in the most eye-catching position. But these things have almost filled the limited space of the laboratory, giving people a kind of narrow occlusion of crowdedness. The power system of this laboratory is still operating normally, and the 2 scaly snakes in the incubation pool are curled up, as if hibernating. They can't be born or die. Xingran did not rush to take the white-scaled monster snake out and put it on the experimental bench aside for research, but sharpened the knife without accidentally cutting wood and looked at the records of the Orochimaru on the office table. So it is the big pill with their own blood and white scales big monster snake after the gene fusion. No under the hand. There are funny hair, ha ha. Saying Orochimaru really is money. Even in training in the beginning, there was no shaping, and it was allowed to grow on its own. Doesn't it make sense to let it grow into a monster? Ha. I just want to see what it will look like after this genetic permutation and combination. Just leave it alone. Rich people are really capricious. In the empty laboratory, Xingran watched the research report of Daishiwan while chattering about himself, a mentor who wasted research funds. The reading speed of the superbrain is very fast. It didn't take long. Xingran has read the research report of this laboratory all over, and at the same time has an intuitive understanding of these 2 strange snakes. To sum up, these 2 articles were frozen by the creator shortly after they were born, and the poor worm left here is a failure. Because Orochimaru discovered that although the 2 monster snakes were made in the manner of cloned creatures, they used a large number of snake genes and allowed them to develop freely at the mature stage without restriction, and finally became like beasts. Controlled clones. They are born with their own consciousness. Although this consciousness is just the predatory instinct like a beast, for Orochimaru, the uncontrollable beast is worthless at all. After reading the information on these 2 strange snakes, Starburn stood in front of the cold storage tank and pondered that normal clones must have an activation process. P.S. Today's update will be late. Sorry. Chapter 221 Unexpected Situation. Unless you are like cultivating a child, born with behaviors that conform to biological growth and development, and teach a clone from scratch like a newborn, these things are just a bunch of carbohydrates. However, the genes of wild beasts make up for this defect. They do not have a complex human brain. The instinct to eat drives them to have the desire to hunt at the beginning. If they have desires, they are conscious. Even if this confusion is inferior, it is a clone of unconsciousness. The body is fundamentally different. Just looking at these materials, it is actually not much different from normal clone production. Or, feel it for yourself. With fingers scratching his smooth chin, Xingran suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind. The spelling of spiritualization technique allows one's own consciousness and soul to enter the body of the creature that has been planted with the spell. The most important thing is that this method can prevent oneself from being insufficiently mentally powerful to continuously activate the spiritualization technique. Short board. After learning about this method by accident, Xingran naturally wanted to try different targets. Anyway, Xingran wanted to come. Even if it failed, there was nothing to lose. Just do it when he thinks about it. Take out a curse seal injection to simulate a temporary soul imprint. Star burning releases a strange snake in the freezing cultivation pool. The injection was quickly injected into the monster snake body, Star Burning was a little nervous. This time the curse seal is no longer the demanding curse seal of the Sky Curse seal, but retains the characteristics of the soul anchor point. What other curse seal states are? Curse seal state 2. All the effects of augmentation have been castrated. This is to increase the success rate. The current curse seal technology has yet to be improved, and it is easy to kill the caster. 1 second. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Raw! Exclamation mark. Suddenly, the strange snake, which was just silently twitching, raised its head high and roared loudly. It's just that this roar brought despair before death, and this basilisk, which seemed to be composed of a large number of small snakes, quickly lost its life. Well, sometimes you can't expect everything to go according to your heart. Xingran mourned for the monster who was killed by himself for 1 second, and then another curse injection was held by Xingran. The second white-scale monster snake did not disappoint Xingran. After 10 minutes, the consciousness of this monster with hair and 2 arms was completely recovered from the freezing state, with its tail curled up, and the cold on its raised head. Eyes stared at the strange Xingran. It's just that Xingran is nothing wrong with this seemingly dangerous sky. Just now he had carefully read the research report. According to the data, the white-scale monster snake that has just thawed has very poor mobility and needs a period of time to slowly recover. And just now, this strange snake has wasted a lot of energy in dealing with the curse seal, and now it only has a fierce look in its eyes. Wait obediently, I will see you soon. Xing Burning Pan sits in a dark corner of the laboratory. It is not only more hidden, but more importantly, there is a soft cushion here. An unconscious deity. It will be very comfortable to lie here. Then launched the spiritualization technique on the basilisk, just as I did with my own clone in my own laboratory before, following the anchor point of the soul. Through the entrance of the curse seal, the conscious soul of Starburn entered the body of this basilisk. Everything seems to be so smooth, so naturally, after all these have been done before. However, as Xingran said when he was talking to himself before, you can't expect everything to go well. Roar! Hiss! Hiss! What? In the not-so-eyed laboratory, a huge white-scale monster snake suddenly swayed its body frantically, constantly emitting a oozing roar, and faintly could hear human suffering in these beast-like roars. Screams. Crackling. The equipment in the laboratory was smashed by crazy monsters, and the few light sources were completely destroyed by this splash. Starburn's deity, because it deliberately picked a comfortable corner, this time it was buried in it by various equipment. Pain, endless pain, in his body, in his mind. Xingran has never felt such a terrible pain, as if every cell in his body is being pierced with a needle, roasted by fire, and beaten by others. A crazy bloodthirsty emotion is like a crocodile biting its prey, lingering in the sea of star-burning consciousness, always wanting to influence and assimilate oneself, but this emotion, or consciousness, is somewhat disorderly, like it is a beast without wisdom, only knows the savage bite and has no rules at all. This allowed Xingran to barely stay awake, but even with this awakeness, most of it was resisting the endless painful feeling. What happened? Why does it become like this? To release the spiritualization technique, you must leave the monster's body immediately. Damn it, why can't I go back? Damn it, this is the instinctive consciousness of the monster. The curse seal is blocked. How to do this? Is this reincarnating without a corpse? Exclamation mark. Starburn's conscious soul at this time is trapped in the body of the white-scaled basilisk, and wants to release the spiritualization technique and return to the body of the deity. Unfortunately, the only way in and out is the soul of the monster itself in the curse seal. The impact automatically activated the reincarnation technique. A soul is produced by the instinctive consciousness of this basilisk. Driven by its instinct, on the one hand, it constantly fights and bites the soul that has entered the body of the star burning. On the other hand, this soul is also in the imprint of the curse, and the star burning acts as the simulated soul anchor point of the entrance and exit key to compete. Under the survival crisis of its own consciousness, the monster instinctively carried out a frantic counterattack. This kind of counterattack is divided into two parts. One is the conscious counterattack of the monster itself. The other is the instinctive rejection of the invading soul with the monster's body cells and genes. This rejection will be very fierce at first. If the soul can resist the most intense in the stage, as time goes by, rejection will gradually decrease, and eventually the invaded soul will completely adapt to this new body. At the beginning of the counterattack, Xingran suffered, and the soul that entered the monster's body was suffering every moment, and the only entrance was blocked, unable to return. Xingran tried to communicate with the simulated soul left behind in the curse seal, and soon succeeded, but unfortunately it was not. This simulated soul is used as an anchor point, and communication is naturally no problem, even if you want to annihilate this simulated soul. That's what Xingran did, and the purpose was to make the two fighting souls clear their way and let themselves go. However, it wasn't until this step that Xingran found out in despair that the curse imprint seemed to have been hit with a certain condition, and the follow-up procedure of reincarnation had been initiated. There are restrictions on the forbidden technique for reincarnation. Each rebirth must be separated by 3 years. The mental power of the container must be weaker than that of the caster, otherwise the soul of the caster is at risk of being eaten away. P.S. At the end of the year, there were too many things in the company, and I was so busy. There are only 2 updates today. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 222 The Intruder from Konoa. One more. These 2 restrictions are now the 2 most troublesome to -1. If you want to get a complete solution, you will have to wait 10 years. At that time, after continuous improvement, the reincarnated body can directly use its own cell plus curse mark to reincarnate, so it can avoid these 2 restrictions without taking other people's bodies. The reason why Xingran conducts the cloning experiment is also to improve the non-corpse reincarnation to the final version as soon as possible. As a result, after going around, he actually fell into this pit. Why does the soul that descended by the spiritualization technique and the soul of the subject body fight, or that the erosion and backlash seesaw? The curse seal will automatically enter the stage of immortal rebirth. Xingran was desperate, because he quickly thought of a possibility. At the beginning of Orochimaru's design of immortal reincarnation, did she borrow the soul transfer method in the spiritualization art? So, he might be using the original Orochimaru. The designed version of reincarnation without a corpse is reincarnate it. Whether I can succeed or not is another matter for the time being. What is even more desperate is that even if I succeed, I will become a monster and live in this world, so I might as well just die. Director, this drama can be finished. Xingran was desperate. He didn't want to become a monster. He had never missed his body like he did now. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. In the Sea of Consciousness, Starburn came to the location of the curse seal. Here, the rebirth process has been activated. It will continuously absorb natural energy from the outside world to supplement the Starburn soul as a nourishment. This is to facilitate the soul to maintain logistics in the battle. Sufficient. Generally, the process of devouring and assimilating the soul will last for 3 years. After 3 years, the body and soul will be completely tuned in. That is to say, after the 3-week period of reincarnation, it can be dry or reintroduced, finding a container to continue reincarnation. In short, completely completed all the steps of reincarnation without a corpse. It was only after such a period of time that Xingran was horrified to discover that he had obtained partial control of this monster's body. The boundless pain in the soul also seems to be getting an insignificant trace of relief as the control increases. It's just that this process of changing from one to the other is very slow, and the overall amount of engineering is also very huge. It should be a long time before Xingran wants to completely control the body of this monster. It's over. It seems that he is walking further and further in the direction of becoming a monster. Calm down. Think about it. What else can solve the current problem? Boom. Just when 90% of Starburn's consciousness was suffering from boundless suffering, and the remaining 10% of consciousness was anxiously looking for a countermeasure, Through the monster's auditory system, Starburn was in a trance, vaguely hearing the sound of an explosion coming from a distance. Entrance to the research room. A young Konoha ninja with white hair and a mask was almost swallowed by the explosion of flames. At this moment, a water curtain appeared to block the exploding Yubo. "Are you a?" Kakashi noticed that someone had helped him, and turned to look at a person with a cat face mask behind him. "Long time no see, Kakashi." The cat face mask and human armor did not take off the mask, so he greeted Kakashi. "Why did you come here?" Kakashi and they walked towards the gate that had just been blown up. At this time, a dimly lit corridor could already be seen inside. "There is a task." As answer was concise and concise. "Come to support me?" Kakashi stared at this dead fish-eyed, and asked suspiciously. "No, that's not right. It's Mr. Danzo. He also wants to investigate the research facility of Orochimaru by himself, so he sent Roots." Kakashi quickly changed his words and said his guess. I didn't say anything, but lowered his head in silence. Does the people at the root never revealed the mission? But, anyway, thank you. Kakashi no longer struggled, and after analyzing it for a while with his hands folded, he accepted the feeling with a smile. "I don't want Kakashi to be burned to death." Suddenly answered the question. "Just want to tell Kakashi that although he has a task, he can talk about it. But he also wants to help him. Do you want to go in and investigate together? You can communicate with each other if you find it." Kakashi scratched his head with embarrassment and invited. I was silent, feeling the mask and thinking, what's wrong? Even if the deployment is different, we are all Konoha ninjas, we can help each other. That's right, I don't know what's going on before. Let's go together. Yo West. The two slowly walked into this laboratory on alert. It seems that there is only one trap at the entrance. It must be Orochimaru rushing to escape. There is no time to set up more. Kakashi walked in two positions in front of A and said in a low voice, "Yes, but still be careful." Jia's voice through the mask was a bit low, and there was also a kanwu in his hand, but this kanwu was pointed at Kakashi's back. Soon, the two came to the studio that Xingran had visited before. After carefully confirming that there was no one, Kakashi randomly picked up a file on the table and looked at it. At the same time, he doubted that this was Orochimaru. Do the human body and use it. It's just that the Kakashi speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. The expression in his eyes behind the mask became apathetic, seeming to recall some bad memory. Hey Jia, let's go. The distracted Jia was urged by Kakashi several times before he came back to his senses. The two came to a locked room again. It's locked here. Please let me come. As he spoke, after making a few simple seals in his hands, the masked stretched his index finger to the keyhole. A strange sound sounded, as if something had grown from his index finger. Click. After a soft sound, the lock was opened, and Kakashi, who was watching, was stunned. It was really convenient ninjutsu. This is a ninjutsu that has been lost in the village of Konoha for many years. Where did you learn it? Kakashi sighed as the two entered the room. Confidentiality. As always, avoided Kakashi's question in a rude way. In the room, some scattered chairs and bottles and jars randomly placed on the table make it possible to see at a glance how flustered the owner of this room was when he left. Wooden escape technique is of great significance to Konoha. Do you understand that? Unclear. Konoha has the power of the nine tails, and Mushhor is one of the powers that can control the nine tails. I know that another power is to write round eyes. Your wooden escape is not only beneficial to the roots, but also to the entire Konoha village. I know that Lord Danzo wants to keep you by his side, but logically speaking, you should become a direct line of Hokage. Kakashi said here, and the two of them had almost finished inspecting this room, and there was nothing worth noting, so he pushed the door and left, and touched the next room. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. P.S. It's hard to work overtime on weekends, but today I will guarantee 3 shifts, and the next 2 shifts will be sent out at night. Chapter 223 Mudan Ninja 2 more. Would you like to leave the roots and go to a place where the sun can shine? Kakashi said again as he walked. Behind Kakashi, fell silent again. Ever since he entered this underground facility, memories of killings have always flashed. Only soon, Jiaxiang strengthened his conviction, and the Q-Wu in his hand pointed to Kakashi's back again. The two came to a door again. This time the style of the door was obviously different, which made the two of them strengthen their guard at the same time. What's wrong here? Was the Orochimaru destroyed before leaving? Kakashi first entered the room with 2 positions as before. I saw broken experimental equipment everywhere in this huge room, and some energized equipment was exposed on the lines, and there were electric sparks flashing from time to time. The messy appearance was like the scene of a large-scale car accident. Be careful, these traces seem to be new. What are they? Kakashi watched carefully, and soon discovered these damaged facilities. Many of the wounds were brand new. Halfway through the situation, he suddenly noticed something. Kakashi was bold, and continued to go deeper on guard, and soon found piles of pink snakes on the ground. These little snakes are knotted together to form a snake ball that is similar to snakes that can only be seen when they mate. At the end of these unharmed but inexplicably dead snake balls, Kakashi vaguely saw a monster-like snake head. Just this snake head. His head was disheveled, and he couldn't really see it in the dim light. As Kakashi further explored the inexplicable death of the basilisk, in the corner of the room, a pair of pitch-black strange snakes stood eyes, staring dumbly at Kakashi and the masked root ninja, but the body was slightly the unintended broken equipment was buried in it, and it remained motionless in the dark without any murderous intentions, so the 2 Konoa ninjas present were unaware of it. Why is Kakashi here? I'm really afraid of what will come. This is even more troublesome. The deity is still under the ruins. In case he finds it. Tooth cup. Kakashi's appearance is very easy to recognize. He is clearly a ninja in the dark, but he doesn't wear a mask. Well, even without a mask, the effect is almost the same, because he covers his face for 25 hours a year, including when he sleeps. The star-burning attention was attracted by the explosion sound from a distance before, and soon I remembered the trap at the door. It was a seal that would cause an explosion. The secret base is a visitor, and he is not the owner. In this state of my own, what I am most afraid of is branching out of the knot. So even if it is very difficult, I have a trace of attention to pay attention to the door at any time. However, something even more embarrassing than the extravagant branch appeared. He lied that he was bumped into by an acquaintance in the bar downstairs when he went abroad. Who is the guy with the mask? This should be the mask style of the roots. When did the dark and roots start cooperating tasks? Hey! What is this inexplicable sense of familiarity? Star Burning has a trace of consciousness paying attention to the situation of the outside world, but because he is no longer a superhuman physique, he can't use the perspective ability and can't see what the root member is. By the way, this is the plot. Okay, now it's too late to remind Kakashi. With a trace of Starburn's consciousness, staring through the eyes of the basilisk, Kakashi, who was about to look at the head of the basilisk who had been killed by the Starburn curse before, suddenly shook his shoulder, and then quickly turned and pulled out his back tie knife on the top. Ding! A kunai shot back to the heart was instantly slapped by Kakashi, but Kakashi hadn't had time to think about why this kunai was so like the one that Arma had held in his hand, and a great sword had already arrived in front of her eyes. Bark! In a hurry, Kakashi had only time to block the first knife. The approach was very old and hot. Following the direction of Kakashi's bad power, he pulled the block-tuki to the side and forward, Kakashi's right arm. It was marked with a cut of nearly 10 centimeters. What are you doing? Kakashi retired as soon as he touched it, and finally distanced himself from the visitor, but at this time, he could see who was attacking him and asked in disbelief, "Mission?" As voice was not loud. It was not so much answering Kakashi's questioning, It was more like convincing himself. No. The task will not be to kill the companion. You also killed your companions. It's not like that, Lin is. She is to protect the village. The person who gave the task of killing her companion is wrong. Sir, that's right. During the exchange between the two, their hands kept moving, and the swords, blood, shadows and shurikens were flying all over the sky. At first, the fighting between the two could be controlled between short-term combat. However, as time went on, Jia took the lead in using ninjutsu. Would escape. After a slash, Kakashi flipped back and was about to regroup and fight again. But at this moment, from his palm, a wooden stake grew out of the palm of his hand and slammed into Kakashi's figure in midair like a spear stabbing. Bang! The stake quickly pierced Kakashi's chest. But the next moment, as a puff of smoke lifted up, Kakashi had already used a substitute technique to escape here. You really want to kill me? Kakashi didn't believe that A would really kill me until now. The task is the task. As answer was brief and concise. Done. I didn't see how Jia made the seal. Kakashi, who had just revealed his figure, suddenly grew a large number of wooden stakes on the ground around him. These wooden stakes are like door bolts. Between them, a wooden semicircular cage is instantly formed, trapping Kakashi in it. Grumble. The next moment, as if thousands of birds were singing in unison, a large flash of electric light flashed in the wooden cage. This semicircular wooden structure exploded from the inside to the surroundings, and the tyrannical atmosphere rushed out with the terrifying electric arc of the right hand and went straight not far. The first of the office and Raiden Chidori. Kakashi's speed is very fast. Chidori was originally a fast-moving ninjutsu. If there is no insight beyond ordinary people, it is easy to hurt others and self. Now Kakashi can only be truly true with the cooperation of Shilunion. Be free to use. At the next moment, Kakashi had already pressed the inverted armor with one hand, and the other palm was handed to armor's head with the lights of the Chidori singing. In the end, Kakashi didn't kill him, only to subdue A. The change at this moment was too fast. When the star burned in the dark saw the electric light in Kakashi's hand, the battle between the two seemed to have ended. Chidori. Thunder. I don't know if the lightning at this time has the effect of destroying evil. Star Burning, who had already become numb to the endless pain, was watching the trace of consciousness outside, sober and focused at this moment like never before. After this period of time, the soul seesaw and the body and soul are running in. The soul of Starburn is gradually gaining an advantage under the natural energy provided by the curse seal, and the run-in of the soul and the monster's body is further synchronized. It used to be only a weak control force, and now it can control a part of the body's bones. Chapter 224 Burning Star killed by Kakashi 3 shifts. Xingran didn't know whether this speed was normal, but he didn't think he wanted the speed of the spirit and flesh to run in too fast, because too fast meant that he would become a monster faster. I was very anxious and couldn't think of a way to escape from this body cage. At the moment when the thunder light in Kakashi's hands lit up, there seemed to be a light in my mind. It was owned by the previous life during the information explosion period. A piece of memory. In various legends of gods and ghosts, there will always be one of the most direct methods of restraint. That is, thunder method breaks evil. My current state, to describe it as a fairy-like man, is that he is taking home. Once the main body is attacked by thunder method, either the spirit body will be wiped out, or the spirit will be destroyed, and the dirty things will be driven back to where. Would you like to try it? Xingran did not hesitate at all. The strange snake with a dull expression before suddenly flashed deep in the depths of his eyes. Xingran forced to endure boundless pain and torture, and with great perseverance, he managed to control the basilisk suddenly burst out of the ruins. The target pointed directly to Kakashi, who was still shining with lightning in his hand. Even if Xingran died, he couldn't accept the appearance of a ghost. The superhuman body of the deity was the foundation of his foothold in the ninja world. Without these, it would be equivalent to discarding the golden fingers of the last life. Living in regret in the future, it is better to fight it now. Besides, What he is actually using now is not the genuine reincarnation of a corpse, but the spiritualization technique. In the spiritualization technique, there is a method of controlling the enemy's body, fighting the enemy, and even dying together. Anyway, the body is broken, and the enemy is dead. Then this mature style of play, if there is a weakness of fear of being killed by the Thunder Ninja, it will definitely be pointed out in the learning scroll. However, the truth is not. Xingran has great confidence and believes in himself. Even if he encounters Thunder Dun, his soul will not be wiped out. Perhaps I don't need thunder to drive away my soul. As long as I kill this monster physically, I can also escape. This is what Xingran thought when he resolutely rushed to Kakashi to take the initiative to die. In the dim laboratory, a slender and weird white shadow with a stench in its mouth, while twisting its tail and crawling quickly, while pulling the ground with his only four limbs, quickly rushed into Kakashi's field of vision. "There are monsters," Kakashi and Geo exclaimed at the same time. Although the two were shocked by the monster version of Starburn that jumped out at the same time, their reactions were different. In the next moment, while Kakashi was attracted by the monster, he instantly turned into a wooden figure. This was to use the wooden clone to escape Kakashi's control and possible monster attacks. Kakashi hadn't dissipated Thunder Dune and Chidori yet, so he naturally thought of attacking. Grumble. A large piece of electric light easily penetrated the chest cavity near the two forelimbs of the strange snake with a harsh scream. This so simple, so easy. Kakashi used 1,000 birds to complete the law. Kakashi pulled out his right hand, which was covered with thunder and lightning, and was confused by the results he had accomplished. From the movement speed of the basilisk just now, and the terrifying aura that rushed to the face, it was all telling people that this is a very dangerous predator. How could he be killed so easily by himself? Kakashi's years of ninja experience made him dare not to neglect, for fear that this strange snake had the ability to die without being stiff. The next moment he used instantaneous technique to escape from the strange snake. 1 second passed. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. The strange snake that had been pierced through the chest by 1,000 birds only twisted its tail a few times at the beginning, like a normal nervous atrophy, and then it didn't move anymore. Dead. Jia, who had escaped far away for the first time, carefully confirmed. It should be dead. Kakashi, who came directly to the gate with the instant technique just now, instinctively responded to his question, but soon, the thunder light appeared in Kakashi's hand again, and his eyes also looked sharply. Outside Tissue Village, in the canopy of a hidden giant tree brush, an embarrassed figure appeared abruptly, and two flirting tits on the scared branch squeaked and fled. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Many parts of the clothes were cut open by broken equipment, and there was even a star burned on the mountain where the traces of electric scorch appeared on the buttocks. Panting heavily, like a piece of the fish that came ashore had never been so deprived of oxygen in their lives. It took 5 minutes for the star burned in the canopy of a dead dog to finally come back to its soul. NND. The whole drama almost ended. Fortunately, Lao Tzu has a big blessing this time. After rubbing his swollen and painful brain until now, Xingran finally said a complete sentence, although it is cursing, but the corners of his mouth, the rising arc, exposed the master's great joy after the disaster. Kakashi, you killed me once and saved me again. Well, let's clean it up. If your writing round eyes are robbed by someone at the root today, don't blame me for being unjust, brother. Self-comforting after calculating the ledger with Kakashi, Xingran hurriedly came to a place where the sun could shine to recover his strength. Not long after, Starburn, who had never been so embarrassed before, disappeared in place with a scream. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the secret base in the nation of Marsh, thousands of miles away from the nation of Fire. Until this time, the Starburner who came to the safe house completely relaxed. Even if he left the laboratory and came to the outside world before, Starburner, which had never been so weakened before, could still take a breath and keep his due vigilance. Starburning, who was completely relaxed now, fell asleep directly on the floor. At sunset and sunrise, ample sunlight shines into this secret laboratory that cannot enter or exit humans through a special design. Lying on the ground and bathing in the sleeping stars, the handsome and white face seems to have the holy light, and the whole person is there. There is a hazy sense of holiness under the sunlight. I don't know how long it has passed, and I felt like I was going to sleep till the end of the day. It wasn't until the burning hunger in my belly hit that Xingran woke up leisurely. He stretched his waist fiercely, and the stretching motion made the bones all over his body crackle. Huh? Xingran, who woke up again, suddenly gave a soft voice. An unprecedented sense of relaxation fills the whole body. This feeling is not only the kind of physical relaxation that can only be achieved when you get enough sleep time to wake up naturally, but also includes more unexplainable relaxation. This relaxation at the spiritual soul level? As soon as this speculation appeared, Xingran jumped up from the ground in shock. The result was very unexpected. Xingran could not control his power and escaped directly from a height of 5 or 6 meters. The moment he reacted, he instinctively suspended in the air. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. P.S. Go for dinner. Chapter 225 The Second Awakening? One more. Fortunately, the ceiling of the base is very high. What's wrong? Xingran was shocked. Since the day when he awakened his superhuman ability, he had lost control of his power. How long has it been since this happened? Is it the second awakening? How does this feeling have the sense of sight of a Saiyan? After experiencing life and death, the strength has increased exponentially, so Superman's script is still going to be finalized, right? Xingran shook his head and threw the strange thoughts behind his head. Xingran began to recall his previous experience, hoping to find some reason to explain his current situation. This time is a research accident. The main problem is that before conducting the research, I did not rigorously assess the risk. I blindly started a new experimental research based on the experience I had done before, which caused the soul to be trapped in the monster body and unable to return. Fortunately, this time I was very fate, and I happened to encounter the plot of Danzo's plot to capture Kakashi, otherwise it would be unimaginable what it would be like now. There are two things that need to be done urgently in front of Xingran. First, the story of Mudan Ninja and Kakashi's falling in love and killing each other should be over. We still have to go back and see the corpse of the basilisk. It is best to recover it. In the worst case, I have to collect genetic blood samples, and then analyze and compare with my clones to find out the reason for this loss of control, so as to avoid the next use of spiritualization and unclear suffering. Second, test as soon as possible. Take a look at your current physical condition and evaluate your gains and losses this time. Recalling the original plot, after Danzo seeks to capture Kakashi's writing round eyes, I will change his name to Tanzang, and then enter Kakashi's Stark Squad and become the Mudan Ninja of the Naruto family. And these days, the roots and the dark are just when the internal fight is over. The laboratory in Dashimaru will not be cleaned so soon. Xingran feels that it is not too late to bring the body of the basilisk back. Say it again. It is convenient to have the technique of flying thunder god. Xingran came to Tsu village again, and it was as peaceful as ever. Without stopping, Xingran cautiously approached the underground laboratory that almost ended the play. The fluoroscopy eye was activated, and Starburn accidentally discovered that it had to observe many times around to finally confirm whether there is Anon's fluoroscopy ability in the ground, but unexpectedly it has become much stronger, and the range has been expanded to more than twice the previous, with a radius of 2.5. Every kilometer has become a perspective range. After quickly confirming that there was not much change in the underground laboratory and when he left, Xingran accelerated his pace. Faintly, he knew that this time he was a blessing in disguise, and his strength became much stronger. Almost out of control, there is also the natural hovering in the air. I wanted to hover in the air before, but I had to deliberately do it. Now I have discovered that the perspective ability has become stronger. Starburn can't wait to go back and test it. How strong I have become now. With a comprehensive investigation with perspective and perception, star burning is like going home to pick up things. He came to the ruined room and easily searched for the basilisk corpse that was penetrated by 1,000 birds. Fortunately, he left by himself. It didn't take long. Sarutobi Hizaki and Shimura Danza have not completed the P transaction. Otherwise someone from Anb will definitely take over here. Carrying the corpse of the basilisk that had been beaten several times more than his own body, the next instant, Xingran returned to his secret laboratory in the country of Swamp. By this time, Xingran was in no hurry and the basilisk sample was lost. Unable to wait, Xingran started his own evaluation and testing. The fluoroscopy ability and eyesight had already been more intuitive when I went out before, and after a little test with the equipment in the laboratory, Starburn had a more specific number. If Starburn's vision was 20.0 in the past, now Starburn's vision can reach at least 100.0. Some simple experiments do not require low-power magnification equipment at all, and can see clearly with the naked eye. You can see the flapping wings of a fly 10,000 meters away. The perspective ability has also been greatly enhanced. Perspective is divided into two parts. One is the scope of ability, which has been expanded to about 2.5 kilometers, and the other is the thickness of the perspective. In the past, only the thickness of a wall could be seen, but now the thickness has been enlarged. Nearly 100 meters thick. The growth of this ability is a bit big. It's like a cliff-jumping growth, and it doesn't mean steadily improving at all. Although the test has just begun, Starburn has a hunch that his Kryptonian abilities may be awakened again for some unknown reason. Next is the test of super hearing. With the help of supervision and a more convenient hearing test, it seems that I have set the target as an insect that is a kilometer away. The sound of this insect gnawing on the leaves was clearly heard in my ears. It's not the limit. Continue for 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. It wasn't until the 5th kilometer away that Starburn's hearing suddenly became blurred. This is another explosive growth capability. What caused me to suddenly become so much stronger? Xingran was determined to find this unexpectedly stronger idea at this moment, but the test is still going on. The next item is thermal vision. Thermal vision is one of Starburn's earliest abilities used in actual combat. At that time, apart from heating meals, thermal vision was only useful for remotely detonating symbols. How strong is it now? The test was not performed on the strange point of heating food. Starburn came to the practice shooting range. Several archery targets stood at places ranging from 10 meters, 15 meters, and 20 meters. Stars burn thermal vision first from the nearest target. Start. Wow! In less than a second, the wooden target was burned through, and then burned out very quickly. After that, Starburn continued to test several other targets. The endings of these targets are almost the same. Starburn simply pulled the distance to 100 meters away. This time the effect was obviously not good. After several tests, Starburn finally tested a relatively accurate distance. At about 50 meters, Starburn's thermal vision can directly damage the human body, and its power will drop sharply further away. As for the power of thermal vision, Starburn also has a rough standard. It took only 1 second to look at a kunai in your hand. This kunai made of fine steel was burned out of a hole, and then the star burned. It only took less than 3 seconds to turn this kunai into molten iron. This time it is an explosive growth capacity. Correspondingly, Starburn also quickly tested the ability of super freezing gas, and it was about the same as the increase in thermal vision. Previously, it was necessary to rely on the ice and snow environment to make people move slowly and stiffly, otherwise it would just be a big blow. Ninjutsu. Now in a normal temperature environment, Xingran can directly freeze the flesh. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Peace. Sorry, something happened this morning. Now 2 chapters are published in a row, and there is a 3rd chapter in the evening. Chapter 226 Test Ability 2 more. It's just that the range of effective cold air is very small, and it lasts for a long time. It is still a bit worse to have a powerful lethality like thermal vision. There are also data on strength and running speed. The test can lift up to 2 tons of objects under pure physical strength, and the speed has exceeded 1,000 kilometers per hour, almost breaking the speed of sound of 1,224 kilometers per hour. However, even if it does not break through the speed of sound, there is a little advantage in muscle speed compared to the burst of the 8-door Dungia, that is, endurance. Starburn can maintain a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour for several hours, but the 8-door Dungia only has a short time after the explosion. It's just breaking through the speed of sound. It can be said that among the above explosive growth of various abilities, running speed is the most prominent one. From here, Starburn can also feel that the strength of the steel body's comprehensive ability, without a good body, cannot support this at all. Speed. In the remaining few test items, the self-healing ability and anti-strike ability of the steel body, Starburn said that it is temporarily impossible to test, because the previous behavior of barely cutting the palm to get blood has become history, and Starburn has not been there at this time. The idea of feverish eyesight on one's arm, in short, knowing that regular attacks can no longer cause damage to the body of steel. After that, there was a shorthand test, which was also several times stronger than before. The most intuitive part is the content of the previous scroll. If it takes 10 minutes to write down completely, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes now. At last it was an exciting moment, when Fushen teleported to the top of the base mountain. The moon was sparse tonight, and it was the good weather for the test flight. The star-burning white robe floated slowly, and the restraint of gravity could no longer have an effect on the current body, and the whole person rose up into the night sky easily. Call. A black shadow flicked across the night sky, looking from a distance. It looked like a big bird with a weird appearance. Xingran is very excited now. This feeling of excitement was only experienced when he first awakened the Kryptonian ability. At that time, I tested the flying ability at home and blushed his face before barely floating for a few seconds. At that level of flight, Xingran was also extremely excited. One of the first desires of mankind is to be able to break free from the shackles of the ground and fly freely in the sky. The floating that Starburn barely achieved before, can only be regarded as comfort in the heart, not a real flight. And what Starburn is doing now is called a real flight. Feeling the wind across the cheeks, and the airflow blowing the clothes, Xingburn finally couldn't suppress the joy in his heart, and cheered loudly. Oh! In the night sky, there was a sudden excitement cheering, and a frightened Yi Xiao hurriedly landed on a tree, thinking that he had encountered some terrifying monster. 1 hour later, Xingran had been doing all kinds of difficult maneuvers in the air tirelessly. During this hour, Xingran also conducted various tests and attempts. Finally, I felt a little tired star burning, slowly hovering in the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It was cold and the air was thin, but there was nothing wrong with the star burning. The top of the head was a huge and bright moon, and the soles of the feet were the vast and boundless earth. A kilometer away, the huge air pressure cloud makes the Starburn in contrast extremely small. The cold wind blew Starburn's white robe. Starburn carried his hands on his back, looking down at the marsh country in the dark, but in his heart he was summing up various data of flying ability. If you continue to fly upward, you will be able to reach space. But it is difficult to say whether the people of the Big Barrelwood clan on the moon will find out. It is temporarily impossible to confirm the survivability in space. Forget it. Let's not consider things outside space. The speed of flight is not fast, but it is not too slow. The speed reached 40 kilometers per hour, which is equivalent to the speed of the electric motorcycle used in the previous life, but it can be different from moving on the ground. This is the flight speed, which ignores the terrain restrictions. Mode of action. Comfortable. Starburn's current Kryptonian abilities are called abilities. Before, they could only be regarded as an experience version without VIP. Although depending on the current situation, there are VIP 2, VIP 3. VIP 8, etc. But those are future things. Now Xingran just wanted to hug his head and float in the air to quietly enjoy the peace of watching the moon in the sky. It's been a long time since I watched the moon quietly. When a person can do nothing for a rare quiet period of time, Star Burning discovered that the whole person's soul and body seem to have got some kind of synchronization. In Xingran's previous life, this is true. You have been in a tense and hyperstubborn life for a long time. If you can put aside your phone, close your eyes, and think of nothing in a quiet room, as long as 10 minutes, you will. I found that you suddenly became very focused, which is a feeling of synchronization between your soul and your body. I don't know how long it took, and a meteor passed by the bright moon. Star Burning, who was indulged in his own world, his confused eyes suddenly condensed, and his look gradually recovered. What happened? What happened just now? Xingran was often in a daze in his previous life, and he didn't know what to think in his mind. But he did not reject this state, and even enjoyed it, because when he was in a daze, his spirit was very relaxed. However, this life was different. He had never been so dazed in this life. He didn't even think of anything in his mind, and didn't even know what was happening outside. To be honest, such a state was very dangerous in the ninja world. Xingburn, who came back to his senses, has a trace of understanding. It should be the soul. After a few days of self-assessment tests, although I haven't tested all the ninja abilities and Kryptonian abilities, I have basically completed the data collection of various physical changes. If you compare the genes of the Kryptonians with the genes of ordinary people before, it is like a huge technological gap between classic cars and sci-fi supercars. Then Starburn has now tested the sun, and compared with the previous self, it is like a solar sports car and solar energy. The gap between the planes. Yes, Starburn discovered that he was like a second awakening this time, and his ability to absorb solar radiation, or effectiveness, had also increased many times. If the previous supercars had powerful solar panels and powerful engines that can fully utilize these energy powers, then now this solar panel and engine have been upgraded, reaching the amazing energy consumption that can satisfy the operation of the aircraft. Power conversion. So if there is a third awakening ability in the future, is the aircraft changed to a rocket? To say that the various abilities of the Kryptonians have been greatly improved, there is still a trace for Xingran, but there is a physical change that Xingran did not expect. The chakra paper testing project is just a routine test that maintains the integrity of the test and has a very low weight relationship. As a result, Xingran accidentally discovered that there is an additional water attribute in his chakra attributes. Chapter 227 Soul Condensation. 3 shifts. After the ninja reaches the upper ninja level, they often develop other chakra attributes besides their natural attributes. Generally, at this time, the upper ninja has almost 2 or more chakra attributes, and learns to have corresponding changes or characteristics. Shape change ninjutsu. Since the last time he fought with the horns, Starburn has consciously developed the soil attribute ninjutsu that he has been neglecting, but during this time he has not collected many ninjutsu, and they are all regular soil ninjutsu. This time Xingran accidentally discovered that he had an additional chakra attribute, and he immediately paid attention to it. There is only one reason for this discovery, and that is the previous experience of being almost reincarnated. Came to the corpse of the basilisk that had been dead for many days. Basically, I have an understanding of my own changes. The next step is to find out the reason why the 2 spiritualization techniques descended on the clones, but turned out to be different. Blood sampling. Analyze the genetic map, recording all aspects of data. Xingran even dissected the brain of the basilisk. Then compare the data with the experimental product cloned with his own blood and genes. While he was busy, time passed by every minute. Xingran unconsciously used superhuman hand speed, and even brought out after images during various tasks. Soon, as more and more data were compared, and combined with the memory analysis that I had personally experienced, The different conclusions experienced in the two clones this time have gradually formed. Regardless of the issue of flesh and blood genes, the biggest difference between the two bodies is that one does not activate consciousness, and the other completes the awakening of consciousness and the birth of the soul at the beginning of production. A body with a soul, after being attacked by spiritual transformation, the most natural reaction is to rise up and resist, which is biological instinct. Starburn's own clone does not have this problem, so there are two obviously different situations. Starburn felt the strong rejection from the body just after entering the body of the basilisk, and this rejection gave Starburn the most intuitive feeling, the boundless pain in my mind. Then there is the problem of flesh and blood genes. In the body cloned with his own genes, Xingburn only felt extremely weak discomfort. And with the passage of time, this feeling was quickly eliminated completely. In fact, it was already because of the curse at this time. The reason for Yin began to blend in with his body and soul, just like the previous Dashwin, but his body and soul did not match very well, so the pain caused by the run-in was very great. In this case, he also fought with Jilai for one aircraft. This situation worsened, but Starburn's clones were different, and the almost similar physical bodies caused the impact of the spirit and flesh run-in to be too small, so that Starburn ignored this problem. But this time in the body of the basilisk is different. The rejection reaction of the spirit and flesh run-in is far greater than that of Dashwin before. After all, Dashwin is looking for a body for itself. It doesn't fit at all. Xingran's spiritualization technique used by the curse seal accidentally activated the immortality reincarnation technique conceived in the earliest version. Then, in this case, he reincarnated into a body that didn't fit him at all. After the start of the spiritual and physical blending step, the boundless pain that acts on the soul body, Xingran suspected that if he did not have the buff bonus of rebirth and crossing, his consciousness would be annihilated in this pain in an instant. After finding the most important cause of the accident, Xingran's face was very wonderful. In the final analysis, he was lost on his own, or lacked the rigor and awe of human experimentation. If Orochimaru knew that he was playing like this, he would definitely give it to him. A deadly comment. When the conclusion came here, Staran also knew the reason why he had an extra water attribute chakra for no reason. It should be that the basilisk is a water attribute physique, and then the rune during the reincarnation of the curse seal caused the two souls that gradually became familiar with each other to also be infected with each other's chakra attributes. Since then, the soul of the star has undergone a certain change, because this change brings more beneficial changes to the soul, which can also be called evolution. The spirit soul adapts to the water attribute, and the refinement of the chakra is the fusion of the spiritual energy and the cell energy. The change of the spiritual energy increases, and the finely fused chakra attribute also adds a new item. At the same time, the ability of his own Kryptonian seems to have undergone a second awakening, and it should also be directly related to this time when he almost reincarnated, leading to the evolution of his soul. Since the soul has evolved when it is running in, how far has it evolved? Starburn immediately began to check it with the secret technique of the Mountain Clan. In the past, Xingran checked the strength of his spirit and soul, mostly based on the thoughts of the clans in the mountain, but this method was very ineffective and not intuitive. Now Xingran has a better and more efficient way to check, that is, the art of spiritualization. In the past, my spiritualization technique could only be separated from the body for a short period of time, and the soul was very thin, as if it could be blown away by a gust of wind. When the clone was created just before, the arrival without the consciousness of resistance can only last for 3 seconds. Bell. And when Starburn launched the spiritualization this time, an unprecedented sense of unobstructed struck, and soon Starburn's spirit body broke away from the shackles of the physical body and came into midair. Xingran lowered his head, looking at his spirit body, his eyes filled with shock. If his spirit body used to be transparent glass, the scenery behind can be seen very clearly through the spirit body, then the star-burning spirit body is now colored glass. Although the scenery behind can also be seen through the spirit body, but it is no longer as clear as before. Don't underestimate that this only deepens the color, reflecting the most real situation of the soul body. That is, the soul of Starburn is more condensed. You should know that the soul of Starburn is very mediocre at the beginning, compared with ordinary ninjas. It can be said to be very weak. Later, with the secret medicine blessing of the Mountain Clan, the mental capacity has increased a lot. It is reflected in the soul that it is larger than before, but this hugeness is a castle in the sky, like a big balloon, when it encounters a denser than the air external force. Just wait to be squashed and rounded. But now the situation is different. After this catastrophe, the soul has become a higher level than before. It is like a balloon turning into a water polo. Although it still can't handle the higher density of external force than water, it is far better than before. It's too strong. This is Irub. At the moment when Xingran was pleased that his spirit and soul became more condensed, a pulling force struck, and Xingran's consciousness returned to his body again. If it is said that Starburn's previous spiritualization art cannot really attach itself to the enemy, but there is no problem staying in the air for 10 or 20 seconds the first time it descends on the clone, it is only 3 seconds, and staying in the air the concept is different. This time, Starburn only stayed in the air for less than 10 seconds, the spiritual energy was exhausted, and the ninjutsu was forcibly released. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. The 228th chapter Research Direction 1 more. The regained Xinglian showed a wry smile. The spiritual soul is more condensed, but the upper limit of the spiritual energy saved by taking drugs in the past has disappeared by nearly 4/5 in one breath. Xingran's spiritual soul cultivation is a bit like cultivating Qigong. It used to be a huge but not refined internal force, but now it has obtained a higher level of cultivation method, transforming the internal force accumulated in the past into a refined energy at a ratio of 5:1. Impossibly infuriating. The benefits are obvious, but in the past 6 months, the bounty that Hijiaodu has been vying for openly and secretly has the illusion of drifting away. However, the wry smile only flashed on Xingran's face, followed by brighter and brighter eyes. If it can be copied, and the previous reincarnation accident can be safely carried out, will the soul become condensed again? Will there be a third awakening of the Kryptonian's ability? Will containers with other attributes appear again with new chakra attributes? Be careful, try slowly. There should be a way to achieve it. Basilisk has self-consciousness, so next time I will find an unconscious clone. The clones made by my own genes do not have the evolutionary effect of the run-in between the soul and the flesh, so next time I will use a completely different gene from my own, or use a hybrid clone for safety. Starburn's brain has undergone a sharp turn, and various hypotheses and the focus of the next experiment have been continuously improved. Soon, a conservative experimental plan based on safety came into Xingran's mind. Putting aside various precautions and data, the main content is to mix one's own genes with that of an ordinary person to make a hybrid clone, and then the spirituality comes after the curse is imprinted. Xingran calls this newly developed technique the spell seal and spiritualization technique. If because of your own genes, you can't produce the physical and spiritual run-in reaction, and can't achieve the effect of condensing the soul, then continue to the next step of the experiment. A further experiment is to directly use other clones that have not activated consciousness to perform the spell seal and spiritualization technique. In Xingran's expectation, to achieve this step, there should be a high probability that the body and soul will have a break-in reaction. It is just the pain during the break-in period. Perhaps in this world, even Dashwin has not really experienced it. After all, he is looking for all of the containers have a certain degree of fit, and the run-in clones at this stage of star burning, or can also be called containers, exist without a degree of fit with themselves. If, even if it did this step, it failed to meet the previous harvest standard produced on the basilisk, then it had to take the risk to restore the original accident and carry out further experiments. To sum up, One's non-corpse rebirth is truly reincarnated into a new body and completes the continuation of the physical body. Then Xingran's current experiment is to be attached to the new body to complete the sublimation of the soul. Although they are all experiments in which the soul descends into the reincarnation container, one is a new-way ticket for immigrants, and the other is a round-trip ticket for travel. One is to immigrate to a better environment to continue the reproduction of life, and the other is to return to new heights after tourism gains insights and improves oneself. P.S. A major thread finally came out, and a lot of brain cells died. With a plan in mind, Xingran was ready to execute it immediately. However, when Xingran came to the incubation tank, it suddenly occurred to him that the experimental products cloned with his own genes had consumed most of the stock materials and funds accumulated during this period of time, and he wanted to do it again. It's time to find One for arms. Touching his chin, Xingran quickly thought of a way to save time, that is, let the teacher directly help with the cost of his own experiment. After experiencing reincarnation experience and data analysis of clones and basilisks during this period of time, Starburn has been able to sort out a more complete reincarnation container with clones as a reincarnation, and get rid of the constraints of conformity. Technical patch version of the research report. As long as this report is handed over to Orochimaru, he will not only support the expenses of his experiment, but also sell Tsunade's favors and rescue Silent, who was seized by Orochimaru. In front of the desk, Xingran Fen wrote quickly, and his superhuman speed was unconsciously used. A research and data report of tens of thousands of words quickly took shape after an afterimage. Just when the report was about to conclude, Starburn's hands with the afterimages suddenly stopped, and his expression was also slightly taken aback. The shadow clone who stayed at the Orochimaru base in the country of the river was smashed to death. Xingran used the shadow clone instead of himself to stay in the Orochimaru base in the river country for a long time, and it has never been suddenly killed. Today Xingran's shadow clone is lying on the bed as before to keep the consumption to a minimum mode. The ceiling smashed down as a result. There was no reaction time at all, and the shadow clone turned into smoke. What happened? The first thing that Xingran thought of was the Carcassian Mudan ninja armor that he met not long ago. At this time, Konoa was still vigorously encircling and suppressing Ninja Orochimaru and the various experimental facilities he left behind. Could it be the base of the river country? Was discovered. Xingran didn't dare to neglect, and hastily finished the research report. A flying thunder god had already arrived at a surgical marking spot located 15 kilometers away from the Maru base in the country of the river. Rumble. As soon as he appeared, Xingburn's ears heard the roar of mountains and cracks. At this time, the Starburn appeared in a dense canopy of trees. Due to the consideration of the concealment of the flying thunder god technique, the vision here was not good. Brush. Starburn came to the top of the tallest tree nearby with an instantaneous spell. What was reflected in the eyes of Starburning 100.0 was a mushroom cloud formed by huge smoke and dust. The original base of Orochimaru in the belly of the mountain had been in ruins, including half of the mountain, had disappeared without a trace. In the ruins, there is a faint behemoth fighting. Starburn cannot be confirmed for the time being. The perspective ability range is 2.5 kilometers. Although you can see what the base looks like from afar, the specific situation needs further confirmation. Bang! Just when Starburn was about to get closer to see what happened, there was a loud noise. Even if it was 15 kilometers away, Starburn could hear it very clearly. Afterwards, in Starburn's field of vision, a large area of small dots shot out from the smoke and dust. What the hell? So many slugs. When the star burns in a stupor, and countless associations are formed in his mind, a huge purple snake tail, a sky slug that shoots out along the lacing, escapes the barrier of smoke and dust and is exposed to Starburn's eyes. Okay, don't think about it. If Konoa's people call, Tsunade will definitely not summon slugs to fight. Now she will not help Konoa, nor will she be an enemy of Konoa, and Orochimaru's Wanch will also after summoning it out. The the situation became obvious. The two middle-aged uncles and aunts started fighting. Ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets on Monday. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 229 Snakes and Slugs 2 more. With the beating of the giant snake's tail, the slugs of the same size were beaten into thousands of small clones and shot out. The wind pressure generated by the battle quickly dissipated the smoke and dust after the collapse of the mountain. The stars burning from afar continuously came to this side, and finally clearly saw the situation on the ruins of the base. I saw Tsunade's tiny figure standing upright at this moment, standing on a raised boulder, glaring at the 10,000 snakes who were so different from his own, and the Orochimaru standing on the snake's head. The slug that was photographed by the snake's tail as a clone of the sky also quickly gathered at this moment, and the outline of a huge slug formed quickly. Phew! Bang! Without any words, Tsunade sprinted and came to the huge 10,000 snake. He punched out with a strange force, and a dull bang spread far away. I saw that the size of the snake was much larger than the attacking Tsunade, and the 10,000 snakes were several times larger. Under this attack, the body was first sunken in, and then the whole body of the snake formed an exaggerated shape along the direction of the attack. When the exaggerated arc of the snake body slowly expanded, until it was completely separated from the ground, the snake was like a rope thrown by a giant, flying out with the big snake pill on its head, rolling out hundreds of meters. With the help of the mountains and woods, he barely stabilized his figure. Tsunade, don't you want the life of that female disciple? The embarrassed Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice. Now he regrets a little bit. At the beginning, he can't naively think that Tsunade will have a good temper. The battle should have been done long ago, and a costly base was wasted for nothing. Kill you first. I will naturally find silence. Tsunade's answer was quick and fast. Before Orochimaru's words were finished, her answer was over, and at the same time she came to the back of the slugs who had gathered again. Slug tongue music acid. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, Tsunade quickly launched a slug's large-scale corrupting ninjutsu after knocking down Orochimaru and Wange. I saw that the slug spit out a large piece of mouth that could smell the sour odor from far away, the extremely corrosive liquid. So it was necessary to give Taeshiwan a heartwarming heart. And just as the corrosive liquid was about to drench the head, the Dashwan also moved. Psychic Akairu Rashomon. A huge gate with a grimace suddenly rose from the bottom of the earth. This was the gate of Shura summoned from hell. The gate face was like mocking an opponent, and would easily block all attacks. A large swath of acid hit the Rashomon, and the corrosive liquid was splashed everywhere, corroding the surrounding dense forests and rocks. But with such a powerful corrosion attack, it could not hit the first Rashomon in a short time. Put on. Damn it, Orochimaru, this is Grandpa's Rashomon. You use it to stop me. I'm going to kill you. Tsunade yelled angrily as soon as he saw Rashomon. So what? Who killed who in the end may be? Daishiwan glanced at the Rashomon who was about to break through, and the weak acid in the slug's mouth, revealing an evil smile with a tricky trick. 10,000 snakes. In an instant, countless snakes came out of the Orochimaru psychic, and the way they appeared was disgusting. They actually crawled out of the Orochimaru's mouth and attacked Tsunade. In front of the overwhelming number of snakes that can be called the snake wall, defense or escape seems to become meaningless, and the target can only be buried alive in the snakes. If Tsunade is an intensive phobia, or a reptilian phobia, she will lose the ability to fight at the first glance. Unfortunately, she is not, and Orochimaru is naturally aware of this. Everyone is a student taught by a teacher, and they know each other very well. Tsunade's slug has a trick to spit acid on a large area. Orochimaru naturally knows it, so even if the base was small before it was broken into ruins. In the space, Dashworm didn't use the 10,000 snake array, just to prevent these psychic snakes from being burned by the slug's saliva as soon as they appeared. Now the situation is different. The slug has just used this trick. If you want to use it continuously, there will be a certain amount of time to return to the air. This time is the opportunity for -1. It's just a pity that this trick was once smashed by the slap of the 9-tailed Naruto in the original time and space, which shows that in the face of absolute power, these snakes who win by quantity are not easy to use. Yin Seal Unlock. The Art of Bei'ihao. In an instant, the diamond-shaped imprint on Tsunade's forehead was liberated, releasing the huge amount of chakra accumulated in the Yin Seal. After the seal technique was liberated, a weird and ugly face was formed. Tsunade was completely outraged at this moment and usually rejected. The ugly facial makeup doesn't matter anymore, and the mood of killing the Orochimaru is like a flood bursting a bank. While each fist Tsunade slammed down with a fist, and there seemed to be a giant under the ground that was awakened, and a destructive energy was awakened. First, countless cracks appeared on the earth, and then the sky was filled with sand that burst into the sky by this huge destructive force. The group of snakes that had just surrounded Tsunade and slugs was hit by the blow into a bloody mist. As the blood mist mixed with sand fell to the ground and spread, even if the amount of blood in the snake's body was not much, the huge amount of it would gradually stain the nearby ground scarlet. In the attacks of Orochimaru, they often win with weird and huge summons. However, in this mode of attack, facing a single power-type enemy, it's a bit of inability to achieve success. When encountering a shadow-level opponent, it can fight for several rounds, and can even create a chance to complete the kill with a quantitative advantage. But if it encounters a super shadow opponent, it will be slapped. The current Tsunade has liberated the Yin Seal and opened the technique of the 100 Heroes, which is the super shadow level strength. Every punch and every kick contains the terrifying power of changing the terrain. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru's eyes twitched, and he took a punch from Tsunade with all his energy, cheating out the acid of the slug, but still failed to exert the power of the 10,000 snake array, in front of Tsunade's absolute destructive power. If you continue to consume like this, will you be disadvantaged in the end? That's strange. These blood fog effects are not much stronger than the impact of the screen caused by leaving a bit of blood on his body. Tsunade's fear of blood, this time definitely has to kneel very miserably. However, what surprised Orochimaru is that the blood mist in the sky is indeed very visually impactful. But sometimes it is not impossible that things will be reversed, but Orochimaru encountered this kind of thing today. I don't know how Tsunade adjusted his mentality. Not long after his body became stiff, a more violent and irritable aura spurted out of Tsunade's body, as if a star was pinched in his strong fist, with an indomitable momentum, rushed to the Orochimaru again. It seems that you must use a trick to use it. The Art of 8 Differences. Orochimaru used to choose ninjutsu in Konoa's Forbidden Technique library. At that time, the room was full of forbidden techniques. However, Orochimaru only selected 2 ninjutsu in this forbidden room. The other is the Baki art. P.S. Sorry for being late. Monday is another busy day. I will try to write another chapter in the evening. I hope the overtime will end sooner. Chapter 230, The Fifth Door of the 8 Doors Dungeon. One more. At that time, Orochimaru was still talking to herself. Even if it is a genius like him, it will take at least a month to learn this Baki technique, and in this room, there are thousands of ninjutsu, which is not something that a person can learn in a lifetime. Only by not dying can you get everything. It's just that the cost of this technique is too great. If it is activated, this body that has finally stabilized will be scrapped. Orochimaru has never had the idea of using this forbidden technique before, but now it seems to be desperate. And many more. Just when the Orochimaru was about to launch this class forbidden technique Yakuoki, a voice rang in the distance. At first, this voice was still far away, but soon, when the second word "wait" appeared, has come to the neighborhood. Orochimaru was hesitant, so she stopped ninjutsu for the first time, but Tsunade didn't have any scruples. After solving the snake formation, he rushed to Orochimaru. Boom. It's just that there was a black shadow that was faster than Tsunade's. This figure wore a green chakra coat. Vaguely, the skin of the figure was still glowing with an abnormal red luster. With a sonic boom, the figure blinked to the middle of Tsunade and Orochimaru, and the subsequent movements could not be seen clearly. The ground under this figure was bombarded and shattered by violent power. This attack was truly a mountain collapse. Most of the original Orochimaru base was turned into ruins. But half of the hill still stood upright here. However, under this violent attack, the original hill here was completely turned into dust. It was blown around under strong wind pressure. Together, they were forced to retreat 100 meters away, as well as the two who had just been beaten to death. When all the dust settled, the corners of the eyes of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru and Tsunade twitched fiercely. What caught their eyes was a crater that looked like the surface of the moon. The hills and secret bases where the few people had lived here for more than half a year are nowhere to be found, and some have only semicircular dents that are more than 10 meters deep. In the middle of the crater depression, a wanton flying back, wearing a white half-sleeved robe, with broken yellow hair, was blown away by the attack and slowly stood up. At the same time, the body surface of this back figure, the green chakra coat, also slowly converged with the gradually upright back spine, and the faintly visible congested skin slowly turned into a normal white color. Star burning? It turned out to be you. It was just right to come and rescue your senior sister with me. Tsunade is very familiar with this highly impactful and destructive scene. Isn't this the scene after his strange power technique has exploded? In addition to the unexpectedly great power, Tsunade is very comfortable with this kind of scene, so he can react first. And this response was an enthusiastic greeting. The nominal disciple, who hadn't been seen very much before, came to his side and besieged Orochimaru together. On the other side, Orochimaru's eyes were cold when she heard Tsunade's words, and between the sparks and flints, Orochimaru figured out what Tsunade's idea was. You know, Hoshiran is now not only Tsunade's disciple, but also a disciple of his Orochimaru. Everyone is in a nominal mentor-disciple relationship, and they didn't teach attentively. Helped at Tsunade. When the two were fighting, they didn't care that Xingran was still in this space, nor did he consider Xingran's life and death. Anyway, no matter how strong it is estimated that it will be similar to Silent's strength. It is nothing more than 8 of the information that was later investigated. Danza must be careful, because they can't participate in the battle of these shadow-level powerhouses. Both of them just felt that Xingran had some strength, but there was no specific concept in their hearts about how strong it would be, so everyone ignored that there is such a person and such a disciple. As a result, when this disciple showed the terrifying destructive power in front of the two for the first time, the two of them were heart-stricken at the same time. This is a force worthy of being drawn to. Even if they can't help themselves against the enemy, they must win over and can't push them to the opposite side. Go. So as soon as Tsunade reacted, he said that sentence in an intimate tone that he had never had before. Xingran-jun, thank you for the help just now, otherwise I won't be very comfortable with the hard resistance. It's all scheming. Who is worse than others? Orochimaru immediately said more slanderous words. Sure enough, Tsunade's expression immediately changed as soon as he said this, and Xingran was not silly. And naturally he found the thoughts of the two teachers in the first place. Xingran will make such a big noise about his way of playing, and can shock the 3 ninja. Number 2 does not have enough expectations, otherwise he will definitely take back some strength just now. Unexpectedly, after the second awakening, the control has been so greatly improved. I only wanted to speed up a little bit, so I opened the 8-door dungeon. As a result, the unexpected 8-door dungeon was successfully promoted. Come directly. At the 5th gate, the speed and power have reached another level, but this is not all. On a whim, I tried to control a wave of strange power punches and chakras before opening the 8-gate dungeon, but did not report much hope, and the result was true. So, a strange force fist in the 8-door retreat state was blasted out by Starburn. This method of pre-running ninjutsu before opening the door was the first method that Starburn learned to learn Bowman Dunjia. It was only because the development focus was that one was occupied by other things, and I have not been able to further control Bayman. Chakra was violent after Dunjia, so the ability to use other ninjutsu in this open state still remained in the initial results. Today, Xingran's punch clearly felt an unprecedented smoothness, which shows that Xingran's control power has also been greatly improved, so that it can finally hit such a powerful punch. Strange power plus 8 Dojunjio increase. Absolutely, it is the result that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Just looking at the results is good. Xingran successfully avoided the desperate behavior of the two teachers, but the process was a little overwhelming. Now both teachers have developed a new understanding of their own strengths. Some headaches, Xingran wanted very much. That said, the punch just now is the limit that can be achieved at this stage. It is impossible to make a second punch in the 8 Dojunjia state. Please don't judge my strength by mistake. Hey, Orochimaru-sensei, please don't get me wrong. I didn't intercept Tsunade-sensei on purpose or to rescue you. I just wanted to separate you. In other words, how well, I suddenly started fighting, and it's a waste. The loss is not small. Xingran couldn't let the two scheming uncles and aunts play, and quickly clarified his position. Otherwise I really can't say whether these two extreme guys will suddenly violent, and first get rid of this uncertain factor of myself. P.S. 3 shifts today, it should be easy to go to work next. In addition, when the recommended ticket arrives, it is a pity that Xioran is out of stock and can only promise to make up this chapter this week. PS2, ask for some recommended tickets for collection of monthly tickets. Students who are pirated can also vote for Xioran. This is available every day, and it is wasteful not to vote. Chapter 231 Reincarnation of Dirty Soil 2 more. Just talking. Remembering that it was because I had no money that I would stop experimenting and writing research reports on Loshizi to cheat money, and the secret base of Dashimaru, which was worth at least several hundred million, was simply in ruins. Well, and it was the last blow I completed, completely graying the base. It's really a waste. It's all money. How many Brother Chang's heads can be exchanged for it? It wasn't a sudden fight. This battle should have been fought long ago. And I blamed me for believing in the evil of Orochimaru until now. Tsunade once again took the initiative to launch a verbal offensive, placing himself on a level where the victim had to fight back. Xingran felt that Tsunade still wanted to let herself and her join forces to deal with Orochimaru. I kept my promise very much. At the beginning, we wrote very clearly in black and white about the content of cooperation and their respective responsibilities. Now you have not completed the results of improving the rebirth of a dead body. I have the right to refuse to fulfill the promise. Naturally, Dashimaru is not fuel efficient. Lantern, show the facts and make sense. Tsunade seems to be making trouble unreasonably. First put the mute off. That's my captive, and without my support, the curse will explode at any time. If it gets out of control, then your female apprentice will turn into a monster first, and then bang, ha 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 ha. You wanna die. You have to continue with me. The two guys are 80 or 90 years old together, and they quarreled like ordinary people in front of Xingran, but soon Xingran had to stand up again to stop them, because as the anger heated up again, the two of them it's going to fight again. Xingran hadn't forgotten his previous plan. His experiment this time was for the sake of buying both ends. Now naturally he can't watch the two fight dead. In case one of them dies, or worse, the two die together, the fun will be great. Whom do I find to pay the bill for so long? Stop, I have a solution. Now the two teachers keep quiet and restraint and listen to me. The one before Xingran was created by a good student, and I don't know that it is the strength of this second awakening. Let him drift away, and still care about it. In short, Xingran showed his domineering side in front of the two teachers for the first time. For a time, two people who thought they were familiar with Xingran could not help but froze, as if he had met Xingran for the first time. He was silent one after another. Teacher Orochimaru, This is the conceived experiment report I mentioned before. I won't sell it because of the special circumstances. In short, I succeeded. The defective part of the container will no longer be a problem in the non-corpse reincarnation forbidden operation. In this way, it is considered that Mr. Tsunade has completed the obligation of cooperation. Next, I hope you can fulfill the promise of cooperation. At the same time, with my research report, Miss Mute will have no effect on you. Everyone, let's get together and go away. Hoshiran finished speaking quickly. First of all, Tsunade recovered his calmness, but now it seems that his nominal disciple is still on his side. Although I don't know exactly what Hoshiran has researched, he is willing to count the results on himself and complete the cooperation content. Then he must inherit this sentiment. For a time Tsunade felt that it was such a wise thing to accept this disciple. On the other hand, Dashwin naturally wouldn't rely solely on Xingran's mouth to judge things. After receiving the scroll of Xingran's research report, he began to study it quickly. I thought of this idea a long time ago. Sure enough, Danza is right. Am I still impatient? I always think too much, but I can't stick to it. However, Xingran Jun, your research materials are almost meaningless. Do you know why I gave up the research on cloned containers? It's just that the ordinary body is not enough. Only a stronger body can do more. If you have those eyes. After reading Xingran's research report, Daishiwan muttered to herself suddenly, and seemed to be preaching to Xingran, all of which became crazy. Xingran is mentally prepared for this. After all, scientists are always prone to become extreme and crazy because of the strategy of a certain topic or the bottleneck of a new topic. Just calm down after a while. But when Tsunade heard that Orochimaru said that Hoshiran's research was obviously successful, but because of the difference with his ideas, he didn't agree with the statement, and he immediately exploded. Orochimaru, don't go too far. Your technique has been improved. Don't say that these naive excuses add laughter. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, just say it. I will hit you until you fulfill your promise. It hasn't been lifted yet. The momentum that a shadow rank powerhouse can only have, and there is a stance of fighting for another 300 rounds. HMPH. You are. Don't underestimate me. Xingran Jun has indeed improved the technique of reincarnation without a corpse. I will naturally fulfill my promise. I have to say that you have really accepted a good disciple. Orochimaru came and went crazy quickly, feeling that Tsunade was about to run away, and Orochimaru was too lazy to see this mad woman again, and clearly expressed her attitude. While speaking, he didn't make any muddles, and directly started to fulfill his promise. Psychic. Bang! After a burst of smoke, a fat and bloated strange snake was psyched up by Daishiwan. As soon as the strange snake appeared, it opened its exaggerated mouth, crashing, accompanied by the secretion of vomit and mixed with various unknown nausea mucus. Silent became alive, and the strange snake vomited out of his mouth. The scene, even if someone like Starburn had prepared in advance, could not help nausea and nausea. Now Silent looked like Akuma. Probably it's disgusting to pieces. Mute. Tsunade is not a person who doesn't know what is good or bad. Now Orochimaru is obviously going to return Mute, so naturally he won't be stupid. He asked the classic line, what did you do to Mute? Not caring about the disgusting mucus, Tsunade naturally glowed green in his hands and began to check his silent physical condition. Spiritualism, reincarnation of the dirty earth. Orochimaru ignored the emotional drama of the meeting between the master and the disciple, and continued to fulfill his promise. After 2 bangs, 2 coffins of ordinary materials slowly rose from the ground. This technique is. At this moment, Tsunade's whole personality changed. A few minutes ago, she killed the majestic and heroic her. He had a foreboding of what was about to happen, and he inexplicably exuded a different kind of softness, but more unwilling look. In Starburn's keen perception, this kind of softness, the feeling of the big sister next door, and a trace of care like a girl in love, and that unwillingness, even as an outsider, can be clearly noticed. There is a mood of greater hope and disappointment. Click, click, Click. Two soft sounds came out, and the cover of the coffin slowly slipped off. Chapter 232 The Star Burning. 3 shifts. In the coffin, one tall and one short, the silhouettes of 2 men gradually appeared. The tall man has long light blue hair like the sky. The short man is actually just a teenager with short brown hair. There is a faint outline in his facial features, the shadow of the hand. In addition to the common point that Konoa protects the forehead of the 2 men, they also have a distinctive feature, that is, their cheeks that look like old ceramics. Soon after the coffin cover was opened, the 2 slowly open their eyes. If the ceramic crack-like marks on the cheeks give people a sense of disharmony that is not like a flesh and blood body, then when they see these 2 eyes, even the dull people will perceive the strangeness of the 2. Because the whites of the eyes of these 2 people are as black as ink. Rope tree. Broken. When the 2 reincarnated from the dirty soil finally opened their eyes and saw Tsunade, Tsunade finally couldn't help but yelled out each other's name. Elder sister, Tsunade. Nosuke and Kato. Dan quickly realized what was going on now. Nobuki wanted to hug her sister impulsively, but the appearance of her sister changed a lot more than they remembered. For a while, he was a little hesitant. Summoning Huiyangma thoughtfully, and didn't care about Tsunade's current appearance. Tsunade, my promise is fulfilled. Are you staying here to help me clean up the ruins? Orochimaru watched the Spicy Eyes acknowledgement theater is about to be staged, and the hoarse voice sounded. Trying to drive away these eyesores, huh? Orochimaru, don't think I don't know the rebirth of the dirty soil, damn it, I'm so stupid. How could you really have a way to resurrect the dead? How long can they stay in this world? Tsunade was very unwilling. If she knew from the beginning that Orochimaru used the dirty soil to reincarnate and resurrect her relatives, this cooperation would not exist at all, and this idea has continued until today. But she underestimated her resurrection to those 2 people. Longing, obviously reacted as soon as the coffin was called out, but after seeing these 2 people, the desire to provoke trouble in my heart faded inexplicably. In any case, being able to meet again after the yin and yang are separated, even if I know it is short, it feels so good. I have prepared your remuneration in advance. Naturally, I used the best materials. 3 months will be fine. Orochimaru couldn't bear the joy of the rope tree, and replied very impatiently, with a very impatient expression. Tell everyone clearly that you can kneel down if you have nothing to do. ... This is for you. You have 5 minutes. Break the rope tree. Let's go. After Tsunade threw a scroll to Hoshiburn, he handed the mute to Kato, and took the lead to leave north. Sister, did you have a conflict with Orochimaru? Nope. Shun was a little bit unaware of the situation. Although he was very honest and quickly followed Tsunade, he kept asking questions. Before he died, was it true? Acting with Orochimaru. Then I'm going one step ahead. Kato Juan carried the mute on his back, and gave the girl who was very familiar with the feeling, and after nodding slightly in greetings with Orochimaru, he glanced at Xingran and found that someone he didn't know did not stay anymore and chased him, leaving quickly with Tsunade. This ... Okay, good luck to the teacher. Xingran opened his mouth. He didn't expect Tsunade to walk so straightforwardly and leave his nominal disciple aside. Xingran-jun, don't you follow? After Dashwan retracted his gaze, he swallowed the research report that Xingran just provided into his stomach in a very disgusting way. After that, he stretched out his tongue that was out of proportion to the volume of the mouth and licked it. He licked it, as if he had eaten something delicious, with an expression of inexplicable expression on his face, and asked Xingran seemingly about Xingran's plan at random. Forget it. The report also said that there are still a few ideas that need to be experimented. I'm really sorry to say that I've been embarrassed recently. Next, I need the teacher to support me in the subsequent experiments. Xingran timely he showed a jealous expression, like a motivated disciple seeking help from the master. Xingran-jun, look at where we stand. You also did a great job. When Orochimaru heard that this disciple was here to beat the autumn wind, he was speechless. Could it be that Tsunade just saw something That's why he left this guy and ran away ahead of time? Ha ha ha, this is an accident. I think you are in danger. And I made the move in a hurry. Really? Why did it seem that you didn't come here to rescue me just now? Yes? You must have heard it wrong. Orochimaru has always looked at the lunar calendar. After hearing the brazen words of Xingran, he lost his senses for a moment. After holding back for a long time, he said leisurely, if the apprentices of the 3 generations of old men had been accepted, there would be a shameless guy like you. I guess he could retire with peace of mind long ago. Haha, Mr. Orochimaru, you passed the award. Xingran was a bit embarrassed for a while when Orochimaru was confronted with sarcasm, but the skin created by the body of steel is not comparable to ordinary city walls. Xingran accepted it awkwardly and humbly, just as a compliment. Orochimaru was really speechless this time, and after a long silence, he changed the subject abruptly. What scroll did Tsunade give? It seems to be only 5 minutes. Almost forgot this. Xingran was still waiting for the answer from Daishiwan, who agreed to fund his own research. He didn't expect him to change the subject despicably, but this topic did successfully divert Xingran's attention. After opening the scroll, Xingran's gaze narrowed slightly after entering the big characters. It was a ninjutsu scroll of the technique of 100 tyrants. It was just that as the scroll was opened, the several ink techniques in the scroll moved to the most conspicuous position like a barrage, and as time passed, the contents of the technique continued to disappear. This is. Hoshiran thinks that he has learned the seal knowledge that Uzumaki Mito has passed to his granddaughter Tsunade very well. This is the first time I have seen this type of timed destruction of the seal technique. While complaining in his heart, the teacher always keeps one hand, and he swiftly remember the contents of the scroll. Tsunade's scroll of the 100 gorges art that Tsunade gave Starburn was set with a self-destruct technique. Within 5 minutes, all the contents of the scroll will disappear, and this disappearance does not mean that the entire text will disappear instantly when the time is up. But as time goes by, the text will gradually disappear from beginning to end, until the 5th minute, the last text disappears completely. Tsunade's intention is very clear. Give you 5 minutes to learn. How much you can learn is your ability. Don't blame me for not acknowledging your favor. If you don't learn anything in the end, it's your own problem. I don't want to see you. Now you can be regarded as the most benevolent. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you. Chapter 233 Danzang and Itachi one more. This is really the style of Tsunade. I wanted to come to this thing a long time ago. I think this time I didn't stand on Tsunade's side and deducted a lot of points. Otherwise Xingran absolutely believes it, and Tsunade has it. There is also another learning scroll of Sleevel Ninjutsu to create the art of regeneration, which will be given to yourself along with it. Forget it. If you can get ins rank ninjutsu on Tsunade's side, it is considered to have completed the expected goal. Xingran quickly remembered all the information in the scroll, and soon, after 5 minutes, there was no word in the scroll, but Xingran didn't care about it anymore. After the previous second awakening, Starburn's super brain has once again evolved. Although it has not yet reached the scanning memory of Clark in DC, it is already considered to be that the speed of memory and understanding is infinitely close. It only took less than a minute for Xingran to record all the contents of the scroll into his mind. For the remaining 4 minutes, Xingran kept deducing in his mind and chewing repeatedly. When 5 minutes passed, the follow-up of the Yin Seal, Advanced Ninjutsu, already understood, is inseparable. Teacher Orochimaru, do you want to leave me too? In 5 minutes, Orochimaru barely found some of her own research materials in the ruins. Seeing that it was completely destroyed, there was nothing to recycle. Maru planned to leave without saying goodbye, and throw away this disciple who beat her kiffing. It's a pity that Xingran's learning speed is beyond imagination. The Orochimaru's intentions were just revealed, and he was stopped by the recovered Xingran. Let's put it this way, Mr. Xingran. A container cloned with ordinary human genes like ours is the lowest standard choice. In my opinion, making such a boring container has no use except for wasting resources. Only those bloodlines, the powerful gene of the body and the cloned container can do more things. The latest intelligence collected by my staff, the Huii clan of the water country, will have rebellious intentions in the near future. By then, the village of New Ain will definitely be chaotic. It is not as good as us. Go over there and collect some really useful genes. By the way, I rent you out of money. Maybe you can make a fortune over there if you take advantage of the chaos. Daishiwan saw that this disciple was planning to rely on himself. His eyes turned slightly, and a plan to pull the strong man climbed into his heart. Especially in the end, the purpose of encouraging Xingran to make a fortune in Yuain village while taking advantage of the chaos was very unkind. It was to make Xingran make some movement to attract the attention of the outside world and cover his actions. The country of water, the hidden village of mist, the limit of blood. Xingran muttered to himself, and then showed a sunny smile at Daishiwan. Fire country, Konoa village. On the brig-like platform at the root base that was transformed by pipes, with a crutch in his hand, one arm weakly tucked in his robe, his right eye was wrapped in gauze, and he looked like an old man hanging down. The Shimura Danzo stands here quietly, with only the muddy and eyed eyes exposed outside, as if they have lost their focus, unable to see the front, let alone the future. Brush. In this environment where time seems to be still, a figure appeared in front of Danzo. The person squatted halfway, with long black hair tied into a pigtail. The deep lines extending from the corner of the eye near the nose to the eye were very conspicuous, as dark as darkness. The eyes are as deep as ink, as if there are endless thoughts in them. Uekai Hoitachi, you can come and listen to the old man's nagging words. I am very happy. Seeing Uekai Hoitachi, who was invited to come and squatting in front of him, there seemed to be a light flashing from the depths of Danza's muddy one eye. Danza-sama, you are very polite. If you have any instructions, just say it. Itachi, who has graduated from ninja school for 2 years, is more mature and stable than when he saw it at the star-burning cocktail party. He is a young man. This time, you performed very well in the ninja test. Old man, let me just say it. I hope that a genius like you can listen to the roots. Under my cultivation, you will get the best training. In less than 2 years, you will be able to become a powerful ninja in your own right. Please don't waste this talent. Danza may be really old, or he may disdain to spend his thoughts on such a half-a-year-old, without circumstance. The olive branch was thrown directly. Danza has been obsessed with Shaolin Yan since the last time he arranged for A and B to snatch Kakashi's Shaolin Yan. Especially the right eye has completely lost its light at this time. If you can't find a supplement, the eyes with poor eyesight will even affect the eyes with good eyesight. Now the left eye is intact, and there are signs of myopia, and things will become hazy. The Danza, who was aware of this, had to reconsider the matter of seeking to obtain a substitute for Sharingan. Kakashi can't think about it now. The third-generation baby is very, and because of Kakashi's affairs, he lost the only one. The Mudan ninja, who can only hit the Uchiha clan again with his idea. Uchiha Itachi. During this period, the roots focused on investigation and found one of the breakthrough points to implement this plan. Before Itachi came to see Danzo, Danza had already met several Uchiha clan members. As the eldest son of the patriarch, he usually speaks and behaves very appropriately, especially since there has never been any dissatisfaction with the ruling class of the village. In the Uchiha clan, whose strength has gradually expanded and become more and more arrogant, this is definitely a rare and valuable quality. If the Uchiha clan still has a moderate clan that can be compared with Itachi, maybe the whole clan is only the offspring of the mirror, Uchiha Shisui alone. Uchiha Shisui was first listed by the 3 generations of Naruto, and the Uchiha Itachi, who is indistinguishable from Uchiha Shisui in terms of talent and character, is the best breakthrough for the Uchiha clan. As long as you draw him to work under his own hands, then it is like a fatal nail in the Uchiha clan. If the plan goes well, through this Uchiha Itachi, in the future, he will continue to have a strong three-egoed jade. Wheel eyes can be consumed arbitrarily. I'm very sorry, Danza-sama, my father hopes that I can accept the burden of the security forces. Uchiha Itachi declined very tactfully, but even so, Danza, who did not get a satisfactory answer, was very annoyed. What's the future of the garrison? It will be the best when the garrison can reach the level of forbearance in the future. You go back and tell your father that you should exercise at the roots for 2 years. This will not bury your good talent. At least it can also cultivate you into the shadow level strength. Danzo was annoyed in his heart, but in order to write round eyes, he pretended to be regretful and asked Uchiha Itachi to come to his roots and stay for a while. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 234 Hui's Clan Rebellion 2 more. As long as he can stay at the root for a period of time, Danzo is confident that Uchiha Itachi will become his own knife. He thought about the rest of the remarks, and told Uchiha Itachi that as peace continues, and the new generation of Uchiha clan matures, the village and the third generation of Hokage are becoming more and more afraid of Uchiha clan, who are now more powerful. It has already made an excessive decision to monitor Uchiha's entire clan. As long as Itachi can listen to Danzo, it is designed to lure and kill several powerful three-hooked Jade Uchiha clan members and restrain Uchiha's swelling family power. Then the village will also I can rest assured of the existence of the Uchiha clan. Everyone can enjoy the hard-won peaceful life, and avoid the village and the Uchiha clan swordsmen. As for those tribes who were booby-trapped to balance the strength of the village and Uchiha, the roots will naturally help with the funeral, cremation saving land, so as to prevent people from knowing that their writing wheel eyes have been removed. Thinking of the next plan, Danzo's unsmiling face was inexplicably softened, making Itachi Uchiha, who saw Danzo's expression on the opposite side, feel extremely awkward. Is this an expression of kindness? Why is the feeling full of evil thoughts? Uchiha Itachi's thoughts flashed in his mind, and if he had heard of what the roots were, he was not so stunned. Who wouldn't be able to draw cakes? Such an important decision is no longer for him to make the decision without authorization. He can only postpone it in the name of the family. You know, I am the eldest son of Patriarch Uchiha. I can't make decisions without authorization because of my identity. I also need to report to the family to exercise the kindness of the roots. The elders make the decision. Itachi's repeated refusals made Danzo very dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction has a lot to do with the sense of rejection of the teacher's second-generation Mihokage Senzato and the Uchiha clan. In short, Danzo's eyes have flashed with cold light at this time. A murderous intent gradually diffused in the surrounding environment. But soon, this kind of murderous intent was concealed by the stronger aura, giving people the illusion that the upper class was dissatisfied with the status quo, and the faint-hearted immediately obeyed the order. But even if Danzo hides it well, the killing intent at that moment was noticed by the sensitive Uchiha Itachi, which made Uchiha's heart sink slightly. Danzo is very dangerous, and the roots are not friendly to him. If in the future, according to the idea of Brothers Ishui, he wants to serve the village and cannot stay here to do things. Really, that is really a troublesome rule. I hope you will report to the family as soon as possible. Our outs are very sincere and want to train you. Please don't let me wait for too long. Go. The act of killing the opponent and grabbing the eyes was not desirable, so he had no interest in letting Itachi give himself a clear answer as soon as possible. If Uchiha gives the old man this face, then it's good to say, the big deal is not to be too cruel in the future. If Uchiha doesn't give the old man this face, then don't blame the old man for using some methods. The dividing line of the national border, the country of water. This is an island country with a unique culture. Although the country is surrounded by sea on all sides, there are still many peaks in the terrain. In addition, the large and small islands around the island also have various customs and habits, and there are not a few islanders who live in compliance with the customs. As an island country, It faces the sea on all sides, has developed fisheries and is rich in various types of marine fish. Due to the distance from the mainland and the sea barrier, the previous Ninja World War's water kingdom rarely intervened. Belonging to one of the 5 major countries, Uain Village is in charge of the state's violence agency. Mist Ninja Village is a mysterious ninja village locked in thick fog. It is a mysterious ninja village second only to the 2 ninja villages of Konoa and Sanda. Fog Ninja Village has Water Shadow as its supreme leader, and it controls all ninja legions in the village by strict regulations. This ninja village is very powerful, and among them, the 7 ninja swords are the most famous. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, before the sun had set on the sea, a layer of mist had appeared in the island and forest environment with abundant water vapor, and this ninja village, which was different in architectural style from that of various countries on the mainland, was enveloped strictly. Xingran has been here for more than 10 days. But it is a pity that the Huai clan's rebellion that Orochimaru said has not erupted. A new Uain village is now called the Village of Blood Mist, with obvious and suspicious characters like Xingran and Orochimaru. If you live in the village, it will be as conspicuous as a light bulb in the dark. When you travel, you are guaranteed to have a few people following the whole journey, so you can't live in the village's hotel for more than 10 days. The image is not very good. Good. It should be tonight. Those mindless Huai people have launched a rebellion, but they preach the news everywhere. I really don't know what Shui Ying thinks. Let these fools live until now before they decide to start annihilation. The image of Dashwin next to Xingran is much better at this time. I don't know if he usually takes care of his personal hygiene. He just sheds a layer of skin. Seeing Dashwin's breezy appearance, he hates Dash. Maru had been with herself and had no chance to fly, thought to stay in a hotel elsewhere. Finally, I'm going to do it. If I don't do it again, I want to start a war. Xingran was unable to complain about the Huai clan and dragged things out. The preparations before the war were almost more playful, just as the Huai clan's current preparations for war, not so much. It's a rebellion. It's better to say that they will gather people to make trouble later. The Huai clan is located in a valley outside of Uain village. It has its own life system, including laws and family rules. Others cannot get along with these groups with very different customs and habits. Activities in one's own valley, to the misty village next door, can be regarded as invisible and indifferent. But today, when night fell, groups of Huai clan members appeared one after another outside Uain village, and soon these people pretended to enter the village as if nothing had happened. If it was in the past, it would not be difficult to enter the village at this time. Just show your identity and register it. But today, when these Huai clan members wanted to show their identity and register as usual, they were blocked by the guard. Why can't we go back to the village? When our Huai clan and other families were building a hidden mist village, Shui Ying was nothing but even dared to stop us from entering the village. Believe it or not, I killed you. The tribesmen seemed to be unable to enter the village quietly, so they changed into a big disturbance, and at the same time hinted that their men fished in troubled waters and entered the Uain village. What do you guys want to do? Don't you want to break through? Master Shui Ying explained that the door will be closed after dark, and no one can enter the village. The ninja who guards the door shouted on the high wall while holding several shurikens. Shooting out, forced several Huai people who were about to climb the wall to touch them back. Chapter 235 Conspiracy in Uain Village. 3 shifts. They are all people who ask for life under the blood fog policy, and they just kill the other party when they open their mouths, let alone people from the same country. If they are foreigners, they might not even have the meaning of warning. Out. Hey, what a big tone. Our ancestors participated in the construction of the village. There is no reason to prevent our children and grandchildren from entering. I will kill you now. The more you come, the plan to force Gong Shui Ying after sneaking into it seems to be impossible to implement. So let's attack. The fighting guys of the Huai clan, after the plan changed, they didn't know how to continue immediately. They headed Brawny, who couldn't think of a solution for the time being. He said he did it, and there was no time for the guard to react. Finger-piercing. When the sound of breaking through the air just sounded, the guard's throat had been shot through by a few finger bones, blood gushing from the aorta, spattering 2 meters away. The bloody picture. It was like turning on a certain crazy switch. The number of members of the Huii clan has reached nearly 1,000, roaring bloodthirsty in their mouths. King Begin. In the distance, Xingran, who was standing with Orochimaru, watched this extraordinary siege with great interest. Under the gaze of supervision, the battlefield was clearly displayed in front of Xingran. Xingran noticed that these members of the Huii clan were really all on their foreheads. There were 2 strange dotted eyebrows in the style of Japanese nobles. Most of the Huii clan, the clansmen of, can't exert the ability of bones and veins, and occasionally a few powerful Huii clansmen, only part of their limbs can make bone weapons to fight. Among these people, the strongest one is only at the level of shinobu, and can make bone blades for battle with 2 arms including most of the back. The bone veins are at this level. After watching for a long time, Star Burning reluctantly discovered that the nearly 1,000-numbered Huii clan member had not been able to enter the Wuian village, and the slots were full and unable to complain. Is this strength still rebellious? The bloodline is good, but it's a pity that the people who can display the true strength of the bones are not as good as one generation. Orochimaru also commented with some disappointment when he saw this. Just when the 2 of Xingran thought that Hui's clan would all be killed under the wall of the Wuian village, something happened. Several members of the Huii clan escorted a 7 or 8-year-old child to the gate of the city, said hello, and then hurriedly backed away. The child was confused for a moment. A shuriken shot from the city wall quickly awakened him. Then, although the child was small but had a great temper, his body was instantly covered with sharp bone spurs, and he screamed. He rushed to the gate of the city. The city gate that had been crumbling before seemed to have encountered the last straw, and the city gate broke under the strong bones of a child far beyond the same clan. The city gate was broken, and in fact, it didn't help much in the current war. From Xingran's point of view, these Hui clan people were destined to be destroyed here, and there was a clear gap in combat effectiveness between the 2 sides. However, once a change occurred, it was like triggering a series of chain reactions. Suddenly, there were killings all over the village. There are other forces involved in the civil strife. A conspiracy is underway in a mansion with surging heads in Wuian village. From the breath of patrol personnel and fixed guards who walked by in the mansion from time to time, it is not difficult to guess that the force value in this mansion is absolutely superior. Among them, there are a large number of ninjas at the level of ninja standing by in the room. Even the guarding power of Shui Ying could not be compared with the guarding power in this mansion. The Cal forces of the reformist families in Wuian village are concentrated here, and several patriarchs and elders who represent the uppermost level of power are also discussing fiercely in an inconspicuous room at this time. Ghosts have already started to do it again. According to the agreement, we have to do it. A grey-haired old man just received the latest news from the outside, and he couldn't wait to move on to the next step. Don't worry, the talents of Yora have just come to remind him, and let the Shuai direct troops consume a while. Another old man with bald head and age spots said in a slightly majestic tone, would you like to arrange for a group of people to do it and not be beheaded? I am worried that these mobs will not be able to resist Yakura's troops. An old lady with hair longer than her height said worriedly, I have sent someone to stare at it. Once the team that doesn't cut it can't stand it anymore, there will be a team of 100 troops for reinforcements. This time we have planned for so long, and it will be foolproof. In the room, except for the guards sitting around a few important people in the meeting, the only young man said at this time, especially in the last sentence of the foolproof tone, as if to explain his own point of view, more like to be firm for everyone belief in the heart. As soon as these words came out, several old men and women all looked at the talking young man with blazing eyes. They saw that this was a young woman. A blue dress could not hide the beautiful and enchanting figure, orange, with long hair hanging down to the waist, Her delicate face looks like a fairy, her aquamarine eyes with a hint of flattery. She is a stunning beauty, but everyone sitting here is all ages. No matter how beautiful the appearance is, they can't arouse them the slightest concern. The reason why she would look at this woman with a scorching gaze is because everyone admires her for her talent, and even more so, that she is recognized as the successor and spokesperson in everyone's minds. Tsurumi Ming said it is right. It will be foolproof. We have done so much this time. If we still can't change the status quo of the village, then even God has given up here, and we don't need to think about the future. The bald-headed and majestic old man nodded in agreement and said, his face was full of emotion and reminiscence of the past. For a while, the old men and old ladies in the secret room fell into silence. How long did the powerful water country fall into this terrible situation of endless internal friction and turbulence? Yukura was originally the water shadow that those in power like them, but unexpectedly, since Yukura became a human pillar, his temperament has changed drastically, and the cruel policies have been promulgated one by one. The villages that were like a paradise in the past have actually become in the notorious blood mist. These are the faults of their senior advisors. They were blind and blinded by Yukura's harmless appearance, so in order to make up for the wrong decision back then, it is time to stand up and set things right. The coup d'etat this time, it is said that the conspirators like them took advantage of the trend. In fact, everyone knows very well that this incident was the result of the calculations of these conspirators from beginning to end. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 236 Target Water Shadow Building One more. Regardless of this incident, the Huii clan was the first to initiate the war. In fact, these talents are the most innocent. I blame these poor-minded guys for making good use of them, and they will be scared by coaxing and deceiving them. I immediately believed that Shui Ying was really going to do something against them, and as a result, he was impatient to launch a coup d'etat without prior preparation. The most important thing is that they, the old mortals who pretend to be the village, simply use the Huii clan that is not good at using their brains to consume Shui Ying's direct power. For this reason, the Huii clan is about to rebel. The news spread out. However, to achieve this level, for the politicians who are used to seeing the darkness, there is only a slight ripple in their hearts. They need to be indifferent if they want to achieve great things. As long as the ultimate goal can be achieved, all the sacrifices are worthwhile, including this time. The other partner of Garrison no longer kills the group. In fact, if you don't cut it to the scale it is today, there are no such old and immortal shadows in it. Just imagine, how can a guy who only knows about assassination and ambition can pull up a team of nearly 1,000 people in a short period of time? That's not how the times make heroes. Reported that the ghosts will suffer heavy losses if they don't cut their troops, and the reserve team has already joined. Report: Master Shui Ying sent someone to urge us to participate in the suppression of the chaos immediately. How do I need to respond? The report said that the Huii clan took advantage of the chance of hitting the village by surprise. However, the command of the Huii clan seems to have a problem. They did not busy the Shui Ying building, but chased Shui Ying's direct troops. It was reported that there was a fire in the commercial street of the village. The fire was not big, but no one was fighting the fire. Report: with the sudden silence of everyone, time passed by every minute, and the subordinates who arranged to keep an eye on the status quo at any time also kept reporting the latest situation. If you don't cut it, another 200 people will be invested. The white-haired old man hoped to support him if he didn't cut it, but he was interrupted just after he had just said the beginning. It's almost there. Shui Ying has sent people to urge it several times, which shows that the Shui Ying troop has already suffered a heavy loss. If you don't cut it, you can start fighting with the trapped beasts, and finally explode and consume the remaining power of Shui Ying. Tsurumi is rare. When interrupting the elders, the tone is calm, but the content is to betray allies, to force out the last bit of strength and consume it. Do you want to stop cutting to death? The white-haired old man was silent for a while, and asked leisurely, "If you don't cut yourself anymore, you have lost yourself. His ambition and character will become an obstacle to us after the incident." Tsuyumi is only 20 years old this year, but she is no worse than these old men and women in the area of conspiracy. With the support of the old man, she will become the existence of Shuaiying in the future. Don't ignore her means because of her beautiful appearance and her young age. It should be fierce and determined, and she is definitely a top-notch existence. This time their goal was always the water shadow forces from beginning to end. As long as the decision to cut down the water shadow forces as much as possible and preserve their own strength, Tsuyumi was the first consideration. Well, although it's a bit wasteful, but doing so can be considered as using this chess piece as best as possible. The white-haired old man stared at Tsuyumi seriously for dozens of seconds, and felt Tsuyumi's determination. Although it is a pity, he still approved Tsuyumi's idea. As for the other two elders, they didn't have any opinion on Miming's decision, and they could even say that they agreed very much. For them, Yakura's actions are deeply love and hateful. So what do you think about this new successor? See how satisfied. Report: the Shuaiying troops have been defeated on our side, with a large number of Huii clan who have killed the Red Eyes. At this moment, a new situation appeared. Time to return to the side where the stars burned when the gate of the hidden foggy village was breached. Teacher Orochimaru, it seems that you have found the goal of the next experiment. Would you like me to help you catch that child? Xingran mouthpiece is talking to Oshimaru, but her eyes are like Oshimaru. He stared straight at the young figure who had already killed the Red Eye in the distance and was killing wildly regardless of the enemy and us. I have other ideas. Don't move this kid. By the way, now is a good opportunity. Are you not going to make a fortune? Dashwin knows that Xingran has been improving the recipe of the secret medicine of the Mountain Clan. This is extremely expensive. The large-scale project, coupled with the subject of the non-corpse reincarnation clone container, has a huge funding gap. As a teacher, he already faintly felt that this disciple seemed to be interested in the goal he also liked, and he used this excuse to dispel the star. Hey, don't worry, since you are interested in that child, I will naturally not mess around. Then, as long as the teacher shares some cell tissues for me to do research. Xingran said. He had already touched the Huayin village. Soon it disappeared from Daishiwan's field of vision. In Xingran, if Junmaro does not have a blood-stained disease, he can consider cutting Hu-1 and putting it on Junmaro's diseased seedlings. It's a waste of time, as long as there is Junmaro's cell tissue, can basically satisfy oneself. Next experiment. Oshimaru's attention was focused on Junmaro, who performed amazingly on the battlefield. Xingran naturally couldn't ask for it, and decisively followed Oshimaru's words and began to implement his own plan. The chaotic misty hidden village has become a veritable battlefield. After the star-burning ghost-like figure passed through a shadow, he appeared again, and he had carefully completed the disguise of the transformation technique. This time, the goal is very clear. The first is the water shadow building, where there are various ninjutsu developed by the Hidden Haze village. At the second awakening, the chakra gained the water attribute physique, and had long wanted to practice advanced chakras nature changes and forms. Star Burning, who changed ninjutsu, had already got the idea of these ninjutsu when Orochimaru invited to the country of water. Then there is the treasure house in the Shuaiying building. Looting here is equivalent to taking away the most essential part of Huayin village's wealth. The last is the limited liquidity in the various banks in Huayin village. In short, this time Dashwin will help him collect those useful blood samples, and he only needs to make a fortune in the mountains. The Star Burner, who changed his appearance with the transfiguration technique, no longer concealed the Kryptonian's abilities this time, and came to the water shadow building silently. Hairstyle perception organs. The perspective ability was activated, and soon found a secret room with a large collection of books on the third floor underground, and a treasure room with a large area. Just a quick glance, Xingran found a lot of treasures, and at the same time in Starburn's field of vision, On the top floor of the Water Shadow building, there are 3 important figures who are extremely eye-catching. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 237, The Technique of Packing and Taking Away 2 More. The 4th generation of Mizuki Jidora, the boy with short grey hair and purple pupils, has a scar that looks like a suture mark under his left eye. He holds a stick-shaped weapon with a hook on the front end and decorated with green flowers. Uchiha brought soil, wore a swirl-shaped orange mask, a red cloud suit with an Akatsuki jacket, and a black one-piece tights inside. The innie exposed in the swirl mask was a strange 3-jade writing wheel eye, also wearing Akatsuki's black-red cloud outfit. But a plant similar to a pitcher plant grew from his shoulders, enveloping his head in black and white. Only when Xingran's vision was swept, Akatsuki, who was in charge of the intelligence work within Akatsuki's organization, definitely looked around and looked forward to it. Shocked, Xingran quickly withdrew his gaze and narrowed his breath. Fortunately, after the second awakening, the flight ability can already be used for regular use. Otherwise, just now, it is very likely that you will be aware of something through the ground conditions. Fly to the 3rd underground floor carefully throughout the entire journey. There will naturally be guards in this important place, especially when the turmoil has led to the restraint of the surrounding vigilance forces. Now, those who guard this floor can guess at least that it is particularly high without thinking. Forbearance level. Boom. Varied. Boom. With a muffled sound, a long-haired female minin was stunned by Xingburn and a hand knife. Another male companion had only time to say a word and followed in the footsteps of the female minin. In fact, every floor underground has good guards, but the strength of the 3rd floor is stronger. But the weird way of moving at Xingburn's does not touch the ground, causing Wu Ren to be successfully attacked one after another. When the Fulshan technique was activated, Xingran had already arrived at the beach, and threw the last 2 hapless corpses into the sea. Xingran clapped his hands, and was very satisfied with the convenience Fulshan had brought to him. Once again, Fulshan returned to the place where the guard had been taken away. Xingburn opened his perception power and silently sensed whether there were any traps or alarm techniques at the door of this library. Based on the sealing technique of the Maelstrom family, within less than 10 seconds, Starburn has discovered a hidden alarm technique, but this technique is a bit troublesome. Woolen cloth. Xingran touched his chin, with his feet about 40 or 50 centimeters off the ground, floating in the air as a thinking costume while lying in the air, with an inexplicable sense of leisurely smoking a cigarette in a gas station. The field of vision is enlarged, and there are some gaps in the ceiling position. There is a way. Superbrain, even if it is pretending to think, it really doesn't take much effort. Xingran already has a way to break through the door alarm technique. Take out a banknote, set up the Flying Thunder God technique, and then stuff it in through the gap. And then it is the moment to witness the miracle. Duang. When the Thunder God of Star Ranf appeared again, the man had already entered the library, holding the banknote that was still floating in the air, perfectly avoiding the obstacle of the gate. Still the same sentence, there is the art of Flying Thunder God. It is too convenient. Only using this technique to kill and kill is simply a violent thing. Starburn still walked to the large desk in the middle of the library without touching his feet, and drew out a scroll from the nearby water tank. Water escape. The art of the Great Falls. This technique belongs to the attack type evil ninjutsu of the water escape system. Chakra gathered behind his throat and spewed a huge ball of water forward from his mouth, hitting the enemy with a waterfall of water. Sealing style. Yinchu Shenmao Zihayuchu Wugzu Yingzu Yinsi Chu Shenmao. It is a very difficult water escape ninjutsu. There are a lot of explanations on the operation of chakra in the scroll. When Xingran walked to the big desk, the scroll of the Great Waterfall technique in his hand also turned to the end. After re-rolling the scroll, Star Burning looked around. Rows of bookshelves centered on this place, stacked one after another. Here, there are at least thousands of ninjutsu and various development variants, and there may be forbidden techniques existing. Xingran's mouth showed a satisfied smile. It's so smooth. I really want to thank the Huii clan for their outstanding contributions to me, but unfortunately I have no plans to repay. Xingran praised the Huii clan for their beautiful work, and at the same time the actions in his hands had already begun. Sealing technique, packing and taking away technique. Star Ran's eyes quickly swept across the rows of bookshelves. The seal scrolls he brought with him this time were many, but they were limited, and there was no need to move the entire library away. Many things here were actually of no use to Xingran. Just for example, the lowest leveled level ninjutsu. Xingran has no interest at all in his mind. Even the cleaval ninjutsu can provide very limited help to himself. But here are the two lowest level ninjutsu at most, except for some very distinctive low level goods. Starburn's targets are only those of higher level ninjutsu. Fortunately, the supervision and the superbrain process information so fast that they soon found what they wanted in these disorderly bookshelves. Water escape waterfront wall. Take away. Water escape water dragon bullet. Take away. Water escape the art of water iron cannon. Take away. The technique of dungeon. Water instantaneous body. Water turbulence. Water double body. Take away all away. Soon, the useful ninjutsu collected by Xingran filled that huge desk in the center, and as the bang of smoke dissipated, the most elite part of the water escape ninjutsu in the Misty Village was accepted by Xingran. Some of these scrolls are simply high level, and some are unconditional to learn even if they are Starburn, such as the Ice Shield secret art of the Snow Clan, which are collected here, and some of the bone proliferation ninjutsu of the Kaguya clan. There is also a record here that Xingran has taken all of them in the spirit of research, and the secret techniques of the natural ghost lamp family have not been spared. Among them, the most powerful is the forbidden technique of the second generation of water shadows. There are a few techniques, even if they are not high in level, but their effects are not small. For example, Yakura's water mirror art, as well as the general mist concealment art, water doubles, water whip and so on. These techniques are not super powerful ninjutsu, but they all have their own functions. Water escape and water mirror create a clone that is exactly the same as the enemy, and can use the same ninjutsu as the opponent, and the power is the same. This is the ninjutsu of Senju Manama and the fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura. Not only is it powerful, but also very difficult. The technique of water escape and fog hiding. This ninjutsu is only level, but it is very helpful to the star burning. The thick fog from the mouth makes the surrounding environment blurred, so as to obstruct the opponent's vision. Add the water escape chakra to use the effect is more prominent, and the original time and space can even blur the sight of the reincarnation eye. Starburn now has many abilities that cannot be exposed at will. After this trick, in the mist, whether it is the mystery of the flying thunder god or the mountain clan, it can be extremely concealed. Of course, it is still bad to want to be concealed together with the 8-door dungeon with a little meaning. The 8 doors of dungeon opened and closed, and it was easy to blow away the mist. Chapter 238, Absolute 3 Shifts. There are also small ninjutsu such as water substitute and water whip, which are also unique. The water double liquefies the body to invalidate the damage caused by the physical attack. It is similar to the magical hydration technique of the Ghost Lamp clan, except that the speed of the transformation from liquefaction to entity is much lower than that of the hydration technique. Ordinary double aim place technique has been thrown out of N streets, and Tao D is especially proficient in this technique without cutting it. The water whip can make up for the shortcomings of the star-burning restricted ninjutsu. The favorite of the shadow of the fog, the whip is formed by water to bind the enemy so that it cannot move, and the effect of thunder ninjutsu is very ideal. Pack and seal a table of ninjutsu scrolls. Starburn did not delay time. I wanted to use the same method to go to the treasure room next door, but the treasure room had more alarm techniques, and finally entered the room. The anti-theft facilities are enough to make strange thief movies, especially the several showcases with the Fog Shadow 7 ninja swords. With the blessing of various techniques, I can't wait to weld the preserved things here. When Star unpacked the various types of ninjutsu collected in Uin village, the few people on the top of the water shadow building were also busy. The Huii clan used weapons of highly awakened bloodline power. The city gate was under too much pressure and requested support. Ju's voice was relatively frivolous. Although others were still in the office, they seemed to have been on the battlefield personally, sending the news in real time. Report to the other two people in the office. No, to be precise, it was just to report to his companion Uchiha, who took the soil to listen. As the highest leader of the Uin village and one of the main responsible persons in this war, Yuru is now just a puppet controlled by the soil. Let those old undead advisors send someone on top. Yuru is like a quiet puppet. He will act only when he brings the soil to give orders. This time it is the same. When the leader said after that, Yuru was more like a messenger, and he walked out of the office and ordered his hands to do it. According to the previous ridiculous meeting request, the consultant's subordinates should use it to prevent the reactionary force in the village. Are they used so early? I'm afraid they will not listen to Shui Ying. U. The frivolous voice was replaced with a deep voice, and the face that had been talking had changed from the white absolute part to the black absolute part. A group of self-righteous guys. Those so-called reaction forces can't hide from you at all. We know what the real situation is. Let these people do it early, maybe they will play a scene seriously. How much energy can be given? Shui Ying's direct troops consume too much and it's not good. Only in front of Ju did he show his mature and steady aura. Generally, when he was in the Akatsuki organization, he was mostly shown in the image of Afe, which was frivolous and weird. What do you do if the consultants don't move? Absolutely. Seeing Yura return to the office again, still silently like a puppet, knowing that the request for soil has been passed on, suddenly asked with interest. It doesn't matter, they don't go, and Shui Ying's troops will not be as they intended. If the city is broken, the Anbu will be the first to retreat. Who is more anxious when you see it? The blood-red writing wheel flashed, and the people outside the window. A round of red moon echoed in the distance, and made a decision that didn't care about the loss of Uin village. Report to Lord Shui Ying that Todi has launched a rebellion in the city without cutting it. He asks you to abdicate immediately. An Anbu came to the office door and reported loudly through the door. Sent someone to urge the consultant to do it. Report, the city gate was broken, and our people suffered heavy losses. The words of bringing soil were just finished, and Anbu's farewell sounded again at the door. In fact, it was the same time as the city breaks if the attack was not slashed, but the city gate was farther away, so there was a time difference. Your news is slow? Suspicious. Yuge was by his side. He should have known this kind of news earlier than Quanbing. Sorry, I just sneaked into that woman's mansion called Trumi Ming. Guess what I heard? The frivolous white half of his face asked himself for a reason. Cut, it's nothing more than consuming Shui Ying's troops, and then stand up to turn the tide and other tricks. Taito said indifferently, as if he had forgotten the Anbu outside the door waiting for follow-up orders. They are playing for real this time. They are fighting to be maimed in Uin village, and they have no intention of taking action. They have to see that all the people in our hands are dead before they will give up. Yin and Yang said strangely, and they still talked about themselves. Add some oil and vinegar. Let the people of Anbu retreat first, and the Kaguya clan can do whatever they like. Anyway, they are all brainless fools who can take care of them at any time. After taking the soil to think for a while, he let Yura go outside to spread the word. It's a bit difficult for Anbu to retreat now. The war madness of the Huii clan has already killed the Red Eyes, and the troops chasing after the Water Shadow are killed. Even the important place of the Water Shadow building is ignored and no one comes over. Before Yura went out to spread the word, he had once again controlled the forefront of the battlefield intelligence, and told Daito happily, damn, these pig brains, just like this coup. Do you think it was the Warring States period a few decades ago? These brainless rebels played their cards in an uneasy way, and were a little irritable with the soil. What happened again? Seeing that Ch suddenly looked around, he asked in an irritable and earthy tone. It's nothing. I just had the illusion of being spied. There was definitely a momentary palpitations, but within a second, the feeling disappeared, and he perfunctorily said in a thoughtful way, really? Look outside. Is there someone coming to assassinate Shui Ying? Chiyata believes in Chu's perception ability. Since it feels strange, it can't be wrong. At this time, you can guess with your ass. It must be. The advisory team sent a killer. There is no killer. Outside nothing unusual wait this is the guards from the ground are gone, and a mouse went underground. Chu also agreed to bring soil. His judgment increased his perception of the outside world, but the direction of perception was mainly concentrated around the Shuiying building. After a while, no abnormalities were found. When he recovered his perception, he unexpectedly found that there were a few people missing in the Shuiying building. Starburn is actually very helpless. Knowing that Chu is here, just stuns a few people, and then throws them into a hidden place. It will definitely not work. Such an abnormal thing will soon be discovered by Chu and kill those guards on the spot. Even worse, the bloody smell will be discovered in the first place. After thinking about it, only by stunning first, and then flying Lichin away to kill, in order to minimize the possibility of exposure. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 239 for Shinobi Swords. One more. It's just that this maximum limit is also ineffective. With good luck, it will take a long time to discover that there are missing people. After all, you can't see people or dead bodies. What if you go to the toilet in a group? But luck was not good. For example, now, Starburn has just sneaked in for less than 5 minutes, and has definitely discovered the abnormality of the guard disappearing. Notify those who are being chased by the Huii clan, and bring the fighting madness of the Huii clan to the advisory team, and let them bite the dog. Bring the soil and leave the water shadow here to stabilize the hearts of the people. With a burst of spatial vortex disappeared into the room. Since Lin's death, Taita has tried every means to harm Huiyin village. After so many years, he controlled the 4th generation of Mizuki Jiraiya and issued a lot of anger and grievances. This act of manipulating the enemy and causing the enemy to harm the enemy, it gave the soil extremely comfortable feeling. Now someone wants to liberate the Huiyin village and overthrow his cruel rule. It's just. That's great. If this kind of thing happens several times, Huiyin village will be able to endure it. Ji has been removed. Anyway, he overthrew a Yura, and finally controlled another Yura, as long as he could bring more pain to Huiyin village. It's just that the life and death of the subordinates under their control does not matter, but the advisory team will definitely not be able to live well. Therefore, even if Shui Ying falls into the pit, you have to take you conspirators to take a bath together. Don't think about living well and bring your own life. Can be really better. It is foreseeable that if the power of the advisory team attacks the Huii clan, it will help Shui Ying's subordinates. If attacking the Shui Ying subordinates, then everyone will naturally fight with swords and guns. But don't forget, the Huii clan doesn't care if you are. The members of the advisory group are still those of Shui Ying. In short, they are all Wurin, who are all enemies. This kind of result is a three-way melee. Anyway, no matter what kind of result, soil can be accepted. As long as Huiyin village suffers heavy losses, he will be happy. After giving the order for everyone to shit together, he brought the soil through the Shinhua space and reached the bottom of the water shadow building. At this time, Xingran was tilting his head thinking about how to take away the 4 Hei's 7 ninja swords in front of him without being exposed. The 4 ninja knives are long knives, stitches, blunt knives, pocket cuts, burst knives, droplets, double knives, and flounder. After arriving in the treasure room, Xingran accidentally happened again. First of all, there were various alarm mechanisms and techniques in it. This is good. With the ability to see through and the advantages of the seal technique of the Maelstrom family, Xingran just felt a little bit. It's just trouble. Besides, The cash here is much less than expected. It only looks like 20 to 30 million. Xingran didn't react until then. The Huayan village managed by Yura has actually been in a fiscal deficit vortex every year. Even if the wicked government of taking soil advances, even if it can save some money occasionally, it is estimated that it will be moved away soon. And the subsidy Xia organization has gone. Now there are tens of millions of tals of cash in the treasury. It's better than nothing. Xingran immediately put it away with the technique of packing and taking away. Finally, there are all kinds of treasures. There are valuable pearl corals, calligraphy and painting contracts, and even valuable full-body armor. From the perspective of craftsmanship and style, this set of well-maintained, exquisite and beautiful full-body armor should be from the Warring States period. What's left is the precious chakra insulator, which is similar to a cup in a casino. It can isolate chakras from perception and resist some of their power. The only thing that makes Starburn feel unhappy is this armor helmet and the grimace mask. Too bad reviews of Japanese style. These star-burning self are not eye-catching. Although they are of great value, they are not easy to realize. In the case of large quantities, there is a risk of being followed by the vine and papaya. Those who can enter the eyes of star-burning are the 4 shinobi swords in front of them. The first group of 7 Naito swords consisted of 7 people including Loquat Juzo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Li Chaiquan 1, Tongkao Yibeiren, Wuli Jinba, and Hai Chulia. After the death of Loquat Juzo, the first owner of the broken sword and the decapitated broadsword, his ninja sword was taken by Taoji no longer cut. After the death of the watermelon pufferfish, the first owner of the big sword and the shark, his ninja was taken by the dried persimmon on the shark. After the death of Liya, the first owner of thunder knife and Ya, his shinobi sword was captured by Ringo Yuyuri. After the death of the first owner of the double sword flounder, his ninja sword was captured by the ghost lantern full moon. In the second batch of 7 ninja swords, there were only 4 of them: Taudi no more cut, Dry Persimmon Ghost Shark, Ringo Yuyuri, and Ghost Light Man. Since the 3 knives of long knife, stitching needle, blunt knife, pocket cut, burst knife, and spray are not used by anyone, these 3 knives are stored in the scroll by the ghost lamp full moon. After Momoki, the second owner of the broken blade and the decapitated broadsword, never beheaded to death, his shinobi sword was seized by Gui Dengshui. After the death of the second owner of the Tozord and flounder, Unatu, his ninja sword was captured by Chojuro. It's not clear how the stars burn in the original time and space, but now after seeing the 4 knives in front of me, Starburn has a vague concept. Now that these 4 knives appear in front of my eyes at this time period, then the ghost lantern full moon is dead. After a few years after Triumim came to power, he would give the Tozord and flounder to Chojuro for use. This is the real treasure. But how these treasures can be collected into one's own pockets is a bit of a hassle. The security forces here are in line with the background of the 5 major countries. If you want to take them away quietly, it takes a lot of time to crack the alarm technique. Just as Xingran was thinking about how to crack the security of these ninja swords, a whirlpool appeared silently and not far behind Xingran. Soon, the soil with the orange whirlpool mask walked out of the whirlpool, saw the star burning not far away. Transfiguration? It turned out to be a thief. I thought you were from the rebel army. A voice with soil abruptly sounded in the quiet treasure room, and Xingran's expression of thinking was startled. Who are you? How did you come in? I haven't seen you in the village. Xingran slowly turned around, and when he saw the person appearing silently in front of him, who turned out to be Soil, Xingran smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he should have been found out, and the speed was really fast. However, Xingran has always been paying attention to protecting his true identity, and when his thoughts turn, Xingran has already thought of a character, and has begun to act. The words and expressions that are said are deliberately telling Daito, I don't know his number, so he is not a powerful enemy worthy of attention. And then there is telling Daito vaguely, don't look at me using the transformation technique. In fact, the identity is easy to guess, just the inner thief who wants to fish in troubled waters. Not only have you never seen me, you still can't see the sun tomorrow. Taking the soil is obviously in a hurry, and he wants him to preside over the overall situation outside, so he directly attacked such a small thief without any nonsense. Ding! The sound of golden and iron sympathy sounded in the next second. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 240 The God of Trouble 2 more. While bringing the soil to Starburn, a shuriken in his hand had already fired to Starburn first, and Starburn only took 0.1 seconds to weigh the pros and cons, and then he moved cleanly and drew out the long knife that was placed in the display cabinet. The stitches, lightly pick, will fly the shuriken that is flying in front of you. There are 4 knives on the table. Starburn can't just grab a knife and use it. The dull knives, pocket cuts, burst knives, and droplets are used to break defenses when attacking tough spots. One is nothing more than a detonation talisman. The simple attack of Xionen's 600 billion detonation talisman can't kill the soil. The blasting knife is the most useless to deal with the soil. The last double knife, Flounder, can release a powerful light ball of energy, and the power will be as the master's strength increases. It once knocked away Sasuke's so-called absolute defensive Susanoo. Wasted, after he hid in the mighty space. The nuclear bomb did not threaten him. The only difference is the stitch. The stitch is like a needle thread enlarged to the size of a long sword. There is a steel wire at the end, which can greatly increase the style and flexibility of fighting effect. In fact, the reason why Xingran directly picked up the ninja sword and fought with the soil is not because the ninja sword can bring him any intuitive improvement, but as long as it is so simple and rude to take a ninja sword and store the ninja sword before the security facilities on the showcase of the show will be activated, and the alarm will attract a large number of Wuren. At that time, what should the actual ruler of this invisible fog-hidden village do with soil? It must be very difficult. Jingle bell. The moment Xingran took away the stitches, the piercing alarm sounded and quickly spread throughout the entire Shuaiying building. Most Wuren had never seen the soil, and at this sensitive time, he would treat the soil as an enemy, and should he fight back, counterattack, these mist ninjas are actually the power in his hand. It's a pity to kill, so, if you don't counterattack, there will be more people attacking. If you keep the soil in the divine power space, you will not be able to threaten the star burning, but you will leave the divine power space. There is a risk of being hit and injured by the barrage, which is difficult and very difficult. Bringing the soil also thought of this. The writing wheel eyes behind the mask were red and bloody, and the mouth was already in front of Xingran, and his palms straightly grabbed at Xingran's throat. This kind of unruly style, which easily exposes the intent, doesn't even use the children in the ninja school, and the attack with soil is so straightforward. Xingran's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that a scene he had often seen in his previous life was about to appear on him. But Xingran's movements remained the same, and he didn't show that he knew his attack would definitely pass through the soil. Sure enough, the palm with the obvious attacking intention with the soil was first traversed by the star-burning stitches, and there was no sense of force. Hey! Innocent. Vaguely, Xingran heard the mumbling behind his earthen mask. Between the lightning and flint, Xingran's attack has been completely used up, and the palm with soil also came to Xingran's throat. It would be great if I learned the technique of mist concealment first. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, but the palm of his hand actually pinched his neck, Xingran suddenly remembered the ninjutsu he had obtained before, but he never thought of learning immediately. If there is a large amount of thick fog that cannot be seen in this environment, then you will be suspended in the air without making any sound. At the same time, the perspective eye can clearly capture all traces of soil. The most important thing is that in this under the circumstances, Bring the soil would definitely not be able to find that he used the technique of Thunder God to fight him. Now, he can only use skill. Click it, noisy. Xingburn's neck was pinched by the palm of the entity, and the strength to carry the soil was very strong. This was for the purpose of defeating the enemy with one blow. The palm of Xingburn's neck was squeezed directly because it was too hard, and even the bones of the hand could be heard. The sound of friction. The sizzling sound also appeared at the same time Xingburn's neck was grabbed. This is the friction sound produced by the violent pulling of the steel wire. When the soil was squeezed to break Xingburn's neck, the materialized arm was also entangled by the steel wire. What? When I took the soil hard, there was no response, and when I put it hard, there was still no response. Why is this neck so hard? Could it be the earthen escape and hardening technique? It's just that there is no more time to think about this problem with the soil. The titan steel wire has wrapped the arm, and the arm with the soil will be cut by the silk in the next second. Zip collapse. The steel wire continued to tighten, but there was no feeling of entangled the entity just now. Under the pull of Starburn, the steel wire penetrated the arm with soil, and was finally stretched. The arm with soil was still intact, and it was a magical space. Brush. Naturally, Xingran would not always let the soil pinch his neck to pose. When the soiled arm turned into a phantom, Xingran had already rushed forward and completed a pairing with the soiled body. When bringing soil to fight in the original time and space, he often completes this kind of body-crossing drama with his opponent. This time and space naturally also has a lot of experience. Seeing that Starburn was about to be completely separated from the body carrying the soil back and forth, the chains with the soil tied to both wrists appeared. Because of its position, this chain is just able to strangle the star burning through the body with soil. If people are strangled in this way, they may be shocked on the spot. Even if they can resist this sudden attack, they will be controlled by the chain. Live and become a captive with soil. Wow! Sure enough, the chain was entangled with Xingburn's body, but just as he brought the soil and continued to exert force to pull the Starburn back to his side to continue the subsequent attack, the chain was stretched first, and then the soil felt a strong attack. And then there was a burst of force. The clouds ride the fog. Boom. Finally, the earth was thrown away like a hammer thrown by the stars, knocking various nearby ornaments to pieces, until it hit a wall in the treasure room, and the smoke suddenly spread. When you are sick and killing you, Xingran won't look at it at this time. The ability to see through is better than ordinary people, at least in such a smoky situation. It can clearly capture the enemy's trail and make additional attacks. Buzzing. The blue chakra scalpel had covered the entire forearm, and the star burned heavily on the ground. It had already occupied a small part of the room with dust, and was completely enveloped by a cloud of smoke rising into the sky. Starburn smashed a large block of floor tiles and approached the earth at a speed close to the speed of sound. At the same time, the chakra scalpel inserted the earthen mask without hesitation. Puff. With a muffled sound, Xingran Xio's palm directly inserted into the wall behind the soiled brain, but the soiled head was unharmed. It was a divine power space again, and it was really a troublesome ability. The star burned and jumped to open the distance with the soil. At this time, the soil was ready to pat the non-existent dust on his body, and Shishiren stood up straight again. Chapter 241, Growth of Illusion Resistance 3 Shifts. It seems that you don't seem to be surprised by my abilities. The 3 Jade with the earth is flashing with the mysterious red light. The previous battle with the earth has always noticed the star burning expression, even if it is used the transformation technique conceals it. But that look is not deceiving. The thief in front of him has been very calm from beginning to end. Writing round eyes, you are Konoha's spy, it is enough to know this. Xingran continued his acting skills, and the black eyes returned to normal after the soil appeared at the beginning. But when after Xingran picked up the stitches, the earth-carrying writing wheel eyes were no longer hidden. At this point, Xingran finally had time to act. So he continued to mislead the earth. It's just that Xingran's words haven't been finished yet. He just glanced at the earthy writing wheel, seeing that the middle field suddenly turned into a blood-colored world, and various evil ghosts with strange pixels rushed towards Xingran. I have been in the illusion, and he is still very afraid of the three-gu jade writing wheel eye. For a moment, Xing Burns mobilizes the whole body's mental power and struggles desperately. However, this illusion space is extremely strong. Even if the weather has exploded on its own side, this illusion space is only it was trembling violently, but there was no sign of collapse. Outside, there is a ridicule in the eyes of Daito. Is it strange that the other party accepts so calmly that he can transform the real from the virtual? He has seen too many ninjas who are not surprised. You must know that ninjas can kill with one blow and never beep. If there is a conversation during a fight, please be very careful. The soil is like this now. After several rounds of contact with his writing wheel, the other party must have noticed it. And I just asked the other party just to let the other party subconsciously focus his attention on his own writing wheel eyes. His strength is not illusion, so when launching the illusion, you need to look at the enemy as much as possible, but fortunately, it finally succeeded. Unexpectedly, a little thief would be so difficult to deal with. In village is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Taito breathed a sigh of relief, and Kakuzu did not know when he had been held in his hand. Slowly came to Xingran. His hand was about to pierce Xingran's throat. Bang! At this moment, there was a bang, smoke filled, and the star-burning transformation technique could no longer be maintained because of the chakra's continued chaos in the body. At the same time as the transformation was lifted, the stars in the smoke burned at this moment. A bright light flashed under his eyes. Back 2 seconds ago, Xingran desperately exploded his mental power in the illusion space. Suddenly, in his mental power perception, chakra experienced a moment of violent chaos in his body. This was the explosion of the glass necklace that prevented illusion. Chakras have affected the chakras in the body of the external body, and the chakras in the body are twisted and confused. When Xingran dealt with the 10 million bounty of Cheng, he was also attacked by his illusion. At that time, how could Cheng's illusion ability be compared with Sangui's writing round eyes? In an instant, Star Burn didn't even exert much force, and the glass necklace had everything done. At that time, because of the recovery too fast, even the transformation technique was not broken. This time is different. Xingran stayed in the illusion space for a long time, and the transformation technique would be automatically released. At that time, his appearance was exposed. Xingran definitely didn't want to be caught by Akatsuki. He was impatient for a while, plus with the aid of the glass necklace, he finally managed to get rid of the illusion with soil at the very moment of his death. Before he could catch his breath, Xingran came to the corner of the room with an instantaneous technique. There was originally a set of full-body samurai armor facing Sangui's writing wheel eyes. The transformation technique is no longer safe, so I should find a mask to wear first. The soil that had come before Xingburn was affected by the sudden smoke. It was shocked at first, and then quickly reacted. This is the opponent's transformation technique was lifted. But when his kunai continued to stab, it was stabbed into the air, the smoke dissipated, and the enemy controlled by his own illusion also disappeared. Without letting Zitahua look for it, Xingran appeared again in front of Zita with a very nice helmet, but this time Xingran kept his eyes closed, while holding a glass necklace in his hand. He was quickly giving its recharge. Hit your head and show your tail. Next time I won't give you another chance to find a helmet. Daito murmured to himself when he saw Star Burning, whose image had changed greatly. Fire escape blast wind dance. Daito used escape technique for the first time, which is a Bleevil ninjutsu, using the power of God to twist the surrounding space and create a storm, and then spit out a huge fire snake to attack. The attack range is large, and the attack speed is extremely fast. In Xingran's eyes, he took the soil very easily, and he accepted the fact that his illusion was cracked, and then he continued to attack. However, no one knows how shocking Xingran's heart is at this time. Just now, he resisted the illusion of 3 jade writing round eyes. This is a breakthrough that can be recorded in his own life history. It is not easy, too difficult, since it has been 2 years since I discovered that the salted fish ninja can get himself in the illusion. It took 2 years for Star Burning. Finally, he accidentally awakened the Kryptonian abilities again, and refined the degree of spiritual power. With the help of, I achieved what seemed to be a distant achievement at first. The excited Xingran didn't pay much attention to the huge flame rushing toward his face, but instinctively used the super freezing ability. The violent wind completely blew this secret room into a garbage dump, and the fire snakes confined in a small room raged in places other than star burning. A large number of valuable calligraphy and paintings and Easy-to treasures were burned down this time. The Uin village has suffered a great loss. Quick, come to put out the fire. The treasure room is on fire. At this moment, a large number of Uran's footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a call for help, and a large amount of water escape ninjutsu poured in from outside the room, and soon it was here. It becomes a world of water. Annoying guys. Taking the soil into a dilemma for a while, because Xingran took away the stitches without authorization. He finally attracted Uran, who heard the alarm. Is it fighting or retreating now? If you don't fight, you can just hide from the divine space. But you can let Wu Ren to deal with this guy, but even he will not be able to hold the opponent for a while, and these miscellaneous fish will only let him go. Fighting, I'm afraid I won't be able to take down this guy who can use weird wind escape ninjutsu in a short period of time. At that time, it is very likely to develop into a three-way melee. Heard it there. Mist is here, won't you run away? Starburn's mouth came out just as he brought the soil into a dilemma. Xingran didn't want to delay any more time. He fought with the soil inexplicably, and it didn't have any benefits at all. Xingran wanted to end long ago. Seeing that the soil hesitated, Xingran teased, said, forcing the soil to make a decision early. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you book friend Wakta for your reward. Thank you everyone. Chapter 242 The Liberation of Flatfish. One more. Run away? Kill you first. Taito rushed towards Xingran again, exactly the same as he did during the initial fight. Xingran narrowed his eyes. What did he want to do with the dirt? There was no time for Starburn to think. This time, the soil carrying and Starburn passed through each other very simply, but just when the two were about to separate from the overlapping state, the palm of the soil carrying hand grasped Starburn again, only this time it wasn't Starburn's neck that was grabbing, but the shoulders. Come with me. The voice with soil was normal at first, but as the space-time vortex centered on his writing wheel appeared, the voice with soil gradually felt deformed and distorted. At this time, Xingran finally knew what his plan to bring with the soil was, and took him to the divine space. At that time, whether it was imprisoned to starve to death, or called people to fight together, he would let the soil be squeezed and squashed anyway. Xingran hesitated for a moment. Should you just go in? As long as you quietly leave the Thunder God art in it, then the space with the soil will be allowed to enter and exit by yourself. If Akatsuki makes me upset, then I will be in it every day. Stool, thinking of taking soil to become your own shit shovel officer? The picture is so beautiful, I really want to give it a try. Hey. Forget it. The time is wrong now. When Konoa and Akira will be fighting in the future, it will not be too late to do this kind of thing, as Konoha's new generation of shining. Puff, puff. The needle in his hand pierced into the distant wall with a sharp wind breaking. Starburn burst out of the strength of the body of steel and the strange force, pulling the steel wire of the needle, pulling it hard, and instantly leaving the space with the earth and power. Absorption. When Xingran looked up again, there was only one person left in this room with water seepage everywhere. The damn destruction turned out to be like this. Who are you? Immediately hold your head and squat down. The mist that extinguished the fire with water rushed into the room in the next moment. Trouble. Xingran muttered to himself. In this state, he wanted to escape silently with the technique of the Thunder God, and had no intention of telling this ability to the who had been staring here. But these mist forbearances in front of him were not decorations, Look, coming to make things worse. Ninja blasting. Star burning quickly spilled out a large number of detonating symbols. This degree of explosion has no effect on the star burning of the steel body, except for pain, and will not be injured. But where is this place? The secret room on the third underground floor is small in space. As a result of detonating a large number of detonating charms here, in addition to blasting the nearby Mizunin to death, there is also the effect of burying Mizunin alive, who will not be able to escape in the future. Rumble. The mist ninjas who approached the starburn retreated immediately. These ninjas guarding the water shadow building were all very high level. Except for the two ninjas who reacted slowly because of their vision and flew out, the other mist ninjas escaped to the room intact. Outside, however, the collapse of the room in Xingran's imagination did not happen. The load-bearing wall here is actually very strong, and it is not so easy to collapse if it is not drilled and blasted. But at least he drove out those Mizuno again. Xingran quickly came to the double knife and flounder that fell on the ground. Time was limited. The other two ninja knives were crushed under a pile of rubbish, and there was no time to use the seal scroll to take them away. The most important thing is Xingran I don't catch a cold on the remaining two knives. One is just a simple detonation talisman, and the other is called a good sounding can break defense. In fact, it is a hammer and an axe. These two knives are neither practical nor realizable. Time is urgent. Just don't want it. So Xingran now has a knife in his hand, just running away like this. Chakra was very ruthlessly injected into the flounder knife. Flaty Eye Flounder is liberated. This trick first emits gas from the two circular holes of the flounder, and then the whole flounder glows as a whole, forming a chakra aggregate, and then emits a chakra ball of light to burst out, with powerful destructive power. Xingran doesn't know this trick, but I have seen it in his previous life, and there is no time to study it anyway. Xingran believes that with his current chakra, even if his skills are off, he can still play some power. Boom. This time, star burning attacked the ceiling. Naturally, there would be no load-bearing wall in this place, except that it was thick and not hard. With a slash down, the ceiling was blasted into a big hole by the star burning, and the Mizunin outside the door seemed to have thought of something, and rushed in fiercely. But this time each hand issued an attack, most of which were shurikens. But there are also a few release ninjutsu quickly completed the seal. A lot of water was collected. Water escape water whip, water escape water iron cannon. Hula la, the sound of the impact of various water currents sounded. But at this time Xingran had dodged all the attacks dangerously and reached the second underground floor. I didn't expect that there are people from the Ghost Lamp clan here. Fortunately, they weren't shot. The feeling of being shot was uncomfortable. Xingran, who came to the second level, thought of something that was not in his mind. He had 2 instants in a row, and he had come to the entrance to the first level. However, a few weighted mists made Xingran firm and unusual. Ideas of the road. Flaty Eye Flounder is liberated. Put. After several consecutive ceiling attacks, Xingran came directly to the street in front of the water shadow building. Moon stars are scarce. It's a good day for a walk after a meal. Seeing the sky again. Moon star burning. Before he had time to consider the retreat route, a few acquaintances who had come out for a walk appeared in front of star burning. I won't cut Toady again. People don't cut off the nickname Ghosts. I saw the stars tonight and found that it was a good weather for a walk, so I took a walk to the water shadow building. Chu Mei Ming, who was given the nickname Hate to Marry a Goddess, was arranged by the elders in the family to find a blind date for a walk. Well, it just happened to be on the side of King Jun. It would be better to be able to force the palace. Dried persimmon ghost shark, nicknamed the Tailless Beast. I just assassinated a high-ranking official of the country today and went for a walk. Well, I really just passed by. Xingran wears a strange samurai helmet on his head, and his expression cannot be clearly seen in the grimace mask, but at this moment, the eyes of a few people are facing each other, and the air is most afraid of suddenly being quiet. Who are you? 3. Brush. Just when Xingran was being watched by everyone, a figure suddenly appeared next to Tsurumi and whispered. Time goes back a few minutes ago. The top floor of the water shadow building. This guy with soil was dragged down. The destruction of the Huey clan is still too great. Haha, I said I would kill all the consultants first, and now I'm stabbed. Well, let me see. There is no new order to bring the soil. The people in Yura have lost too much, and the Misty Village will be difficult to control in the future. How can the powerful water shadow stay in the office at this time? It's really difficult. Yura can only be mobilized with soil. In the water shadow office, the black and white faces of J were discussing with each other. Suddenly, a familiar spatial vortex appeared in the room, and the soil with a little torn clothes returned here the next moment. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 243 The Truth About Yura 2 More. You finally got it back. Don't worry about that mouse. Your Shuai-Ying's direct troops are almost gone now. Absolutely discovered the soil in the first place, not as verbose as usual, but quickly report the latest situation. It turned out that the situation did not go as smoothly as imagined with the soil after the order was given to bring the devil into the village and shit with the landlord. The members of the Huai clan do kill people when they see it, but the advisory team's strength is only full defense. Because of the geographical advantage, the full defense advisory team loses very little, while the water shadow team is caught between the two parties. Although the advisory force would not actively attack the water shadow force, it did not treat it as a friendly force either. This greatly consumed the strength of the Shuai-Ying troops, and when the Huai clan was getting more and more casualties and began to lose strength, the coup d'etat army led by Nobi Headed also joined the battle. The coup army and the advisory force had an ambiguous relationship, and now they only stared at the water shadow army, and the advisory force simply began to watch the show. When he learned the latest information ahead, he was also very angry. It was the damn rat that delayed the time to change the decision. Yura, go and kill all the insurgents, and allow the power of the tail beast to be used. The soil was very decisive, and he quickly issued an order that normally would never be executed in his own village. That is, in his own village. Release the tail beast to fight. This is definitely a cannon bombarding mosquitoes at one's own home, with a high probability of injuring the enemy 101,000. However, taking the soil may be caused by Starburn's disgusting mind, ignoring a problem that he has always been very careful to pay attention to. That is, Yura, who is controlled by illusion, will not leave the water shadow building easily, because it is forbidden to peep Kryptonian. The perspective ability is not affected by the technique here. When Yura led a group of subordinates to kill in the village, encircling and suppressing the forces, he kept monitoring all kinds of turbulence, and in his eyes that was more important than his own life. He found an astonishing one. Secret. He quickly came to Tsurumi, the target of allegiance, and took a look at the samurai helmet we had surrounded by the crowd, and found that the white eyes could not penetrate the isolation of the samurai helmet, so he started talking about business in a hurry, but only Tsurumi could hear it. Volume said, a new situation has emerged, and I found out that Lord Shuai-Ying is being controlled by a very powerful illusion. What we are doing now. Right? Tsurumi, who was attracted by the sudden burning of stars from the ground, heard the explosive news, and his expression also appeared lost for a moment. How could this be? It turned out to be so. King, please go and inform the advisory elder. The plan has changed. The priority is to preserve the strength of Huayin village. Except for the completely unsaved Huai clan, everyone else. Try not to die. Tsurumi thought teleported. A very courageous order was quickly issued, which almost overturned all previous plans, but this time is different. In the past, everyone thought that Mizuki Yura had failed the village, so everyone had to wipe out Yura and all the powers loyal to him. But now it's different. Yura is hit by the evil man's illusion, then the Misty Village becomes like this. It's not. For internal issues, Tsurumi Ming chose Day on external issues. I have to say, In terms of strength alone, Tsunade Ming has the conditions to bear the name of the shadow at this time. Hi. When King Su quickly left, Xingran also understood what was going on right now. The first is Tsunade Ming. Although their voices are controlled, in front of super hearing, they are as clear as they are speaking in Starburn's ears. Unexpectedly, the thing that Yatora was controlled was discovered at this time. Wait. It seems that the original time and space did not exist for me and Daito. Then, is my pot again? As things have progressed to the present, in this Yui village rebellion, the forces representing the next generation of Water Shadow will withdraw. They will even try their best to preserve the vital power of the Water Shadow troops and the forces that will not be slashed. These will be the Yui village standing in the ninja world in the future. The backbone. In Tsunade Ming's mind, the village is the first, and it doesn't matter who makes the Water Shadow. Next, Xingran's gaze swept over the decapitating knife that was about the same height as his own. Looking at Hokage in the past life is very impressive. For the later stage, his strength is indeed a lot worse, and he can bear his strength normally, but he can't help but this is the first villain with a full story. The current reunification is obviously launching a coup d'etat. In the original time and space, this guy failed the coup, and then tragedy all the way to the end. It is a pity that Bai died, but if Bai hadn't encountered reunification, he might have died long ago. According to the current situation, Tsunade Ming withdrew, then this unlucky man with no eyebrows, who was used as a gun, would soon embark on an escape career. Finally, there is a dried persimmon ghost shark watching a play on the roof of a small shop next to him. This guy actually wore a big knife and shark muscle on his back so early. It is not clear when the ghost shark obtained the star burn of the shark muscle in the previous life, but the star burns this guy. If you get the mackerel muscle now, you must have your own pot in it. This guy can leave it alone for the time being. Anyway, he must go to the Xiao organization to report. At this time, he has lost hope in the Yuan village. Supervision through the denser fog, Hoshinaran noticed that Yatora, who was already wearing the three-tailed beast's coat, was speeding up here. If he didn't want to leave, he would be involved in more troublesome incidents. Wait. This mist. Xingran quickly scanned the surroundings, and soon confirmed one thing. The advisory forces that received the latest information from King and Tsunade Ming requested arranged for a large number of ninjas to release the fog shadow technique. No wonder the fog is getting thicker and thicker. This is to isolate the battlefield. No one wants to continue fighting. No. There is another guy who is good at silent murder. When Xingran combined with the status quo thought about this, no longer had already pulled out the beheading knife, and Zhao Xingran came over impatiently. In his thoughts, the guy holding the two Shichinin swords in his hand, and the guy Tsunade did not know, must be the subordinate of Mizuki Yatora, and can control the two Shichinin swords. Even if the strength is not as good as the ghost light full moon, it's not too much difference. You must start to be strong, and the fog is getting thicker and thicker. It happens to be your home court. If you can capture two ninja swords, then your own strength will increase again. Then Tsunade Ming will be like this. People should also be afraid of their own strength, so be obedient in the future. Ding! A sound of golden and iron clinking rang out far in the mist. Tsunade Ming's eyes shrank for a while, and after thinking about it, he didn't mean to say no more. This kind of guy who has lost himself should die here. Of course, the guy with the strange samurai helmet should also die. No, it's already very troublesome to have only one determinant factor. But one can be one less. Chapter 244 The Misty Village Matters 3 Shifts. The fog is too big. Retreat. Tsunade Ming's voice sounded in the mist that gradually lost sight of his fingers, followed by bursts of breaking air. Although Xingran had already dealt with a reunion, he still had a leisurely attitude and used his perspective ability to observe his surroundings. Sure enough, a large number of ninjas were taken away by Tsunade, and even the ghost shark disappeared without knowing when. Hey, everyone is gone, what else are you hitting? Xingran's ridiculous words still echoed in the air, and Xingran had already kicked the beach ground again for the next moment. However, it is no ordinary goods if it is not cut anymore. It clearly flew far away like a cannonball, but under the cover of the fog, there was no follow-up sound. It was silent, and there was no sound of falling to the ground. Cut. Xingburn knows exactly what it is like to stop cutting in the mist. This guy is proficient in silent killing, and keeping silent in the mist is the basis. However, for the current Xingran, he just wanted to leave. Now that the fog is thick, it is a good time to get out, as long as he can hide the strong perception ability. Multi-shadow avatar. Untie. With the appearance of a large piece of Starburn's clone, it was lifted again, and the fog that was already invisible to the fingers was once again intensified by the white smoke that appeared when the clone was lifted. When the white smoke of the clone disappeared, the place where Starburn originally stood was empty. The smoke of the shadow clone acted as a cover, and the star burning that Fulshan's technique had left was relieved. At this time, he had already arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet with Daishiwan. However, Orochimaru has not yet returned. The Huii clan has just accepted the fact that the rebellion has failed. The first idea of these mindless guys is to go home and rest. As a result, the whole clan is being made dumplings by the Yujin troops at the clan land, doing a battle of trapped beasts. History seems to be back on track again, and the war madness of the Huii clan will eventually be surrounded by Wurin and suppressed in the clan land. On the other hand, Orochimaru was just like the original time and space, only Kaguya Kunmura was in his favor. Even though Xingran knew the result, he waited for the Maru on the left and did not come on the right. After Xingran left a shadow clone, he didn't want to waste time. The main body sneaked back to Uin village. He was seeing Toadie. After I didn't cut it, a guy who was so cute and must be a boy flashed in my mind from time to time. Bai, the only surviving descendant of the X clan, is different from those fakes of Xren. This is the person who truly masters the boundary of the ice shield. Anyway, in the cloning plan, there is only one bone vein gene and there is no comparative case. There is an ice shield. The bloodstains could not be refilled. Xingran decided to follow Toadie and not cut it, and snatch Bai from his hand. Bai was born in a small village where it always snows in a country of water. The people in the village are afraid of the war and hate the blood. Bai's mother possessed the blood succession boundary and kept this secret for a long time. Bai's family lived a peaceful life until Bai was also found to have inherited this ability. Bai's father discovered this secret and led a team of villagers to kill Bai's mother first. When he was about to attack Bai's murderous hand, the frightened Bai used the blood succession boundary and killed everyone present with ice cones. Bai, who became an orphan overnight, ran into a desperate escape from the village, and met the same man who was also on the run. Nozan no longer fancied Bai talents, so he used him as his tool, and Bai found his own existence. Value and happy to be a tool that never cuts. Bai also attaches great importance to the Noz lashing that gave him the meaning of survival, as the left and right hands of the Noz lashing. As long as Xingran sends a clone to hang behind the failed coup, and when he finds that there are more children around him, when will he be able to come over and end his sinful life, and then use the same rhetoric to abduct the young white? That's it. There are related tutorials in the original time and space, and Starburn doesn't need to waste such good resources. The time was just right, just when Starburn's supervision discovered that he had escaped from the hidden village of Fog and did not cut it again. The shadow clone that remained at the place where it was in the round with Orochimaru was also lifted, and there was news that Orochimaru was finished. When Hoshiran saw Junmaro again, the child seemed to have been poisoned by Orochimaru, and the expression of a fanatic of Orochimaru. Therefore, the art of language and the charm of personality are very important, but more importantly, speaking the right words at the right time. This is the same if you don't cut and white, and the same is true of Orochimaru and Junmaro. After waiting a few years, Junmaro and Shijigo, Sasuke and Shijigo, Sasuke and Kakashi are bound to come like this. According to what I said before, Dashwan brought Xingran top play, Xingran solved the problem of research funding by himself, and Dashwin provided research samples. Teacher advice: the Huii clan will definitely be annihilated by Muin village this time. To be on the safe side, it is better to take away a few Huii clan members. Leaving only this child for the experiment is too unsafe. What do you think? After Xingran took a large tube of Kaguya Kunro's blood, he kindly provided Oshwin with a suggestion. Several people quickly parted ways. Whether Oshwin was to cultivate Junmaro as a container, or according to Xingran's research report, Xingran was lazy to make a hybrid container. After getting Junmaro's blood, Xingran couldn't wait to know what kind of surprise the next research would bring to him. The matter of the water country came to an end, only leaving a tail staring at it and not cutting it. With such a convenient ninjutsu as the Flying Thunder God, the Shadow Clone can be supplemented at any time. I believe that the collection of white is only a matter of time. Taking an inventory of the gains this time, the small 30 million liang can support a period of research expenses. In addition, there are the long knives and needles and the double knives and flounders of the second of the 7 ninja swords. Just these 2 knives, value cannot be measured by money. Next is a lot of water escape ninjutsu materials. These things are usually in Konoa, but it takes a lot of feats to exchange them. What's more, Konoa does not have the water escape ninjutsu unique to Mizuno, compared to the previous ones. The harvest, these are the current 12th. However, for Xingran, the gain this time is more than just these visible gains. This time I accidentally hit the illusion of Sanguia's writing round eyes, and finally I can struggle to break free. This is Xingran. The biggest gain. From this moment on, Xingran can barely achieve below the kaleidoscope illusion, barely able to protect himself. This is a breakthrough growth. Xingran had never thought that before going to Uin village, there would be such a big gain. Back at the base of Numa no Kuni, Hoshiran has several test tubes in his hands. The blood in them comes from different people. Some are from Junmaro, and some collect ordinary ninjas during the turmoil in the Misty Village. The next experiment is needed. A large number of samples are analyzed. Naturally, the more different types of blood, the better. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 245 The Calculated Ukiha One More. As for the funding issue, in short, the money obtained in the water shadow building should be able to last for a while. Wait until when there is no money. Konoa Village, Root Base. Danza broke his beloved teacup to pieces, but even so, it couldn't ease the hostility in his heart. Damn Ukiha, 1 and 2 are crazy, but they are just forbearance. What qualifications do you have to refuse my solicitation? The angry roar has lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the ninjas at their roots have tried not to make any noises, so as not to ignite the upper body. Just 10 minutes ago, Danzo's optimistic young master Ukiha clearly rejected the solicitation from the roots, which made Danzo, who thought he was condescending and offered various preferential conditions, broke out completely. In the past few years, Ukiha has produced a lot of amazing talents, and, by coincidence, they often have outstanding performances among their peers. In the previous joint test, Ukiha was born, and the result was only passed. In 2017, Ukiha Itachi came again, and he obtained the qualification of Zongnin with the only result that passed the exam, which further contributed to Ukiha's arrogance. As a result, Ukiha has become more arrogant as a whole. There is always a mentality of superiority. It doesn't matter if you don't take civilians seriously. Now even the root leader Danzo is going straight and refused to solicit, and he simply doesn't take the village. When the chief consultant is Akada, it is strange that Danzo can have a good mood. However, just like every team with more than 7 people, there must be one responsible for teasing. Under every tyrant, there will always be a few people who want to fight and turn bicycles into motorcycles. These people often see when the tyrant is angry for the opportunity. Once the boss can be satisfied at this time, then it will be destined to rise to the top in the future. Today, There is also a self-proclaimed Nimble Root member who expressed his views during the period when Danzo lost his temper. My lord, the Uian village in the water country recently destroyed the famous Kagaya clan. If you use this as a threat, let the Uchiha clan obey, otherwise Konoha will also implement this policy. How do you think Uchiha will deal with it? A root member with a mask of yellow, black and red came up with an idea. You have no brains. Can Konoha and Uian can be the same? As long as we threaten Uchiha this way, those arrogant guys will surely initiate a coup immediately. Danzo thought for a while, and then discovered Uchibo said that it sounds good is pure mind, and that it is bad as the donkey temper. As long as they feel threatened, their first thought is not cooperation, but the threat of killing. Uchiha Itachi, his usual performance is the legacy of Uchiha mirrors back then, as long as the village has the meaning of borrowing from the Uchiha village, and Danza-sama, you are the opposition. Since then, Uchibo Itachi will definitely know you, sir. Over time, there will be a lot to do, sir. Hwang Hae-hong actually wanted to threaten Uchiha with annihilating the bloodstained family from the beginning, but being so reprimanded by Danzo, he was forced out a few times. I was quick and wise, and quickly thought of a remedial statement, which seemed much more reliable. Well, what you said is a bit interesting, but just this little pressure is not enough. Let the people below add some black material to Uchiha, and then promote it. Things will be brewing for a while, and the effect will be better then. Danzo intermittently preached with Hwang Hae-hong, and said the yellow, black and red Nathan worshipped. The adults really think more comprehensively than their subordinates. You are worthy of the Danzo adults. As an ideal and ambitious employee, Hwang Hae-hong knows that he must give his leadership a certain amount of space, otherwise he will have to do what the leader does. I will shoot again at this time. Flattering. The effect is absolutely outstanding. Think of such a simple idea and the old man will add, you go to wash the toilet this month. What? Time dividing line. It has been a month since Xingran left Uran village. This month Xingran directly burned most of his deposits and cloned several versions of the experimental body. Most of the experimental subjects can be successfully completed, especially the pure blood clones made by ordinary Miss Ninja blood, which basically did not encounter failure. But when it came time to create hybrid clones, they encountered great troubles. All hybrid clones that added the Starburn gene, without exception, all failed, and there was no case of smooth growth. This made Starburn very frustrated. Not only it's the question of money, and the result. All experiments on cutting off Starburn's subsequent hybrid clones are like climbing a tech tree when a thick branch suddenly disappears and it can only develop in other directions. Some feeling empty. The last is a clone of Junmaro. Because this blood sample was collected after Junmaro became ill, this clone of Bone Veins is always frantically on the verge of success. Every star burns and thinks that a bone has finally been cultivated. After the vein clone, this clone will not be long before it will be made into human flesh by the disobedient bone spurs in its own body. Hesitating to study the difficulty of cloning one after another, Xingran has not been eager to carry out the subsequent experiments of the spell seal and spiritualization technique. But fortunately, today's opportunity to continue the later experiments came. In the cultivation tank before Xingran's eyes, a clone of the eyebrows and Junmaro was silently immersed in the nutrient solution. Today is the 7th day after this clone is formed. The first 7 are always critical. In the past month, Junmaro's clone survived for less than 5 days at most. If this one can survive this afternoon, then it's been more than 7 days, and it will be a breakthrough in Starburn's long experiment. It's really time to come. Just as Xingran admired his masterpiece, a memory suddenly flooded into his mind. This is the shadow clone who has been monitoring the fugitives to stop cutting them, and took the initiative to disarm the ninjutsu and report the latest situation. No matter how much he has already met Bai, it's just that the two talents just met, let alone running in. Now Balian, no matter how much he needs him, he hasn't figured it out yet. The opportunity is rare. The lab can only be postponed, maybe wait when I came back again. The clone of Junmaro was still alive. If that was the case, then the clone could basically be declared successful. Brush, water country. When Xingran came here again, what was greeted was a village that was not small in scale, but in fact already very dilapidated. The location of this village is very peculiar, because the country of water is located in the southern hemisphere, and the southern end of the country of water is closer to the South Pole. The hot air from the North Ocean of the country of water and the cold air blowing from the South Pole happened to be in this area. So the wonders came. This village always has snowfall all year round. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Also, today 4 more to make up the debts. Chapter 246. White and no more. Cut 2 more. In Starburn's field of vision, there was still a thin layer of snow on the ground here. You know, Konoa is still summer. As soon as the shadow clone was lifted, Starburn rushed over. So soon, Starburn determined the position of not cutting and White. The two of them were walking on the dirt road leading from the village to the outside world. Although the sky was clear, the muddy road after the snow and water mixed with the mud was very difficult to walk. Bai, who was only about 8 years old, was carrying a huge handle with difficulty. The machete never cut behind. There was no communication between the two of them. At first glance, the two of them didn't seem to be together. Puff through. When Starburn was observing, there was a scene of young Bai falling down from the audio-visual. The whiteware in his childhood was very thin. I don't know if the blood on the ice shield is afraid of cold, but Starburn knows that the white at this time is very consistent with the previous life. A joke called Others Look Cold. Although Bai had just fallen down, Bai stood up firmly, but his thin clothes were already full of muddy water. Not only dirty but also wet clothes would be colder. The one who walked in front of Bai didn't cut his head and glanced back without saying anything. After finding that Bai had caught up with him again, the two of them returned to their previous state again. Xingran shook his head when he saw this, and being needed is the meaning of life. Staran inexplicably feels like Zuya's fight against Huang Gai. One willing to fight and one willing to endure. It's a pity that it's not Mzilang if you don't cut it again. So Bai will not leave any glorious deeds in the shinobi world. Such a handy subordinate, it is a pity not to cut it again. Let's come to the bowl soon. The Art of Haze. After Xingran can no longer Zanhe Bai had already walked to the deserted mountain path. He decisively activated the fog shadow technique that obscured his vision. Xingran thought about it. Among the few abilities that he could easily use, 8-Door Dungia and Flying Thunder God were always the best. It wasn't until the second awakening that he gradually switched from relying on ninjutsu to the body of steel. But this phenomenon is learning fog. There is a new change after the shadow. Xingran attaches great importance to Konoha's living environment. So when doing things that are not convenient for exposure, he will try to hide his characteristic abilities for fear of revealing his identity. After several battles with Akatsuki, he found out that he wanted to continue to hide like this. It will only become more awkward. With the awakening of the Kryptonite's abilities again becoming stronger, Starburn now has a vague idea about his future identity on the surface of Konoa. And he can use those ninjutsu that is very easy for people to determine his identity, such as Fushin and Barmen Dungia, as well as the technique of Bai Hao, and so on. And when it comes to the need to hide the identity, then use the Kryptonian abilities. Although the abilities of Kryptonians seem to be a little too high, but Xingran believes that there are 2 and 3. Soon the abilities of Kryptonians will exceed the limit that can be achieved by ninjutsu. The upper limit of Superman's abilities is too high, and forbearance the technique can only be limited to this planet. The second awakening ability has already had a general direction to become stronger. As long as we continue to study, it will definitely make the Kryptonian's ability continue to break through, until it breaks the limit of the planet, the limit of the galaxy, and even the limit of the universe. With this idea, the reality is that ninjutsu is now more convenient to use. So in this transitional period, the shadow of fog is the best cover. In the fog, Starburn can boldly use the technique of Thunder God. It enriches Xingran's tactics and makes it much simpler. Brush. When the fog shadow technique lasted for a very short period of time, the entire hill was shrouded in dense fog, and those who are good at silent killing technique number do not cut are also very familiar with this situation, and soon realized something was wrong, and did not hesitate. He drew the beheading knife. Mr. No more. The young Bai has no rich experience in the future. For him, fogging in the mountains is a very normal thing. Get down, don't move. He didn't glance at him again, but listened vigilantly to the sounds around him. This is the most effective countermeasure for him, who is good at assassinating enemies in the white mist. Bai seemed to understand something, but according to the meaning of no longer cutting, he just got down. Hesitating again and again, Bai decided to hold his head and squat in place. Xingran noticed this little detail, and smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. Now Bai just met and didn't cut it. He didn't have such a firm bond in the future, and the time was just right. Shu, listen carefully. Don't let go of any movement in the white mist and stop cutting at the next moment when Bai squats. Listening to the wind, you can judge that 3 Kunwu are shot from the side. They are huge enough to be described as bloated. They are very flexible. He threw out a knife flower, and flew 2 Kunwu lightly, and at the same time bowed his head, avoiding 1 Kunwu that shot toward the temple. If you don't cut the whole action at once, it's like rehearsing countless times. Starburn, who can see and observe the situation hidden in the fog, has to compliment him. It is indeed an expert in the silent killing technique. Normally, he won't cut again. This kind of ninja, who is used to staying in the mist, wants to kill the opponent in the field he is good at. It is completely uncomfortable, but this is not applicable to Starburn. Brush. In the next moment, Xingran's elegant figure had already grasped the kunai that he did not lower his head to avoid. Flying Thunder God cooperated with the nerve reaction speed that was far more abnormal than the 4th generation of Hokage. It was almost at the same time that the line of sight changed. The Kyuwu in his hand had already passed through the upper body that would not be cut mercilessly. The most destructive use of this weapon of Kyuwu is to pierce a hole, and the wound is extremely difficult to heal, followed by cutting. This kind of short weapon often cuts shallow wounds, and it's a ninja's. The reaction speed is very fast, and the next moment when Kuma has just caused damage, the target will often use escape technique to temporarily avoid the edge. However, this common sense does not work here in Starburn. With the blessing of weird force and the body of steel, Starburn's hasty cutting blow cannot escape without cutting it, and this time the wound is deep and large, and it is straightforward, from the uncut shoulder to the other side of the abdomen. However, the image of the blood spurting in the imagination did not appear. If the body is not cut open, it is not blood that flows out, but water stains. Water double. No matter how slashed, I didn't actually find the attack trajectory of Starburn, but as a result of the experience of the 7 people of the new generation of new Jinin swords. After discovering something wrong, he was ready for this trick at any time. Sure enough, the experience of the veteran saved him this time. A fate. Water escape. The art of water prison. If you don't cut the wound, the large amount of water suddenly seems to have received an instruction, and it rushes towards Xingran holding Kunai's arm. It can be encountered in the original time and space. Kakashi's dark history of squatting in the water prison is about to repeat itself at this moment. However, Starburn did not have the attributes of 50 or 5. Although the arm was wrapped in the water for the first time, it was caught off guard. But under the body of steel and the strange power technique, it was all clouds. Chapter 247. Recently, Chrysanthemum mixtures again. 3 changes. Drink. Xingran took a drink in his heart. Before his body was completely wrapped in water, his arm power exploded. Under the guidance of the steel body, the surging chakra directly violently broke the law, shattering the unformed water prison technique. At the same time, Xingran didn't give no more time to slowly recover the water substitute. Xingran's fist raged in his hands. In less than a second, The no longer water substitute completely turned into a pool of water stains. With Xingburn's perspective ability, the figure tens of meters away who would not run for his life in panic has been captured again. There is another three-handed kunai with the flying thunder god technique. With the sound of breaking the air in the next moment, it will come again without cutting a few key points. Don't forget, before learning the flying thunder god, the shuriken throwing technique is very playable. It's slippery, such random blow, but it makes it very difficult not to parry. Not cutting this time only blocked one kunai. Although the other two kunai dodged the past with difficulty, the price was that they couldn't stabilize their figure. They used a lazy donkey to roll and lost the opportunity to continue to flee. However, a good opportunity was wasted when he didn't cut it anymore. But in Xingran's eyes, there would be no chance of life if he didn't cut it from beginning to end. Brush. It was Fulchen activating it again, and the sudden appearance of Xingran drove a slight air friction sound, which made the face full of consternation when he was still in a state of embarrassed posture. How can it be so fast? Is it shuriken ... transfiguration technique? Who are you? Haze's hunting force does not have a master like you? Do you want a bounty? I can give you more. Let me go. If you don't cut the enemy and find that the speed of the enemy is too fast, it's not the time you can deal with it, so I choose mouth escape very decisively. Unfortunately, mouth escape is not something that everyone plays. If you don't cut it again, you will play it this time. The cost is your throat. Was cut open. There is still a lot to say if you don't cut it. He still has a lot of powerful ninjutsu before he can use it. He also wants to say that the bounty in Muian village is only a form and a small amount. A normal bounty hunter will never do it, for the lower level bounty is going to hunt down a defector, and he is still cooperating with Terumim. When the strength of the water shadow troop is severely damaged, the chasing troops are all Terumim and the advisor elders. These people are basically wouldn't be serious about hunting him down. It would be too wrong to die like this now. However, even if you don't have 1,000 thoughts, you are already dead at this time and cannot die again. A generation of Xiao. Forget it. In Xingran's eyes, this only cruel guy uses the word Xiaoxian to describe him too much. Seeing that the entire head under his feet was almost cut off by Xingburn's throat, Xingran hesitated for a while, and quickly took out a scroll. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it's meat, and the head that is not cut is not very valuable at the moment. But when Terumi Ming will come on stage, and remembering that such a person is running out of logistics, maybe he will raise the price of this guy's dog head. Woolen cloth. It doesn't matter what the story goes, Star Burning, after eliminating the scourge of not being cut again, Star Burning considers how to take over for nothing. After thinking about it for 0.1 second, Xingran had a plan in his heart. The dense fog became thinner and gradually spread. When Bai, who was squatting in place with his head, finally made up his mind to condense a dagger made of ice in his hand, a familiar voice sounded above his head. Hey, let's go. The voice was cold and flat. When Bai raised his head and saw the familiar eyes without eyebrows, his heart quieted inexplicably. Mr. Cut anymore. What happened just now? I heard the sound of fighting. It's just a thief. It has been solved. Let's go. Where are we going? With a friend. Soon, the two became the original appearance again. The tall back figure walked silently in front, and the short boy followed behind. After walking for about 2 hours, just when Bai was hungry and tired, the tall figure finally stopped. Here, you can follow him from now on. The voice of Don't Cut Anymore was very cold, and he brought the white to a young man with yellow hair and white clothes with his back against a big tree, and turned around to leave alone. Mr. No More Cut, you said you need me? I was visibly stunned when he heard the emotionless words of No More Cut. He also felt as though he had been traded by a trafficker at this time, and he immediately found out. The helplessness of being deceived and the hesitation of losing faith again left nothing to do. Like an abandoned cub. Chrysanthemum is itching again recently. I found that what I need is a strong boyfriend. Now I'm going to Brokeback Mountain. We will see you later. The expression of Don't Cut Anymore suddenly became an idiot. and the words still showed a little bit. He twisted, and then disappeared into the wind with his orchid fingers. This scene also messed up Bai, who was also in the wind. Is this still the taciturn man? Why has the style of painting changed so far? Hungry and tired, Bai felt dizzy in his little head at this time, and he had doubts about the status quo. But it was mostly a hyperglycemic reaction caused by hunger and fatigue. That guy is a defector ninja from the nation of water, and he is also a part-time human trafficker. I just need an assistant in my laboratory. I heard that there are people in the nation of water who have blood inheritance in the King dynasty. He came here to try his luck. I didn't expect it to be true. I met someone who looks so cute and must be a boy. My name is Shanshong Xingran. From now on, I will rely on you in many places in my laboratory. Xingran thought of a simple method based on the original blank persona, that is to destroy the image that is no longer in Bai heart, and then compile a set of rhetoric with the keyword of being needed, and talk about things that cannot withstand scrutiny. For a child who has been deliberately exhausted a lot of physical strength and energy, he has just been abandoned, and immediately there will be a pickup man to take him in. There is a high probability that he will accept the reality in a daze. You were the one who attacked Mr. No More Kill, right? What did you do to Mr. No More Kill? However, just when Xingran praised his simple means, Bai suddenly spoke, and a short sentence almost made Xingran's actions indistinguishable. Little devil, you are very smart. My laboratory needs a smart person like you. How about it? Follow me. Xingran's expression lags behind, and then he slowly answers inexplicably. Mr. Again. Did you fall into your illusion? Bai looked at Xingran's expression. His appearance did not look like a bad person, but he also knew that Xingran was definitely not a good person. Courage also answered the question. No, I actually killed him before. What you see if you don't cut it is just my shadow clone. Xingran answered quickly this time. Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Chapter 248. Xingran's assistant Bai for more to make up the debts. Xingran has figured it out. Bai has probably seen through his own means. In that case, it is better to be generous. Bai assistant is outstanding in both personality and abilities. If Bai doesn't know it, of course he can trick him into the bowl first. Besides, but the situation is now, continuing to conceal it will increase the two people's sense of distrust. Of course, there is a faint taste in Xingran's heart, that is, people who tell the truth, people often don't believe it, but after changing it into a lie, the ability to accept it is called a quick. Well, it seems that life is not good if you don't cut it. In Xingran's heart, there are 10,000 tables to be turned over at this time. Why do you believe me so easily? Are you good to cheat or not to cheat? Can you give me a quasi-letter? I'll go with you. Just when Xingran was infinitely complaining in his heart, Bai voice sounded again, and the words Xingran had always wanted before, but now that he heard these words, Xingran's heart was very awkward. Having reached this point, will Bai be as loyal as he would treat him again? Xingran doesn't know. Loyalty is the most complicated thing. It's possible that you picked up a kid on the road who killed all of your family and just said a few words. This unlucky kid will be loyal to you until after death. It's still the same. It's also possible that the son you cultivated since childhood, just because of external pressure and beliefs in your heart, will squander your feelings for many years, kill your entire clan, and leave a young brother who has been abused. The entangled star burns, and for a while, he doesn't know what to do. Until a full minute passed, Xingran suddenly saw Bai, the small face where all kinds of small expressions would be mixed together, and suddenly burst into laughter. Who am I? In the future, it is destined to become an existence that transcends the entire ninja realm, and even the universe. It is only the first time to accept a little brother. There is nothing to be entangled. There is no reason not to take a gamble just because the white people are placed there. Very well, you will know in the future. The decision just now is the most correct thing you have done in your life. There is no one. Xingran laughed wildly, and he wondered if this guy was insane. At that time, Xingran finally left the big tree with his back, and said freely while patting the non-existent dust, "Where are we going next?" "Back to your house." Bai's heart at this time was definitely not as calm as it seemed on the surface. When he was the most helpless, he gave him a reason to live, but the good times did not last long. To be exact, it was very short-lived, and after he made up his mind, he would follow the next moment of life without being cut again. Although Bai wasn't sure if the guy called Star Burning in the mountains had really killed him and didn't cut it, but no matter what, it's an indisputable fact that this big tree worth climbing has disappeared. So what will happen to me in the future? Bai didn't know. In fact, he had been confused during this period of time. He didn't find the answer until he met no more cuts. However, now he has to take this seemingly answer again and consider it again. If you don't agree to the solicitation of the person in front of you, what will you do? What happens if you agree? If you don't agree, you might end up with Mr. Don't Behead. And there may be two results if you agree. One is that the decision is correct, the person in front of you is more worthy of following than if you don't cut it. The other is the wrong decision, and the person in front of you is worse than Mr. Don't Cut It. However, there are doubts about the outcome of the wrong decision. A person who is not as good as Mr. No Longer can easily get his own ownership right from No Longer Beheaded. This in itself is an untenable assumption. Well, in fact, there is no good choice. If you want to continue to get the meaning of life that is needed, it seems that there is only one choice: to follow this long and good-looking young man in front of you. Although these analyses were not as organized as they thought for Bai, who was about 8 years old, Bai can still understand the general meaning. All Bai's decisive choices have been placed on Bai's decision not to be cut anymore. Change to the mountain star burning body. Naturally, Xingran didn't know that Bai would choose to follow him so simply. Half of the reason was because he didn't want to be as unclear as disappearing from the world, and 1/4 of the reason was that he chose Xingran Hui with a doubtful attitude. Better than not cutting again. At this time, these reasons are no longer important to Xingran. As long as Bai enters his bowl, Xingran will have the confidence to cultivate Bai to be loyal to him like the original time and space. In fact, this work is not difficult. Bai's childhood was too cruel, so as long as Bai can get a glimmer of light in this period, he will devote himself to it, and in the next 7 years, he will burn the beach with stars. If you don't understand, this guy will definitely not spend his time on the emotional cultivation of his subordinates. No matter what Xingran thinks, he feels that he will lose without reason. A person who is indifferent and only thinking about how to use Bai. These thoughts were finished at the moment Xingran and Bai talked, but now Xingran is a little melancholy by Bai's sentence. Home, this world's home is only in Konoa village. Right? I haven't been back to see Haichi for more than a year, and Tsunade has already left. The dirty reincarnation can at least allow Tsunade to stay quietly in a secluded place with his relatives for 3 months. But what about after 3 months? In order not to be suspected by Konoha's victims of delusions, it is time for Konoha to go back. At least this year's whereabouts must be preconceived and told to Konoha's upper echelons, instead of someone accidentally meeting Tsunade. Then, with Tsunade's carefree personality, he would definitely not say anything good about his cooperation with Orochimaru. Hoshiran has always hated trouble. In order not to be entangled in more trouble, these things must be done earlier. Home will be our home in the future. Come and grab my hand. Xingran thought about returning to Konoha in his mind, and a little absent-mindedly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, Starburn was located in the secret base of the Numa country, and for the first time, people outside of Starburn were welcomed. This is where we will live in the future. It is still a bit crude for the time being, and it will gradually get better. When Xingran saw it again in his eyes, he quickly explained Konoha's affairs after his laboratory that had been built with a lot of effort. Putting it aside first, after putting the trophy beheading sword and other ninja swords together, he introduced Toshiro with a little pride. Tsunade's reincarnated relatives in the dirty soil still have at least 2 months to live. That is to say, he still has plenty of time to arrange for Shirakawa and the base's follow-up experiment plan. I will train you to be a qualified research assistant. Have you seen the pile of books over there? Your next job is to read those books and understand all the knowledge in them. You can come and ask me. Now we have to solve the problem of eating first. You should be very hungry. Make up. Chapter 249. Return to Konoa. One more. Under Xingran's chattering introduction and arrangement, Bei felt a little overwhelmed by the amount of information for a while, and when he was dizzy, Xingran arranged to eat at a dining table. Xingran had already brought a white test tube of blood to the cell culture dish. This was the precious blood of the Ice Shield Bloodstain of the Snow Clan. It was a good experimental material, and naturally it had to be used as soon as possible. It's just that Starburn has just arranged the white cells properly, and something bad is coming. Before leaving, the Junmara clone had become a terrifying rotten meat. A large number of bone spurs burst out of the body in a disorderly manner, tearing the clone's flesh and blood into shreds, and at the same time costly cultivation. The trough is tied into discarded cans. Are you looking for -1 to focus on the cells of the ordinary Huai family? Do a secondary experiment first, and then consider the clone of Junmaru, a blood genius. Xingran felt his chin and thought about it seriously. 1 month passed quickly. Bei is very familiar with this base without entrances and exits. To be honest, although it feels like being in jail here, there are warm beds, delicious food from all over the world, and brand new clothes. The key is that this is not a sweat job, everyday work. Just study some medical knowledge seriously. For the current life, Bei is very satisfied and cherishes it. When I followed and didn't cut it before, I never thought I could live such a good life. During this period of time, Xingran also expressed his approval of Bei learning progress. Although he only took a few minutes to flip through the books he had read for nothing, Bei had only the brain of ordinary people, and he couldn't force it. Xing had previously speculated that he was very sensitive to the position of human acupuncture points, which helped him learn ninjutsu and control chakras, but the broader stage of this ability is the medical aspect of the human body. In the original time and space, if you don't cut it, you can rely on Bei-handed acupuncture and Moxibustion secret technique to escape the catastrophe. You must know that at that time Bei could only be regarded as a self-taught talent. If you don't cut it, it is impossible to be proficient in medicine. It is the Ice Shield ninjutsu that can also be seen. No matter how long Bei grows up, what he teaches is very limited. But now the situation is different. Xingran can not only systematically teach Bei and Zaku points and medical knowledge, but even Ice Shield ninjutsu. When Xingran was in the library of Uin Village before, he also brought a lot of ninjutsu scrolls. In this regard, Xingran is confident that Bicheng will be stronger than the original time and space. At this stage, Bei task, in addition to studying hard, is to practice medical ninjutsu and develop Yangdun attributes. Only when Yangdun chakra is developed, can he be truly helpful to Xingran like an assistant. There are still a lot of ingredients stored in the warehouse. I have to go out this time to help me look at the clones in the cultivation tank. If there is any accident, go to the bedroom and find my shadow clone immediately. My shadow clone will remain for a long time. Stay low in the bedroom and sleep in the bedroom. That's it. If you have nothing to ask, then goodbye. Xingran failed 10 times in the clones of the bone veins this month, and it also delayed the cultivation of several other clones. However, even if the progress is not fast, some experimental results are about to be harvested within 1 month. This time the star burns fiercely, and the newly cultivated Ice Shield blood cells are shaped into 3-month-old excellent clones. At the same time, several fast-forming clones that were cultivated in January are finally about to take shape. Originally, at this critical moment, it's better to stay in the laboratory and stare, but recently Xingran always has eyelids, worrying about what happens to Tsunade in advance. For example, she was found by Jiraiya, and then he learned that Xingran and Oya gossip about what the pill is doing on the human body is interesting. Anyway, I just report back to Konoa. I don't go now. I have to go there in another month. It's better to go early. It's not a good thing to end this matter and procrastination. Wait until the person who took the lead in Konoha's vaccination. Xingran left another shadow at home, and he could still keep watching the research progress. If something goes wrong and I can't stay here, how can I get out? Bai really wanted to ask. This question has been held in Bai's heart for a long time. There are no entrances or exits in this place. He disappeared without the ability, and then appeared again with a large amount of delicious food. My shadow clone will save you at that time. You didn't even think about the escape route. The dividing line to go home, Country of Fire, Konoa Village. On the blue sky, white clouds are like cotton candy. The sky in Konoa Village always feels very high and blue. Seeing the sky here, the whole person seems to slow down. A communication eagle tweeted across the sky, reminding the stars of their past lives. No matter how slow the pace of the city, there would be planes flying up and down from time to time in the sky. This is a manifestation of abundance and comfort. Xingran had to return to the village as a disciple who had followed Tsunade's practice, so naturally he couldn't use the technique of the Thunder God to directly return home. Very formal, Xingran slowly entered Konoa village from the gate. A ninja who Xingran hadn't seen at the entrance was drowsy by the afternoon sun. Xingran didn't mean to wake the other party. He didn't know him anyway, so he signed his own in the village register. Daimyo. While leaving, I couldn't help feeling in my heart, how long has the war ended? Has the village's vigilance been neglected so far? Just when Xingran Tukao village is different from the past, a small bug flew out from the fingers of the dozing ninja, disappearing. Konoa in the afternoon seemed to have been cursed, and the pedestrians on the street felt a groggy feeling. However, Xingran felt very comfortable with this environment, just like the afternoon in a small county in the previous life, quiet and peaceful. You bastard doesn't have eyes. You don't apologize when you hit someone. I'll shit you. Oh, you fucking dare to do it. Watch me kick. Fuck. I bought my new pants. I fought with you, rocket head mallet. Vomit. Hey, stomach counts as sour bang squirt tongue shoot. Vomit. Vomit. K. I spit Nima, I'm going to kill you. The two drunk guys suddenly fought in the middle of the street when Xingburn was enjoying a peaceful afternoon, and the scene instantly got out of control as the conflict broke out. One of them was directly hit by another with a mallet, and the other guy who was soaked in his head showed no signs of weakness. He used the thick phlegm left in his throat last year to color it. The picture was so beautiful that I couldn't bear to look directly at it. Xingran has just entered the Konoa gate, which means this is the main road from the village to the outside of the village. There are disturbances in this kind of place, and the scene is extremely cruel. What about the Konoa security team? Thank you for your recommendation ticket and monthly ticket support. Thank you everyone. Thanks for the reward from Wakta classmate. Thank you. Chapter 250 Uekaihu in Public Opinion 2 more. As if it was said in advance, the police will either not show up when the crime occurs, and it will never be just one or two once it shows up. Swipe. A team of 5 members of the Konoa Garrison rushed to the scene of the crime, within 2 minutes. This efficiency can be ashamed of the colleagues in the movie. Xingran originally planned to leave from the other side. He has seen this kind of drunk fights in previous lives, but he did not expect that these two fights in the middle of the road, and used some inexplicable names for moves. Even in public. The guys who exchanged bodily fluids, after the police showed up, not only did not constrain, but they also swearing and accusing the Uekihas of the security team of being nosy. Maybe it's because of fun. The two drunks who pushed the battle to the kindergarten level of spitting each other, failed to hold their hands. Mouth. A mouthful of thick sputum spewed out from Sumion's mouth, and it happened to fall into one on Uekiha's trousers who came out to warn, and he was so immortal, this thick sputum with white foam happened to fall on the trousers door. This is very embarrassing, especially when in a crowd of onlookers, two aunts who eat sunflower seeds cover each other's eyes. but can't help being flushed and want to peek at the view of the handsome little brother Uchiha's trousers door. After it appeared, Uchiha's little brother, who was born arrogant and regarded his face as more important than anything else, exploded on the spot. Very harshly knocked down the two drunks who caused trouble. Yes, it was not a uniform, but the kind of knocking down and cracking fractures of the murderer. Even if the surrounding eaters have not been professionally trained, they can easily judge the difference between the two. Don't even think about being discharged from the hospital for a year or a half. Damn it, talk to you. Don't you ignore me, don't be nosy. Isn't it spitting? Isn't it? The younger brother of Uchiha's family is a bit out of control. Every time he asks a question, he will give the two drunks a kick, but he is restrained within a certain measure, and will not kill him, but he will beat the two to the extreme. Awful. Sir, we didn't urinate and urinate anywhere. Yes, you made a mistake. And you need compensation. Compensation. The two drunks were almost beaten into pig heads at this time. However, the next words made Xingran feel that their pig heads were really pig brains. Little brother Uchiha was obviously hilarious. What kind of compensation do you want? Compensation? I said you urinate anywhere, just urinate wherever you want. Look, isn't this shit? Brother Uchiha's eyes were red. Well, he opened the writing wheel in angrily, and even kicked both feet. Used chakra. This little brother couldn't see it, and there was a bit of human medical foundation, which directly destroyed the sphincter muscles of the two drunks. So the little brother Uchiha put his words back. Urinate and defecate in public, just add to the crime. At this time, the Uchihas who had been refuted by the two drunks just now also reacted. If it was just a severe beating, in their concept this is the correct way to treat civilians, but it would be a bit too much to beat people out of shit. Uchiha kindly stepped forward to try to hold the crazy Uchiha brother. However, at this moment, no one in the crowd provoked it, and everyone talked in whispers. Uchiha's people violently enforced the law and acted arbitrarily with the rights given by the village. They are all cruel officials and demons. The whole family is psychopathic, and they all have red eyes. It's a pity that it won't be contagious. Several Uchiha's security personnel are not weak, and these comments are naturally heard clearly. In fact, apart from the last sentence of envy, jealousy and hatred, it is strange. These security personnel have heard too many times in this period of time similar remarks. The lead Uchiha's face turned black immediately. Although he couldn't deal with these tongue-ching guys, the lead Uchiha stared at the scarlet writing wheel eyes and scanned the audience fiercely. The onlookers who were scanned by this Uchiha closed their mouths under these ferocious eyes. But blocking is worse than sparse. This behavior of suppressing people with power is a matter of course for Uchiha, but it makes those who originally remained neutral and just watched the drama even more dissatisfied, and began to tend to the radical comments in the crowd just now. At this moment, the two drunk men seemed to find that the atmosphere was suppressed by the leader Uchiha. Suddenly, they drew in their crotch in a panic and launched a suicide attack of death. No, go back. However, the person who issued the alarm in Uchiha said it was too late, and some of the things with mosaics were flying in the air in the manner of the goddess scattered flowers. What's next? Xingran is no longer interested in watching it. When a guard member who only had double jade writing rounds angrily evolved 3 jade writing rounds, Xingran already knew that this would be a brutal killing scene. Walking out of the crowd, the corners of Xingran's eyes were very concealed and swept around several places. Judging from the pattern of the mask, they were all members of the Roots. Are they here to monitor me? It's not impossible to think about it. Before leaving Konoa, Danza sent someone to follow him, trying to grab a little pigtail, but he was a little passive by his behavior of playing the card directly, and then stopped. Calm down. This time I went out for more than a year and came back. With Danzang's urinary sex, there is a high probability that I will take a cautious attitude and observe myself for a period of time. Do not wrong. Just in Starburn's perception, he was spied by people, and after turning on super audio-visual, Starburn discovered a small situation that everyone ignored. Those two drunks are fake. They are indeed full of alcohol, but their internal organs are functioning normally at this time, and the speed of their heartbeat and blood flow is not the same as that of drunkenness. This is a bureau. Xingran suddenly stopped and looked at Uchiha in amazement, who were still madly retaliating for assaulting the police. The bad remarks against Uchiha sounded in the crowd again, and this time it was louder, but the red-eyed Uchihas didn't care about these civilians' thoughts at all, and they still went their own way. Hee. Should it be said that Uchiha's arrogance is doomed to their damn fate? Although Danza's methods are simple and inferior, these pink eyes are the most popular. After thinking about this, shook his head and hung up high. Xingran continued to walk in the direction of the Hai family. It stands to reason that he has been away from the village for so long, so he should go to Hokage to report it as soon as possible. When I was looking around with the perspective ability just now, I saw Hichi and Ino, who was 4 or 5 years old, watering the flowers in the yard. An inexplicable long-lost feeling dominated the pace of Starburn. Anyway, he has already arrived at Konoa, and everyone at the route has seen him, so Hokage is not in a hurry.